U.S. Trotskyism 1928–1965. Part I, Resurgence. Uneven and Combined Development. Dissident Marxism in the United States, Volume 4. Edited by Paul L. E. Blanche. Brian Palmer. Introduction, A Party of Uneven and Combined Development. Paul L. E. Blanche. This is the concluding volume in a trilogy of documentary materials covering the history of Trotskyism in the United States from 1929 to 1965. It is part of a broader multi-volume project on dissident Marxism in the United States, involving the development of US Marxism outside of the Communist and Socialist parties in the period from the late 1920s to the early 1960s. This includes an already published volume on the Communist Party opposition headed by J. Lovestone, and forthcoming volumes on independent Marxism unaffiliated with the specific groups mentioned here. The people who were drawn to the Trotskyist banner sought to forge a genuinely revolutionary pathway from the violence and oppression of capitalism to a better future of socialist democracy, the control of the world's economic resources by laboring majorities for the good of humanity, a cause which they believed had been betrayed by the bureaucratic leaderships and badly compromised programs of the mass reformist socialist parties and by the global communist movement led by Joseph Stalin. The overall history of US Trotskyism is covered in a number of other works and cannot be rehearsed in this introduction, though the introductions of all three volumes provide some of the essentials. The most ambitious effort to date in mapping a general history is Robert Alexander's International Trotskyism, but also useful and serviceable is the recently republished Trotskyism in the United States, Historical Essays and Reconsiderations containing contributions by George Brightman, Paul L. E. Blanche, and Alan Wald. A limitation of the three large volumes presented here is that they do not cover the subsequent history of those groupings which broke from the Trotskyist mainstream, such as those associated with Hugo Oler, Max Schachtman, C.L.R. James and Rhea Dunayevskaya, Bert Cochran, Sam Marcy, Clara Fraser and Richard Fraser, Tim Wohlfarth, James Robertson, and others. The disputes which resulted in those splits are recorded here, and work by others provides much useful material on what happened next, but obviously there is room for more work on such matters. It is hoped that these three volumes, and the entire set of dissident Marxism in the United States, will stand as a useful resource for scholars and activists. What is offered in the rest of this introduction attempts to provide ideas and information that may be helpful in making sense of the massive documentary material that follows. Using a theoretical construct. Leon Trotsky's law of uneven and combined development, decisive in the development of his distinctive theory of permanent revolution, can be generalized to help elucidate many complex phenomena, including what happened to the Trotskyist movement as it made its way from the mid-195 OS to the mid-196 OS. Trotsky described uneven development as characterizing different areas and different countries which are just that, different. These different regions have had their own particular characteristics, and for various reasons, technological and cultural and ideological innovations arose first in one area and then had an impact on other areas at different times, leading to uneven development in the history of the world as a whole. This leads to another historical law expressed by Trotsky in this way. Unevenness, the most general law of the historic process, reveals itself most sharply and complexly in the destiny of backward countries. Under the whip of external necessity, their backward culture is compelled to make leaps. From the universal law of unevenness thus derives another law which, for the lack of a better name, we may call the law of combined development, by which we mean a drawing together of the different stages of the journey, a combining of separate steps, an amalgam of archaic with more contemporary forms. 2. Similar dynamics can be found in a left-wing organization, particularly one spread over different geographic areas, with a diverse social composition, embracing different generations, and interacting with co-thinkers in various other countries as well as with the complex and evolving society within which it is embedded. The dialectical contradictions of such uneven and combined development can sometimes be found not simply within a revolutionary organization, but even within an individual who is a leading member of such an organization. Before exploring this further, however, it is worth considering the applicability of an additional conceptualization. A sect and not a sect. In the view of many, the Socialist Workers' Party in the 1950s fits the classic definition of a sect. In a polemical analysis of 1954, aimed precisely at the SWP, sociologist Louis Kozer wrote, "A sect consists of men, now we would say people who have cut themselves off from the main body of society. They have formed a restricted and closed group which rejects the norms of the inclusive society and proclaims its adherence to a special set of rules of conduct." Acknowledging fundamental differences between a religious fundamentalist sect and the political sects of the modem socialist movement, Kozer explains. The original radical impulse of the sectarian was likely to be born out of a revolt against the injustice, the cruelty, the insensitivity of American capitalist society. It was nourished by moral indignation and utopian idealism. The political sectarian, as distinct from the religious sectarian, didn't want to save his own soul, he wanted, out of the generous impulse of his conviction, to change the human condition of his fellow men. The problem, Kozer notes, is that the twists of history in 19th and 20th century America resulted in the failure and isolation of the would-be social revolutionaries. The socialist movement either adapted itself to prevailing strands of opinion, thus losing much of its radical inflection, or was thrown into isolation and in a reflex of defensiveness accentuated its sectarian characteristics. 3. At this point, patterns similar to what can be found in religious sects kick in. The sect, by its exclusive structure, creates a morality opposed to that of the rest of society, Kozer explains. Since it regards the outsider as not participating in grace, as not belonging to the select, as not having the fortitude or capacity to adhere to revolutionary principles, it sees him as an exponent of a lower morality. He adds, the sect does not strive for large membership. On the contrary, it may even find it advantageous to suffer a loss of membership if this involves the elimination of men inclined toward compromise and mediation. For hence the prevalence of factional fights, expulsions, and organizational splits among organizations aspiring to be revolutionary. Apparently, all such groups must be seen as sects. This suggests a highly problematical aspect of Kozer's analysis. If one is opposed to racism, gender and sexual oppression, war, and class exploitation and seeks to build a movement and struggles against such things, thereby creating a morality opposed to that of the rest of society, then one is by definition a sectarian. This is the case, presumably, even if one's movement wins majority support and culminates in a successful revolution, since Kozer quotes Lenin's writings as presenting classic sectarian perspectives. In fact, Kozer's sweeping generalities are challenged by Lenin's more precise discussion of sectarianism in left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. Here Lenin identifies three key elements that are essential for what he considers to be a genuinely revolutionary party, in contrast to an ultra-left sect. First, by the class consciousness of the proletarian vanguard and by its devotion to the revolution, by its tenacity, self-sacrifice, and heroism. By proletarian vanguard he is not referring to a small self-proclaimed elite, but a minority layer of the working class that is drawn to the party. Second, by its ability to link up, maintain the closest contact, and, if you wish, merge, in certain measure, with the broadest masses of the working people, primarily with the proletariat, but also with the non-proletarian masses of working people. Only then is it possible to refer to the final necessary element. Third, by the correctness of the political leadership exercised by this vanguard, by the correctness of its political strategy and tactics, provided the broad masses have seen, from their own experience, that they are correct. Lenin adds, significantly, without these conditions, discipline in a revolutionary party really capable of being the party of the advanced class, whose mission it is to overthrow the bourgeoisie and transform the whole of society, cannot be achieved. Without these conditions, all attempts to establish discipline inevitably fall flat and end up in phrase-mongering and clowning. He concludes that these conditions cannot emerge at once. They are created only by prolonged effort and hard-won experience. Their creation is facilitated by a correct revolutionary theory, which, in its is not a dogma, but assumes final shape only in close connection with the practical activity of a truly mass and truly revolutionary movement. What is particularly important is this outward-looking engagement with experience, which for the Russians from 1903 to 1918 was in fact a wealth of experience. During those 15 years, no other country knew anything even approximating to that revolutionary experience, that rapid and varied succession of different forms of the movement, legal and illegal, peaceful and stormy, underground and open, local circles and mass movements, and parliamentary and terrorist forms. In no other country has there been concentrated, in so brief a period, such a wealth of forms, shades, and methods of struggle of all classes of modern society, a struggle which, owing to the backwardness of the country and the severity of the Tsarist yoke, matured with exceptional rapidity, and assimilated most eagerly and successfully the appropriate last word of American and European political experience. 5. What is projected here, reflecting the actual, historical experience of Bolshevism, is something that in no way conforms to the kind of sect that Kozer discusses. It is in large measure because of his own engagement with and assimilation of this historical experience that James Cannon, writing to his friend V.R. Dunn in 1955, after reading correspondence of Engels regarding would-be Marxists in the United States, commented, "I am on the warpath against any sign or symptom of sectarianism myself. I intend to write about it too, in a preventative way, and to appeal to Engels for help." Keenly aware of the larger social circumstances alluded to by Kozer, Cannon asserted, "I know that sectarianism, in one form or another, is an ever-present danger to any small organization of revolutionists condemned to isolation by circumstances beyond their control, regardless of their original wishes and intentions." Like Lenin, however, he reaches for a greater precision than Kozer's formulation will allow. The moment such an organization ceases to think of itself as a part of the working class, which can realize its aims only with and through the working class, and to conduct itself accordingly, it is done for. He elaborates. The key to Engels's thought is his striking expression that the conscious socialists should act as a leaven in the instinctive and spontaneous move. 6. Ment of the working class. Those are winged words that every party member should memorize. The leaven can help the dough to rise and eventually become a loaf of bread, but can never be a loaf of bread itself. Every tendency, direct or indirect, of a small revolutionary party to construct a world of its own, outside and apart from the real movement of the workers in the class struggle, is sectarian. Such tendencies can take many forms, and we should not delude ourselves that the well-known illustrations exhaust the possibilities. 6. And yet this by no means exhausts the question of SWP sectarianism. While Cannon and his comrades may have assimilated the powerfully anti-sectarian tendencies associated with Russian Bolshevism, they were also immersed in the kinds of difficult realities that both Cannon and Kozer allude to, generating sectarian impulses which Cannon explicitly tagged as ever-present. Careful observation reveals combined elements, non-sectarian and sectarian, blended within the reality of the SWP of the late 1950s and early 1960s. Case study, George Brightman and the Detroit SWP. To get an adequate sense of this, it may be helpful to give some attention to the Detroit branch of the SWP in the period of 1954 to 1967. 7. George and Dorothea Brightman moved to Detroit in the wake of the dispute and split with the Cochrane faction, joining Frank and Sarah Lovell, who had transferred in during the last stages of the fight. Their collective political understanding and experience were certainly challenged by the situation in which they found themselves. Detroit had been a stronghold of the Cochranites, and young activist Evelyn Sell later recalled that the split left us with only 8 members, no headquarters, and no mailing list or mimeograph machine or basic resources. All of them had to get jobs to support themselves, but for Brightman his real job was to function as an effective organizer of the Detroit SWP branch. In a 1958 letter to a comrade, he described his view of this work. "Those who sent me to Detroit didn't intend that I should stay there, they thought in terms of a year or two, an improvement in the internal situation, etc. I told them I was going for good. I had my heart set on helping younger comrades, so far as I could, to develop all their powers, to realize their potential. I think I make a beginning at it. I know some a little, some substantially, some not at all. I know that I helped to create a healthier climate in the branch, in which development could be encouraged in the right direction." 8. Over the next dozen years, the Detroit branch of the SWP attracted a growing number of people, especially with the youth radicalization of the 1960s. According to one observer, Brightman was adored by the younger party members. Melissa Singler was a teenage activist involved in the 1960 picketing of Woolworths during the early days of the civil rights movement, and the first socialist class series she attended was taught by Brightman. "I was terribly excited by the classes," she remembers. "George was able to take a roomful of young people, most of whom had gone from 6 to 16 in the silent 1950s, and have us hanging on his words." Impressed by his straightforwardness and his creativity, Singler notes that there was tremendous admiration on the part of those teenagers for this man who could so easily and humorously tell us about a history we had not been told about before. 9. Evelyn Sell recalled, "He devoted special time, energy, and thought to helping younger comrades realize their potential, and he paid extra special attention to the development of women comrades." Brightman's commitment comes through in his discussion of Simone de Beauvoir, the existentialist he admired the most. "In all of her novels there is much that is good, and some that's very good. But her best book, and I think the best of that school, is her pioneering feminist study, The Second Sex. Its dissociation from Marxism is feeble and quibbling, I think. The spirit and tone of the whole work is Marxist to me. It is the work of a truly talented and cultured writer. Maybe I felt a special impact. It had long been one of my conceits that I understood the woman question better than anyone else, including most women, and I was shaken up to find that after all I didn't know much about how hard it is to be a woman." 10. Brightman's comprehension of working-class realities necessarily intersected not only with those of gender but also with those of race. As Michael Smith puts it, he learned about black nationalism in Detroit. It was all-pervasive in that extremely nationalist and political city, and he was thus able to educate others, many others, about black nationalism and about its shining prince and chief spokesman, Malcolm X. 11. Evelyn Sell captures an essential aspect of Brightman's achievement. His empathy enabled him to have unique insights into the feelings and aspirations of blacks, and this gave the Detroit branch a special advantage in responding to the exciting developments in the black community, the emergence of a generation of black youth seeking militant and revolutionary solutions to racism, the outpouring of almost the entire black population for the 1963 Civil Rights March through downtown Detroit, the nationalist character of the Michigan Freedom Now Party. George's ability to be in tune with these developments didn't come solely from his brain but from the very core of his being. 12. "I thought he was black like me," commented one reader of Brightman's works who was surprised, upon meeting him, to find that he was white. "I felt as if he was in my skin." Another young black student commented that initially I looked upon the world's struggle and the world's situation as that of black versus white, as oppressive whites who were responsible for oppressing non-whites. Contact with Brightman contributed to a shift in perspective. The struggle is really against avaricious capitalists who use racism and sexism as weapons in order for them to continue their exploitation and oppression of the working class of the world. Paul Lee, in a perceptive discussion of Brightman's writings on Malcolm X, has added another important point. "It has been rare in my experience to meet white people who define themselves as people before they define themselves as white. That is, most whites that I've known see themselves and their culture as the norm, which implicitly or explicitly expresses itself in an attitude of superiority. In George's case, I'm not sure if he had any attachment to his so-called whiteness or to his ethnicity. I am sure that I never felt judged or different in his regard because of my so-called blackness. I've been told the 9. Same thing by other African Americans who knew him, including the late Wilfred Shabazz, brother of Malcolm X, who was an exceptionally perceptive person. I can't account for why this was so, but I do know that it gave him an advantage in dealing with people defined as black, who, after all, just wanted to be treated as people. He related to black people with an ease and unself-consciousness that won him their respect and trust. Another revolutionary who happened to be white, John Brown, is said to have had a similar relationship with black people. 13. With his path-breaking work on Malcolm X, it became possible for Brightman to break out of two ghettos. One ghetto was the rarefied circle of allegedly sectarian politics to which small left-wing groups, especially Trotskyists, were often restricted, certainly in the conservative political and cultural atmosphere predominant in the United States during the 1950s and early 1960s. The other ghetto was much larger, that of so-called white America, which was traditionally sealed off from people of color in general and especially from African Americans. But this was consistent with Brightman's distinctive qualities over a number of years, which involved the persistent integration of his creativity with a deep and ongoing commitment to consistent revolutionary organizational work, which meant an engagement with more and more people across the boundaries of age, gender, and race. From semi-retirement in the mid-1995s, James P. Cannon went out of his way to hail the Detroit branch for its combination of all-sided activity, which, according to Frank Lovell, was actually a tribute to George Brightman. 14. The Friday Night Socialist Forum was one key element in bringing everything together. Working closely with his wife Dorothea, along with Frank and Sarah Lovell and Evelyn Sell, Brightman converted the group's Friday Night Socialist Forum into a tool for discussion and recruitment, and he continued to oversee the forum from 1954 until he left Detroit in 1967, writes historian Angela Dillard. Although African Americans did not join the SWP in large numbers, the forum and the militant deeply influenced a number of young activists, Dillard emphasizes, commenting that the forum attracted dozens of young radicals, many of whom would go on to work with the prominent black activist who led the Freedom Now Party, Reverend Albert Cleage, and found some of the most important organizations of the late 1960s, including the League of Black Revolutionary Workers and the Revolutionary Union Movement, RUM, the West Central Organization, BUCO, and the Black Economic Development Conference. 15. Evelyn Sell described the Friday Night Socialist Forum as a primary means of party building, of educating members and non-members, of developing young comrades as speakers, and of creating a center for political and radical activities in the Detroit area, elaborating. From its inception, the Friday Night Socialist Forum invited speakers from a range of organizations. Although most of the topics were political, there were many dealing with art, music, and literature. A humanities professor from Wayne State University not only gave talks about music but brought his portable keyboard and played excerpts to illustrate his points. A comrade who was a relatively well-known sculptor gave a series of talks on art, including taking the whole forum audience to the Detroit Art Institute for a guided lecture tour. The forum devoted a weekend to an exhibit of Daumier prints along with showing a film on the revolutions of 1848. The Friday Night Socialist Forum had theater nights when we presented portions of the writings and plays of Bertolt Brecht. As George wrote in a letter to me, Brecht was the creative writer with whom I identify the most closely. He made Brecht fans out of many of us, and this was reflected in the Friday Night Socialist Forum. 16. The forums would be held at the SWP headquarters that Brightman and his comrades established, which combined offices and a modest bookstore with a large meeting room and was dubbed Debs Hall to honor the great socialist leader Eugene V. Debs. Independent radical Dan George AKA's, co-author of Detroit, I Do Mind Dying, frequently attended the Friday Night Socialist Forum, the only regularly scheduled left event in the city at that time. The initial presentations were always followed by often spirited question-answer/statement/debate periods, an intellectually stimulating format that added to its appeal. Looking over the list of those who attended the various forums, one will find a virtual who's who of the Detroit left in the period which immediately followed from the late 1960s through the 1970s, as well as individuals who became part of the liberal establishment, at least one congressman and several judges, college administrators, union leaders, and city officials. Once the weekly forums became an SWP institution through the country, George A.K.'s notes, over a period of time, in any given location, hundreds of people might attend one or more such forums, and although most of those attending never joined the Socialist Workers' Party, the cumulative impact of such forums was considerable. 17 During this period of 1954 to 67, it should be noted, Brightman played several important roles. According to Ernest Mondel, well-known Belgian Marxist theorist and a central leader of the Fourth International, Brightman was one of the few in our movement who have made a genuine contribution to the development of theory, in his case in the field of black nationalism, and more generally the nationalism of the downtrodden and the oppressed everywhere in the world. Beginning in 1956, Brightman also played a key role in pushing forward the discussion that brought about a reconciliation among many Fourth Internationalists, culminating in formal reunification in 1963. Brightman's role in this, recalled Frank Lovell, was little known to most members of his branch in Detroit at that time. 18 to most members of the Detroit branch of the SWP, however, Brightman did provide a model of what Sell called a well-rounded, professional revolutionary, who set an example simply by the way he did things, specifically, as someone who was prepared to assume responsibility in all phases of political life in the branch, including the most mundane. Sell emphasizes, he took a serious attitude toward every task and assignment, whether it was functioning as a branch organizer, or bringing a wealth of ideas to executive committee meetings, or mopping the hall floors as a member of the headquarters committee. 19. Life and leadership in the SWP. Tim Walforth had been a prominent activist in the Young Socialist League, youth group of the organization led by Max Schachtman, Independent Socialist League, formerly the Workers' Party, that was evolving from Trotskyism to social democracy and preparing to merge into the Socialist Party of America. Disagreeing with this perspective, Walforth and others broke away in 1957 in order to join the Socialist Workers' Party and then to help create an SWP youth group, the Young Socialist Alliance, YSA, which came into being in 1960. Serving on the SWP Central Leadership Body, the Political Committee, PC, for several years, Walforth offers an interesting perspective. The main problem with the political committee was that it was not very political, he complains. Unlike the YSA, the Socialist Workers' Party in general in the late 1950s was a dull place, and Dobbs's PC was no different. A typical PC meeting was a two-hour battle to keep awake. He also describes the SWP's weekly newspaper, The Militant, of this period as exceedingly dull. Going on to describe political differences and factional tensions which he discovered in his new organization, some of which are indicated in the documents gathered here, he added, "I do not want to suggest that the SWP in this period was some kind of factional jungle. Actually, life in the party was peaceful to the point of boredom. Most factionalism was of an underground character, conducted by individuals who claimed to have no political differences with the leadership. Dues were paid and the militant was always sold. The party was run in a modest, but smooth, and professional manner. The problem was that the party comprised a generation of workers and intellectuals, those recruited in the 1930s and during World War II, that was getting old and tired. Cannon did a better job than Schachtman in holding on to his aging cotters, and on the whole, he and his followers kept the revolutionary faith. But because will and energy had departed, faith was about all they had left. Cannon could not defy the general trends affecting the working class in the 195 OS. 20. Yet there were rank-and-file members who would not have accepted Wolfirth's characterizations. The party has many needs. There is a constant and continuous whirl of activity, commented Ben Stone, an active member from 1945 to 1966. These activities include attending branch meetings at least once a week, attending special meetings, committee meetings, forums, classes. He adds, then there are the subscription campaigns, selling subs to the party newspaper, The Militant, and other periodicals. Describing The Militant as the agitator for the party and its best recruiting tool, he noted that it was sold at public places, rallies, demonstrations, meetings, factory gates, and on the streets. More than this, the party believes in proclaiming its ideas openly before the widest audience, and election campaigns provide one of the best forums for dissemination of its views. All in all, for an activist like Stone, life in the Revolutionary Marxist Party is one of total commitment, since the cause of socialism takes precedence over everything else. 21 The fact remained that the first decade of Stone's membership was one of dramatic erosion and decline. Coming into the SWP and YSA in the late 1950s were Barry Shepherd and Peter Camejo. With fewer than 600 members, the largest concentrations in New York and Los Angeles, the party nationally was composed largely of blue-collar workers, along with some outstanding university-educated intellectuals, such as George Novak, and young people whom we were beginning to recruit from the college campuses, according to Shepherd. While the membership was small, it consisted of very dedicated people, codders was the term we used, who gave a great deal of their time and money to the party. 22 Camejo described the Trotskyist leadership this way. The central core of the older party leadership had consisted mainly of several men who had all been involved since the early 1930s. In addition to Farrell Dobbs, who as part of a team headed by V.R. Dunn had led the Minneapolis Teamster strikes of the mid-30s, and Tom Carey from the Seamen's unions on the West Coast, these leaders included Joseph Hansen, who had been Trotsky's secretary and was the SWP's main writer on international politics, George Brightman from Detroit, who undertook the publication of Trotsky's collected writings as well as the speeches of Malcolm X, and the party's principal intellectual, George Novak. A slightly younger second tier included Fred Halstead, Nat Weinstein, Harry Ring, and Ed Shaw. All these men remained active in the SWP after the transition to the younger team. The SWP's founder James P. Cannon had retired to Los Angeles in 1952 but occasionally sent his comments to the New York leadership until his death in 1974. 23. Another young recruit, Leslie Evans, has indicated the way some members sized up the National Party leadership. Hansen and George Brightman were theoreticians, the highest superlative, while Tom Carey and Farrell Dobbs were at best politicians, able to carry out policy but not to formulate it. George Novak ranked lower still, an educator. 24 In SWP branches throughout the country were worker intellectuals, such as Larry Traynor in Boston, who played the essential role described by Barry Shepherd. Larry imbued us with three aspects of the SWP tradition, above all. First was fierce loyalty to the working class and confidence in its power. Second was recognition of the great importance that the Russian Revolution of 1917 held for the future socialist revolution and support for the Leninist ideas that led to the victory of that revolution. Third was support for the ideas of Leon Trotsky and the Trotskyist viewpoint as an alternative to the perversions of socialism that had been brought about during the Stalin era and after. The SWP that we had joined embodied all three aspects of that tradition both in its ideas and in its members, even though we were a small group and we lived at a time during which the working class and the popularity of socialist ideas had suffered great blows as a result of the Cold War witch hunt period. 25. The expectation of such stalwarts as Traynor, Stone, and others was that sustaining such steady outreach and radical educational efforts would attract precisely such younger activists as Walforth, Camejo, Shepherd, and Evans, as the natural functioning of capitalism, as it periodically seemed to, would yet again impact on new and youthful layers of the population and send them looking for precisely the sort of revolutionary organization that the SWP aspired to be. Program, method, theorization, reality. Kemejo recalls, at one point SWP National Secretary Farrell Dobbs told me, "The program has been developed. Our job is to implement it." In one form or another I heard this idea repeated by many SWPers, old and new. Related to this is the way Cannon had begun a 1956 talk, Trotsky on America, with the comment, "Original thinkers are as rare in the social sciences as in every other. In the 100 years of the modem movement of workers' emancipation we know only 4 genuinely creative minds. These are the masters of scientific socialism, Marx and Engels, and their great disciples, Lenin and Trotsky." 26. What might be termed the non-creative approach, perhaps related to the dullness of which Wohlfarth complained, was seen by Kemejo as connected to a concept of the program which was a defining aspect of Trotskyism. He explained, "The early Trotskyists saw their primary role as trying to win people over from the mass communist parties in order to fight for a return to the values of the socialist movement prior to its Stalinist degeneration. Gradually this fight led to a solidifying of the idea that the Trotskyists were the defenders of the true program. This idea of the defense of the program became detached from the real, material development in the mass movement. Among Trotskyists the idea of the true program gradually became its own icon to be defended." 27. Yet within SWP ranks, including in its leading circles, there was also a much greater intellectual alertness, political engagement, and theoretical creativity than this. Much of this finds reflection in materials gathered in this volume. In large measure it flows from a methodology described by George Brightman in 1964. Brightman insisted on the recognition of what he saw as one of the most important features of Marxism, its richness, its variety, its ability to cope with changing situations, its unfinishedness. Marxism is not only what Marx worked out a century ago, nor only what Lenin and Trotsky added when they applied Marx's method to the conditions of their time, but also what subsequent Marxists did, do, and will do as they apply this theory to other situations, including some that do not even exist yet. His elaboration pushes dramatically against the static approach to program of which Kemejo complained. Marxism is a theory in process of development, which grows in power and scope as it is applied to specific situations and to new conditions. It developed when Lenin and Trotsky applied it to the specific conditions of Russia in the epoch of imperialism, Russianized it. It developed further when the Socialist Workers' Party applied it to the specific conditions of America, Americanized it. And it continues to develop as the SWP applies it to the specific conditions of the Negro community in the United States, Afro-Americanizes it, as the SWP put in the 1963 Convention Resolution, Freedom Now, the new stage in the struggle for Negro et. 28 Mankt Patun. The methodology personified in Brightman pushes uncompromisingly against the insular and purist dogmatism to which Louis Kozer and others refer. Theory is derived from reality. The more closely a theory corresponds to reality, the better a theory it is. Marx studied the conditions and struggles of the West European workers, learned from them, and incorporated those lessons in his theory. Lenin and Trotsky did the same with the Russian workers and peasants. And from its inception the Socialist Workers' Party has been doing this with the conditions and struggles of the American Negro people, which have always been unique in many respects. Embodied in its theory and program are many lessons learned from the Negro struggle, and from the ideas, feelings, and outlook of the masses in the Black Ghetto. The SWP has been studying these changes, trying to understand their causes, find out their direction and fit their revolutionary aspects into a theory and program of action capable of replacing capitalism with socialism. It has been listening to and learning from non-Marxist figures, such as Malcolm X, Rev. Cleage, William Worthy, Jesse Gray, Daniel Watts, James Baldwin, the exiled Robert F. Williams and Julian Mayfield, even Harold Cruz sometimes, who to one degree or another express the thinking, feeling, and aspirations of the black ghetto which, as Robert Vernon recently pointed out, is more solidly working class and revolutionary in outlook than the trade unions, or anything else in America today. 29. The late 1950s and early 1960s saw an anti-racist upsurge spearheaded by the civil rights movement, anti-colonial revolutions, and the triumph in Cuba of the radical insurgency of Fidel Castro and Che Guevara, protests against nuclear weapons, a radicalization among college-age youth, the beginnings of protests against the Vietnam War, and more. This dramatically changing context brought an influx of radicalized youth into the SWP and YSA, which doubled and tripled the size of the Trotskyist movement. By 1960, when he was 48 years old, Ben Stone felt the political ground slipping from under his feet. Now the rank-and-file member was much younger, a generation removed, most of whom I hardly knew, he recalled. For the first time I began to feel like an old man in the party, almost a stranger in my own house. As the 1960s proceeded, the party attracted even younger members, kids in their teens and early 20s. The 60s was a time of radical ferment on the college campuses, and the party attracted some of these youth, certainly in greater numbers than ever before. 30. The result was both revitalization and crisis. The older, primarily worker-based segment of the party had grown concerned that the SWP would be changed by its newer members, mostly middle-class youth, according to Camejo. Many of the older members opposed our support for what they saw as contemporary issues, such as gay liberation, and in general were nervous that the SWP might abandon its roots in Trotskyism and begin to alter its program. 31. George Brightman emphasized a point missed by many at the time, that a significant working class component was integral to the mass protest movements opposing racism, the Vietnam War, etc. It is idiotic and insulting to think that the worker responds only to economic issues, Brightman stressed. He can be radicalized in various ways, over various issues, and he is. Brightman developed this point at length. The radicalization of the worker can begin off the job as well as on. It can begin from the fact that the worker is a woman as well as a man, that the worker is black or Chicano or a member of some other oppressed minority as well as white, that the worker is a father or mother whose son can be drafted, that the worker is young as well as middle-aged or about to retire. If we grasp the fact that the working class is stratified and divided in many ways, the capitalists prefer it that way, then we will be better able to understand how the radicalization will develop among workers and how to intervene more effectively. Those who haven't already learned important lessons from the radicalization of oppressed minorities, youth, and women had better hurry up and learn them, because most of the people involved in these radicalizations are workers or come from working class families. 32. 18. Factional crises, future triumph, eventual collapse. The combination of uneven qualities explored here generated tensions and factional conflicts within the SWP, as comrades reached for the most effective and appropriate balance of political principle and political relevance, and as they struggled to understand the complex and changing world around them. There proved to be sufficient strengths in the underlying political program and theoretical perspectives to enable the SWP to grow dramatically in the 1960s, to provide influential and often creative analyses of emerging realities, and sometimes to play a serious role in the social struggles of the time. To many who were paying attention, the SWP of the late 1960s and 1970s seemed an incredibly vibrant organization, between 1,000 and 2,000 activists animated by high ideals and dynamic Marxism, with a conception of socialism both democratic and revolutionary, and a proven capacity to organize, in impressive united front efforts, effective social movements and struggles capable of bringing about positive change. Among the new recruits were important clusters of African American and Latino activists, and also a significant percentage of women, some of whom assumed a significant leadership role in the efforts of the SWP and YSA. The party's earlier work on issues of race and nationalism, and its serious-minded engagement with Malcolm X, contributed to the ability of some comrades to play a role not only in African American but also in Chicano and Puerto Rican struggles. The fact that in the 1950s and early 60s the SWP had seriously engaged with not only such works as Friedrich Engels's Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, but also Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex and Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique, made it more sensitive and responsive to early feminist stirrings coming out of the new radicalization and enabled it to connect very positively to the rising women's liberation movement. In addition, the recruitment of a growing number of gay and lesbian comrades, combined with influences and insights that were part of the new radicalization, enabled the SWP finally to scrap a narrow and destructive policy that had banned homosexuals from membership. Perhaps the SWP's most profound accomplishment involved its central role in the creation of the massive and powerful anti-war movement, through persistent United Front efforts, that proved capable of helping to end the US war in Vietnam. The details of that story were told in Fred Halstead's classic Out Now? A participant's account of the movement against the Vietnam War. 33. From 1965 to 1980 the SWP seemed in the process of becoming a hegemonic force on the US left and within a variety of social movements. Along the pathway to this seemingly promising outcome, however, there was a glossed-over failure to fully resolve, or adequately combine, the uneven and contradictory elements that had been part of the party's experience in the 1950s and 1960s. Related to this, there was also a cropping up of organizational measures and norms that, in the words of James P. Cannon, had the potential to strangle the party. After a new leadership drawn from the 1960s radicalization took control within the SWP, an extremely complex and difficult situation developed in the world and the country as the 1970s gave way to the 1980s and 1990s. There are multiple sources and analyses of what happened next, as the SWP imploded. 34 Amid growing political uncertainty combined with accumulating mistakes and disappointments, the new leadership became increasingly authoritarian in the name of Leninism, abandoning the historic program of Trotskyism in order to embrace a utopian understanding of Castroism, and initiated incredibly damaging waves of expulsions. What remained of the once promising organization shriveled into what, in the opinion of many on the left, including a substantial number of once dedicated members, proved to be a politically irrelevant sect. Future resources. The very nature of the capitalist economic system, whose incredible, undeniable global dynamism has the result, over and over again, that all that is solid melts into air, and that all that is holy is profaned, blends equally dizzying creativity and destructiveness as one decade gives way to another. Multiple variations of corruption, pollution, tyranny, and violence seem to proliferate with the passage of time. If it is the case, as some have argued, that this is necessarily and inevitably so, then there will continue to be waves of rebellion and resistance, organized by hopeful heroines and heroes seeking to create the possibility of another, better world. Even those who have no such hopes may find it enlightening to consider the perceptions, insights, and efforts of earlier generations of rebels to be found in these volumes. In many cases these can shed light on what happened in a past that has shaped our present. And those who struggle for a more hopeful future may also have something to learn from those who sought to pass on resources to such people as themselves. New stirrings. Paul L. Blanc. The second half of the 1950s saw, both despite and because of the heady combination of Cold War repression and fear of nuclear war, relative prosperity mixed with rampant commercialism and consumerism, and what many found to be a stultifying cultural conformism, the initial stirrings of a new wave of radicalization that would, within a decade, sweep through the United States. All of this was taking place within a global context of Stalinism's crisis and collapse, and the seemingly inexorable rise of anti-colonial revolutions throughout Asia and Africa. One of the decisive developments of this period was the rise of the civil rights movement, sparked by the 1954 Supreme Court decision finding racial segregation in public schools to be a violation of the 14th Amendment of the US Constitution, a development reflected in the thoughtful analysis of Jean Blake, The Continuing Struggle for Negro Equality. 2. While this development and the SWP's evolving engagement with it are reflected in this and the next chapter, we have, as with the previous volumes in this documentary trilogy, gathered most of the materials dealing with these defining realities into a unified section, such as the third chapter of the present volume, in order to highlight various dimensions of racism and the anti-racist struggle. Also of profound importance was a development related to the extreme repressiveness of Cold War anti-communism that had reached a reaction. A crescendo through the efforts of right-wing Republican Senator Joseph McCarthy. When McCarthy's smear tactics, designed to advance his own political influence and career, were unleashed on fellow Republicans, the Eisenhower administration, and the Department of Defense, he was discredited and marginalized by the powers that be. The beginnings of this process are analyzed in Murray Weiss, McCarthyism, Key Issue in the 1954 Elections. Worthy of note was the tendency of the SWP to join in the estimate of others in this period to characterize McCarthyism as incipient fascism. The SWP had played a significant role in challenging the anti-communist Red Scare and McCarthyism through a persistent and ultimately effective defense around James Kutcher. A veteran of the Second World War, Kutcher lost both of his legs in combat, but later was able to secure a clerical job with the Veterans Administration. When he lost this job, because of his membership in the officially subversive SWP, a broad array of liberals, radicals, labor activists, and others rallied to what was dubbed the case of the legless veteran, which lasted from 1948 until the Veterans Administration was finally forced to rehire him in 1956. 3. Among the early stirrings would be those culminating in the rise of a new wave of feminism. There had long been an interplay between socialism and feminism in the United States, and within and around the US communist movement there were particularly important developments in the 1940s and 1950s, with the controversial efforts of Mary Inman to develop a Marxist theory of women's liberation within defense of woman, for which she was eventually challenged and expelled by party leaders, the pioneering research efforts of Eleanor Flexner culminating in the 1959 classic Century of Struggle, the women's rights movement in the United States, and the writings of left-wing fashion designer Elizabeth Hawes with such books as Fashion is Spinach, 1938, Why Women Cry, or Wenches with Wrenches, 1943, and It's Still Spinach, 1954. For within the SWP, as well, there were a number of strong women. In his reminiscences of the 1950s, Tim Walforth recalls Sylvia Bleecker, whose roots had been in the Russian revolutionary movement before she immigrated to the United States, where she became a communist and then a Trotskyist. Sylvia had a disdain for routinism and bureaucratic procedure and was the bane of local organizers, and similar qualities could be found particularly in the younger and vibrant Myra Tanner Weiss, the only woman on the SWP's governing political committee, opinionated, articulate, who did not approach other party leaders with undue reverence. Wolfarth added, there was a layer of women in the party who, like Myra, were politically strong and refused to accept a secondary role because they were women. These party feminists included Evelyn Reed, George Novak's wife, who made a special study of anthropology, Frances James, and Clara Fraser, K., a leader of the Seattle branch. 5. Such sensibilities are manifest in the anthropological sociological exploration by Evelyn Reed on the alleged inferiority of women, and on both sides of a debate that unexpectedly flared up within Trotskyist ranks about the issue of cosmetics, involving Marjorie McGowan, Jean Morgan, and Joseph Hansen. As with race and gender, we can see significant attention being given to issues of culture and radical stirrings among youth, highlighted by James Robertson's exploration of what would come out to be the early seedlings of the 1960s youth radicalization, and by Evelyn Sell's discussion of the so-called Beat Generation. Although the 1950s have been seen as, in many ways, a time of both cultural and political conservatism and conformism, alert minds among the US Trotskyists were picking up on countervailing tendencies in the very same period. 6. Some analysts have suggested that this growing attention to what would later be termed identities, instead of the traditional Marxist focus on class, reflected the deeper trends identified by the 1955 article by Harold Robbins on automation. Potentially far-reaching technological changes in the economy certainly had important implications for capitalism, the working class, and the class struggle. The themes explored by Robbins have remained a focal point decades after 7, and as with other issues touched on in this chapter, we will see a revisiting of these questions in the next chapter. That the time was fast approaching to say farewell to the working class, 8 however, was not a notion that us Trotskyists were inclined to embrace, although a growing number of left-wing commentators, C. Wright Mills, Herbert Marcuse, James Boggs, Paul Sweezy, André Gortz, Ecobedo Lacot, Chantal Mouffe, would, at various moments and with varying levels of consistency, be saying such things out loud in coming decades. In fact, the mood among Trotskyists as the 1950s flowed into the 1960s was that history was going their way. This was especially the case in regard to one of the most profound changes of the time, a deepening crisis within the world Stalinist movement. This comes through clearly in the public forum presentation by Murray Weiss, which described in detail the revelation by Nikita Khrushchev of Stalin's crimes as the vindication of Trotskyism, and it certainly ruptured what had been a hegemonic position within the Stalinized communist movement in the left. 9. As a self-critical mood, a rethinking of basic perspectives, was spreading within what remained of the left, and with the proliferation and growth of insurgent moods and social struggles, it seemed to many, including within Trotskyist ranks, that a reshuffling and regroupment of left-wing forces might be possible, with beneficial results. Efforts to make this so, and the thinking behind such efforts, are indicated in the remarks made by James P. Cannon at a regroupment gathering in 1958. The continuing struggle for Negro equality 10, 1954. Jean Blake. 25. Developments since the May 17 Supreme Court ruling that segregated public schools are unconstitutional have made clear that whatever decrees are issued by the court to implement the decision following the submission of additional briefs in October, school segregation will not be abolished in fact in the United States until all forms of racial discrimination are ended. From an historical perspective, the court's action was simply the latest in a series of shifts in policy on official discrimination, resulting from the particular political needs of the capitalist class. A brief summary of these shifts demonstrates the contradictory interpretations of the Constitution possible under democratic capitalism. The only underlying principle involved is the maintenance of the capitalist system. Consequently, no court decision on segregation is irrevocable or irreversible. March 4, 1789, the Constitution went into effect, specifically recognizing slavery and discrimination. December 15, 1791, the Bill of Rights went into effect, including the Fifth Amendment, with the clause "No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property, without due process of law." But this guarantee did not apply to Negroes' rights, since Negroes were considered property, not persons. March 6, 1857, in the Dred Scott decision, the court held that a Negro who had been a slave could not become a citizen by residing in an area where slavery was banned. December 18, 1865, the 13th Amendment, abolishing slavery, was declared ratified. But it was still necessary to pass the 14th, July 28, 1868, and 15th, March 30, 1870, amendments, specifically granting the equal protection of the laws and the right to vote. 1873 to 1879, in the first cases interpreting the 14th Amendment after its adoption, the court held that the amendment banned all state-imposed discrimination against Negroes. 1896, in the notorious Plessy v. Ferguson case, the Supreme Court ruled that segregation was not unconstitutional so long as the separate facilities provided were equal. 1954, in cases from Kansas, South Carolina, Virginia, Delaware, and the District of Columbia, the court holds that separate educational facilities are inherently unequal and therefore violate the 14th Amendment and the 5th Amendment. What is the reason for the court's reversal of its previous interpretation? In the Plessy case, that segregation is not unconstitutional. Chief Justice Warren, in delivering the court's opinion, specifically cited only one new factor in the situation: the extent of psychological knowledge. Modem psychology, he said, in effect, reveals that separation of Negro children from white in public schools has a detrimental effect upon the colored children even though the material facilities provided are equal. Any language in Plessy v. Ferguson contrary to this finding is rejected. Psychology was a major element in the new interpretation, that is true. But it was not the psychology of the effect of segregation on colored children. It was the psychological effect of us Jim Crow on the colored colonial peoples, and the political needs of American capitalism's propaganda campaign for domination of the world, that were decisive in reversing the court's previous position. While not a word of this appears in the decision, it was clearly the policy of the administration in Washington to secure an interpretation aimed at convincing the opponents of American capitalism abroad that the imperfections in US democracy are being corrected internally. That was why the Justice Department filed a brief as friend of the court specifically requesting a re-examination of the separate but equal doctrine. That was why Vice President Nixon, on his return from a goodwill trip abroad, publicly reported that the practice of discrimination in this country is harmful to US foreign policy. And that was also why the Voice of America began broadcasting the news of the decision within 2 hours after it was rendered, so that the peoples in Asia and Africa and Europe heard it before many Americans. Reactions to ruling. In the weeks following the ruling, reactions at home varied. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, which led the fight against segregation, and supporters of the struggle for Negro equality, saw the ruling as an important legal victory. On the whole, they recognized that it would be necessary to follow up this moral victory with additional court actions as well as organizational and other measures, in order to implement the decision and to combat attempts at delay, evasion, and circumvention. Southern extremists varied in their comments. Governor Talmadge of Georgia, who had repeatedly declared there never will be mixed schools in Georgia while I am governor, expressed his intention to defy the court ruling. He challenged the authority of the court and threatened to abolish the public school system rather than end segregation. On an NBC TV Meet the Press program, he said his state would not secede from the Union, but he indicated that troops would be used to uphold the state laws. Senator James Zero Eastland of Mississippi declared, "The South will not abide by or obey this legislative decision by a political court. Integrated schools are not desired by either race in the South. An attempt to integrate our schools would cause great strife and turmoil." Senator Harry F. Byrd of Virginia said that the decision will bring implications and dangers of the greatest consequence. Senator Eastland and his fellow Mississippian in the House, Congressman John Bell Williams, have introduced resolutions asking Congress to approve a constitutional amendment which would destroy the court's jurisdiction in matters of racial segregation. But the dominant opinion of the Southern ruling class was better expressed by Governor James F. Burns of South Carolina, who said he was shocked, but proceeded to note that the court did not order an immediate end to separate schools. He went on to advise South Carolinians to exercise restraint and preserve order while he, the benevolent Bourbon, as one Negro writer characterizes him, studies the decision and decides on recommendations to the legislature. The bigots mobilize. That, on the whole, is shaping up as official policy in the South: continue segregation, since there is no order in the court decision banning it, and devise ways and means to continue segregation by legal and extra-legal trickery, whatever the court may rule. Unofficially, other methods are being prepared to maintain segregation. These methods range from social, economic, and political pressure and intimidation of Negroes, to outright force and violence. On June 10, for example, a group of former Ku Klux Klansmen announced that they have reorganized under the name of the White Brotherhood, pledged 28. To preserve segregation by legal means and to try to avoid killing and violence. My emphasis, J.B. Bill Hendricks of Tallahassee, FLA, former KKK Grand Dragon, is spokesman for the group. At the same time, as though to emphasize the fact that the old forms of intimidation in the South have not been entirely abandoned. A Pittsburgh Courier headline on June 5 reported, "Lynching in Alabama." The victim, unnamed when the paper went to press, was found hanged in a wooded section near a Negro church outside of Bradenburg. Earlier, on May 26, the new home of a Negro dentist in Birmingham, Alabama, was damaged by arson. The following weekend the pattern of segregation by intimidation was repeated in the northern city of Cleveland, Ohio, best location in the nation, with 3 new cases of attacks on homes by paint-smearing, rock-hurling bigots, and a similar incident in nearby Lakewood. Law needs teeth. The long history of incidents such as these and similar attacks in Chicago and elsewhere apparently have influenced the thinking of Southern white supremacists. They are beginning to hold meetings of governors and other law enforcement officers to consider how to segregate Negroes, as the North has done, without legal sanction. Negro leaders, too, recognize that the Supreme Court decision and further decrees can remain a dead letter from the outset unless the action of the Negro people and their allies puts teeth into the law. In an Atlanta declaration adopted by a Southern Conference of the organization, the NAACP announced a campaign by branches in all areas affected by the court decision to petition local school boards for immediate ending of racial segregation in schools and to offer assistance in working out problems. The next day the Supreme Court acted on 6 more cases involving segregation. In 3 cases the court denied hearings, thereby letting stand lower court decisions. 1. Banning segregation in low-rent housing projects in San Francisco. 2. Banning segregation on the old separate but equal doctrine at Hardin Junior College of Wichita Falls, Texas, and 3. Ordering the city of Houston, Texas, to permit Negroes to use municipal golf courses on a segregated basis. Only the first case involved a principled opposition to segregation. In the 3 other cases, involving admission of Negroes to the University of Florida and Louisiana State University, and to a city-owned Louisville, Kentucky. 29. Amphitheater. The Supreme Court merely ordered the lower courts to reconsider their decisions in the light of the May 17 ruling and conditions that now prevail. These actions should make it clear that the court does not intend to take a clear-cut, principled stand extending its ruling against segregation in the schools to segregation in all other fields, as some had hoped. If they intended to do so, they could have commented on the cases they refused to hear, or they could have heard them and ruled to uphold the decision of the lower courts while clarifying the basis for the decision as the unconstitutionality of segregation. In the 3 cases that were referred back to the lower courts for re-examination, the court could have been less ambiguous if it had wished to outlaw segregation. But the court did none of these things, because the main task had already been concluded May 17 with the ruling on school segregation. The Voice of America had its story. There will be other byproducts of the Supreme Court decision. Machine politicians already are attempting to credit or blame the Democrats or the Republicans, or one candidate or another in primary elections, for the decision against school segregation, in order to win votes in the November elections. McCarthyite smears. McCarthy-type smears will be dragged in to discredit opponents of segregation. Senator Eastland started this process on May 27 when he asserted that the court has been indoctrinated and brainwashed by left-wing pressure groups. His proofs. Justice Black received an award April 14, 1945, from the Southern Conference for Human Welfare, which Eastland called a notorious Communist Front organization. Justice Minton, who was then on the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, made a speech at the same affair. Justice Douglas accepted a $1,000 Sidney Hillman Award from the CIO in December, 1952. Justices Reed and Frankfurter gave character witness testimony in behalf of Alger Hiss, former State Department official convicted of perjury in 1950. But such developments are secondary to the main line of policy on segregation. There is no basic disagreement between the Democratic and Republican parties on this question. The history of the past half-century and more demonstrates that the ruling class, through both capitalist parties, has no intention of ending discrimination against Negroes. At present, in the attempt to make Washington's foreign policy less objectionable to the world's colored millions. 30. Wall Street is willing to grant a concession, a statement that public school segregation is unconstitutional. At the same time, a small legal victory might strengthen the arguments of those Negro leaders who preach support of capitalism as the system under which equality will eventually be achieved. But will the Supreme Court ruling achieve either of its real aims, winning the confidence and support of the colonial peoples, and of the American Negroes, for capitalism? In the first place, it won't win the support of the Chinese, Koreans, Indochinese, or any other colonial peoples fighting for freedom from imperialist domination. Their distrust of the United States is based on more than the obvious hypocrisy of the US claim to leadership of the free world while practicing discrimination at home. The basic antagonism is between people who have been superexploited for generations by foreign imperialism, and the capitalist rulers of the US who must find new fields of exploitation in order to maintain the profit system. This antagonism would exist even if there were no problem of Jim Crow in America. The US government knows this, too, and is not halting A-bomb and H-bomb production in favor of Supreme Court rulings as a means of winning world domination. Similarly at home, a few colored politicians, or others with a vested interest in a segregated community, may be satisfied with democratic platitudes and abstractions, but the mass of Negro workers want integrated schools so that their children, not some great-great-grandchildren of the future, can have the same education and the same opportunities for jobs as other children. They want equal job opportunities and equal pay right now, so that they can provide decent homes for their families and get out of the demoralizing slums. They want their right to live wherever they wish, under civilized conditions, without danger of threats and violence. They also want, like other working men and women, freedom from the fear of war and of unemployment, and all the traditional freedoms they have been taught are theirs, the right to think, speak, write, meet, vote. But the Supreme Court ruling will not even result in the one limited objective of integrated schools. The majority of the states now requiring or permitting segregation will, it is true, get in line with the court ruling by revising their laws and ordinances requiring separate schools, though whether they effect these legal reforms sooner or later or not at all depends on how principled, militant, and uncompromising a struggle the NAACP and the Negro people and their allies conduct. 31. New forms of segregation. But the outlines of the new forms of segregation in the US, even though state laws requiring separation of colored and white children in schools may be wiped off the books completely, are already clear. Numerous northern newspapers and magazines have pointed out that in most cases colored children will naturally continue to go to the same schools they went to previously, since they live in segregated ghettos and could logically be expected to attend schools in their own neighborhoods. For the majority of Negro children, the Supreme Court decision will mean no change at all. Only those living on the borders of the community within a community will be faced with the problem of enforcing their right to attend mixed schools. The NAACP recognizes this and has announced it will now broaden its campaign to combat segregated housing and discrimination in employment, while at the same time it seeks implementation of the ruling against school segregation. Employment of Negroes in the least skilled jobs in heavy industry or the dirtiest, most difficult, and lowest paid jobs in consumer goods industries, tends to make it difficult or impossible for them to move out of the ghettos because of the higher cost of transportation and of buying or renting newer homes. Finally, those few who are able to overcome the legal and economic barriers find that the white supremacists do not hesitate, as a last recourse, to use naked force. Bombings, arson, destruction of property, beatings, and even murder are the means. Very seldom do the law enforcement authorities take action against their silent partners who carry out the dirty work. Local police subversive squads can track down every detail in the history of a socialist, a militant unionist, or a persistent fighter for equal rights, but they plead helplessness in discovering who bombed the home of a new Negro resident in a white neighborhood. The struggle for equal rights, like the struggle of the unions, is essentially a defensive struggle. In both, the problem is to hold on to gains already made, and to fight for their extension in order to counteract the efforts of the ruling class to restrict all progress that threatens its power and privileges. As long as these struggles are conducted within the limited perspective of isolated reforms, a legal decision here, a temporary wage increase there, the gains are superficial and transitory. To repeat an old but time-tested analogy, some of the most painful or ugly symptoms of a disease may be temporarily soothed by surface medication, drugs, or minor operations, but until the basic cause of the illness is found and cured, the infection will recur or break out in other forms. 32. That is why labor's gains in wages and working conditions will not secure the worker's standard of living until the whole wage system, and the organization of production for profit on which it is based, is attacked fundamentally and replaced with a rational socialist system of production in keeping with mankind's present stage of material and technical progress. And that is why racial segregation will be eliminated, not by court decisions, but only when its role in relation to our American capitalist system of production and all the institutions developed to maintain and support it is recognized and similarly attacked fundamentally. The Supreme Court ruling on school segregation can have historic significance if it is utilized by the united working people as a wedge in the revolutionary struggle to demolish the old superstructure of capitalism and build a new society for mankind on modern foundations. Murray Weiss. 33. Senator McCarthy took the 36 days of the Army McCarthy TV hearings as a priceless opportunity to shape a political image before millions of viewers, the image of himself as savior of America. He played up to the mass audience, pandering to their prejudices, shocking, arousing, repelling them, and at the same time fascinating them with his brazenness, his arrogant assurance, his utter contempt for his opponents. Above all, he pounded tirelessly on his fascist charge of 20 and 21 years of treason. The hearings over, the Wisconsin fascist leader retired to a secret hideout to recuperate and plot his next move. The sudden relief the liberals felt from the daily fascist rasp on their nerves-induced reckless speculation. They told each other that McCarthy was finished, and they held funeral services for him in their newspaper columns. He had turned out to be his own worst enemy, the liberals assured themselves. The American people, they declared, had got a good look at McCarthy and his methods and had decided they didn't want any part of either. But life is unkind to illusions. McCarthy returned, and it became clear that the fascist beast was still alive and kicking, and that the nightmare wasn't over by any means. The next act of this political drama is now to be played against the backdrop of the 1954 elections. What will McCarthy's role be? Will he split from the Republican Party after the primaries and form a separate fascist party? Or will a new modus vivendi, based on common determination to win a witch-hunting victory over the Democrats, be established between McCarthy and the other Republicans? To assess the role of McCarthyism in the coming elections, it is first necessary to make a realistic estimate of the results of the Annie McCarthy hearings. It is possible to draw a pleasing sketch of McCarthyism in decline since the beginning of the year. A superficial comparison of McCarthy's power before and after the hearings has led commentators to the hasty conclusion that McCarthyism is rooted. Not only the highly impressionable liberal columnists but some of the more sober observers, including those in the official trade union camp, have drawn this conclusion. Labor's Daily, July 13, announces in a headline, "Joe's strength ebbing fast," and opens its story, Sen. Joseph R. McCarthy was under attack from all sides today and it appeared his strength was ebbing even in his home state. There is some truth to the contention that McCarthy has suffered a setback. But only a grain of truth. And this grain cannot be properly understood unless it is put in context. For while suffering blows and tactical setbacks, McCarthyism has in the same period made important advances in its basic development as a fascist movement. The year 1954 opened auspiciously for McCarthy. Early in February, he went on national tour under the official sponsorship of the Republican National Committee, and proceeded to denounce the Democrats for their 20 years of treason. Within the Senate, McCarthy seemed unassailable. On February 2 the Democrats and Republicans collapsed and voted 85-1 for the appropriations he demanded for his committee. McCarthy's Senate power was further strengthened by his appointment to the all-important Rules Committee. McCarthy's prowess as a witch hunter was at a high point. In his first public skirmish with the Army, over the Price and General's Wicker affair, McCarthy scored a hands-down victory, the Army beating a fumbling and apologetic retreat before him. The extent of his power in relation to the Army Department was revealed in the fantastic picture that came out later, in the Army McCarthy hearings, of Army Secretary Robert T. Stevens chasing up and down the country trying to curry favor with Private G. David Skine, a McCarthy protege. And McCarthy's success in building a spy network in government agencies was evidenced in the appointment of his personal henchman, Robert E. Lee, to the Federal Communications Commission, and the placing of his lieutenant, Scott McLeod, in charge of State Department security. A pleasing scorecard. If we now list the tactical blows and reverses McCarthy has suffered during the last few months, without examining the situation further, it is quite possible. 35. To draw the altogether erroneous conclusion that McCarthy's power is being smashed. Since the hearings, McCarthy's faction has been on the defensive. A majority block of the 3 Democrats on McCarthy's committee, plus Republican Sen. Potter, has forced McCarthy to accept the resignation of his personal favorite, Roy M. Cohn, chief counsel of the committee. Sen. Flanders' resolution to remove McCarthy from his committee chairmanships is still pending. McCarthy's attempt to investigate the Central Intelligence Agency has been temporarily blocked. And President Eisenhower himself has finally spoken out against McCarthy, censuring him for his reprehensible methods. Even the press seems to have swung against McCarthy. The mass circulation pro-McCarthy press has adopted a more cautious attitude, and the mildly critical tone of such papers as the New York Times and Herald Tribune has given way to a crusading anti-McCarthy editorial policy. In the electoral field there are indications of a shift against McCarthy. The outspoken anti-Semite and McCarthyite, Jack Tenney, was badly defeated for state senator in the California primaries. And in the Maine primaries, Robert L. Jones, McCarthyite opponent of incumbent Sen. Margaret Chase Smith, was swamped by a 5-1 margin. Finally, it can be said that McCarthy's prestige as a witch hunter has suffered. The fact that he was forced to defend himself at the hearings, and to demand rights he never gave others, damaged his awesome appearance as the Grand Inquisitor who stood above all questioning. And yet, despite this superficially comforting picture of McCarthy's fortunes in decline, it would be disastrous to fail to see that actually American fascism experienced a profound development precisely during the last months. Deepening of the process. The point we must grasp is that while the incipient fascist movement has experienced tactical setbacks, these setbacks are related to the deepening of the process of formation of a distinct fascist faction in the administration and in the Republican Party. They are also related to the mobilization of a fascist mass following. Without such blows a fascist movement does not develop. The blows from the old-line capitalist political machines represent their resistance to the emergence of a powerful fascist threat to their own form of capitalist rule. Historically, the fascist movement has always used such attacks to enhance its appearance as the party of the underdog, the little people who hate the powers that be. 36. If we listen to pollsters who have sampled public opinion since the hearings and who prove that McCarthy has no more than 25 or 30% of the populace in his camp, we might conclude that McCarthyism is no longer a threat. But the conclusion is false, for the simple reason that fascism is not running for election in America. Is it necessary to recall that the Nazis suffered a serious election defeat immediately before Hitler took power? When we look at McCarthyism as a fascist movement in the process of formation, the figure of only 25% looms as the most ominous political fact of 1954. If we regard the events of the first 6 months of 1954 as a test of whether McCarthyism was just another strain of the reactionary breed of capitalist politics, or something qualitatively different, then the fact that the McCarthy faction has withstood all attempts to integrate it into the Republican machine is a strong indication that McCarthyism is no ordinary current. The growing differentiation of a fascist faction within the capitalist parties is a sign of the maturity of the threat to the working class. One of the gravest signs of the extent of the fascist danger is the hardening of the core of McCarthy's following through the ordeal of the hearings. The fascist movement is crystallizing, not only among government functionaries and national politicians, but at the grassroots. The selection of a fascist cadre with a broad following is taking place. The process is by no means complete, and before it is complete the working class will have its opportunity to reverse it, but it is already developing in outline form. We leave it to people who believe in miracles and the Democratic Party to ignore such a phenomenon. We must look at the social base of McCarthy's mass support. Who are the hardcore McCarthy supporters that make up 25% of the population? Unfortunately, the pollsters do not take their point of departure from the reciprocal relations between the three social classes in American society: capitalist, middle class, and working class. Nevertheless, they do indicate in their findings that the main support for McCarthy comes from sections of the lower middle class and among unorganized workers. Insofar as social composition is treated in the polls, there is a high percentage of the uneducated, the small farmers, small businessmen, and déclassé elements in the pro-McCarthy columns. Will this mass following go all the way with the fascist movement? That depends. It depends above all on what the workers' organizations do. During the hearings, the labor officials stood aside and watched the Democrats carry the ball. All they did was to cheer a little from the sidelines. As a result, McCarthy gained where it hurt labor most, in the consolidation of a mass following. History will not permit many blunders like this without visiting severe punishment on the working class. 37. A new test. The Army-McCarthy hearings, which disclosed the whole anatomy of a conspiracy to shackle the United States with a fascist dictatorship, should have been the signal for a mighty offensive of the labor movement against this ominous threat. The moment was missed. And now a new test is before us, the 1954 elections. The elections will not pass without McCarthy utilizing them in the same way he utilized the hearings, to build a mass following, to cultivate the legend of invincibility, and to grab every bit of radio and TV time possible for his fascist propaganda. He is planning to open his first big skirmish with the labor movement precisely during the election campaigns. What else does his plan to investigate subversion in defense plants signify? But the labor bureaucracy persists in its strategy of leaving the defeat of McCarthy to the Democratic Party. They preach that with the election of a Democratic majority in Congress in 1954, and a Democratic president and administration in 1956, all the basic problems of the working class, including the problem of McCarthyism, will be solved. The Democratic strategists, in their turn, also promise that McCarthy will be taken care of if a Democratic majority is elected to the Senate. They argue that if they are the majority, McCarthy would be removed as chairman of the Permanent Investigations Subcommittee without even a struggle, since under the ordinary rules of Senate procedure McCarthy would then be replaced by the senior Democrat on the committee. Can anything more asinine be imagined? The whole problem of defeating American fascism is reduced to the electing of Democrats instead of Republicans, to a maneuver in Congress, to a reshuffling of posts. And all this, after the experiences of Italy and Germany and Spain. Perhaps salvation lies not with the Democrats but with the Eisenhower Republicans. After all, they have been doing the main fighting, even though they are somewhat inept and at times downright idiotic. The extent to which the Eisenhower Republicans can be depended on to handle McCarthy can be measured by the fact that McCarthy has no reason to split from the Republican Party at this time. McCarthy aims at 1956 and the presidency. The organization of a separate fascist party can wait until the experiment of capturing the Republican Party has played itself out. In the meantime, the GOP is a perfect arena for McCarthy at this stage of development of his fascist movement. The fact that McCarthy doesn't have the support at this time of the main sections of the big business rulers of the Republican Party is not decisive in 38. His calculations. His is a long-term perspective. The crisis of world capitalism is having an explosive effect on the stability and inner equilibrium of the American capitalist political structure. McCarthy obviously senses this. He is ready for sharp turns, sudden upsets, and for any number of cleavages and weaknesses to develop in the most solid and conservative section of the bourgeoisie. Those who think that the biggest and most powerful sections of American finance capital will never throw in their lot with McCarthy do not know these capitalists, their moods, or their problems. It is not only the new and fabulously rich oil tycoons who are fascist-minded. The key sectors of America's rulers would come to fascism in a moment if they thought that it could solve their problems. That's what McCarthy must prove to them, and that's all he must prove. Aim to win the elections. The Republican aim is to win the elections. That's the Democratic aim also. This is not meant to be facetious. American capitalist politics is unprincipled to the core, dominated as it is by an overriding concern for the enormous advantage that control of the administration gives to the capitalist group in power. In order to win, each side will resort to any lie, trick, or device that can bring victory. Last November Brownell showed how the Republican strategists operate. He accused Truman of harboring and promoting a Russian agent. The whole charge was calculated to swing the tide against the Democrats in the California congressional race then pending. The string of Democratic victories in the nationwide off-year elections had unnerved the Republican high command, and they resorted to the smear to discredit the Democratic Party and stop the Democratic election trend. What was the result? In answering Brownell, Truman characterized Brownell's method as McCarthyism. Whereupon McCarthy demanded and got equal time with Truman to answer him. Having seized the initiative, McCarthy took over the debate and beat the Republican Party and even Eisenhower himself over the head with the same club he used on Truman. From then on it was McCarthy's show. But this experience didn't inhibit the Republican high command from playing ball with McCarthy. They sent him out as their chief spokesman in opening the 1954 election campaign. 39. Feeds on witch hunt. McCarthy took advantage of this opening so aggressively and skillfully that the Republican administration had to make a stand against him. The line between the permissible and the impermissible had to be drawn, and the administration made its stand through the Army-McCarthy hearings. But it is precisely these hearings which revealed that their strategy is not to destroy McCarthy but merely to establish a modus vivendi in which the fascist demagogue would voluntarily restrict himself within certain limits. These limits are exactly what McCarthy must overstep in order to build his fascist movement. He overstepped them before, in taking advantage of the openings his Democratic and Republican opponents gave him. Such openings arise from the official witch hunt and its inevitable consequence, inter-party and inter-party witch hunting. Is there any reason to believe that McCarthy's opponents will now at long last refrain from creating new openings for him? It can be confidently predicted that the temptation to witch hunt opposing candidates in the prevailing fetid atmosphere will not be heroically resisted by the power-hungry contenders. While McCarthy makes the treason charge the kernel of his fascist program to save America and to establish his own dictatorship, the old-line machine men of the Republican Party can see a lot of merit in that charge as a formula for winning elections, if the necessary hysteria can be worked up to swing it into high gear. And isn't the Republican administration, with Eisenhower and Brownell in the lead, working day and night to build the hysteria and create precisely such a national lynch atmosphere? The moment another episode like Brownell's smear of Truman last November takes place, McCarthy will at one stroke wipe out any tactical losses he suffered in his fight with the Army and the administration. He will be completely vindicated. All grounds for anti-McCarthy maneuvers within the party and administration will be removed. McCarthy will then be able to make a new and powerful push in building his fascist network in all government and military agencies, as well as in mobilizing a mass following. The present relationship of forces between Democrats and Republicans in Congress is very close in both the Senate and the House. The Democrats are obviously depending on the usual midterm swing against the ins during periods of economic decline. The Republicans also are worried that the recession, which looks very much like a depression to the workers, will provoke a swing to the Democratic Party in 1954 that could roll on to 1956. At the same time, the farm vote hangs in the balance, and there is already evidence that a section of Eisenhower farm support has turned against him. Under all these 40 stances, with the fate of their whole administration at stake, it can hardly be expected that the Republicans will not use the witch hunt technique. There is no getting away from it. The witch hunt has a logic of its own, independent of the intentions of its authors and users. It was inevitable that the witch hunt, started by the Democrats under Truman, would develop until the capitalist politicians began to devour one another. And in this process, a fascist movement can maneuver with ease, gaining the initiative at every critical time. A new force in politics. This election year of 1954 is not merely another year in the seesaw between the two capitalist parties. Something new has been added. For the first time in American history, a powerful fascist movement is on the political scene. And the defeat of this fascist movement is now the main order of business before the working class of this country. When the Socialist Workers' Party says that the drive of a fascist movement toward power must be met by a counter-drive of the workers toward power, the labor officials and liberals smile indulgently and return to the practical questions of the day. But there were a lot smarter labor officials and liberals in Italy, Germany, and Spain, who rejected the reality of the struggle with fascism, and woke up in concentration camps or in exile. Other elements in and around the ideological fringe of the labor bureaucracy talk airily about fighting fascism, but are too sophisticated and too lacking in revolutionary faith in the capacity of the American proletariat, to talk of such clichés as a struggle for workers' power. The worst of these elements within the labor bureaucracy, or trying to crash the bureaucracy, is the Stalinists. The Stalinists not only refuse to talk of an orientation toward workers' power, it is their prime objective to prove that they have nothing to do with such irresponsible perspectives. For them, all strategy in fighting McCarthyism is reduced to the slogan, "Get into the Democratic Party." And yet any sober reflection on the real situation in the United States and the experience of Europe shows that we face precisely that alternative, workers' power or fascist power. It may be objected, are you serious? To whom are you addressing this program of struggle for workers' power as the only means to smash the fascist menace? To the American labor movement, with its corrupt, capitalist-minded labor bureaucracy. Isn't this somewhat ludicrous? 41. The need for a revolutionary socialist strategy to successfully fight McCarthyism is not a laughing matter. What is ludicrous is not the distance between our socialist program and the program of the labor bureaucracy, but rather the disproportion between the program of the labor bureaucracy and the objective reality. That is both ludicrous and tragic. The reality in America. Our program conforms to reality. It is based on both theoretical analysis and historical experience. But the program of the American labor bureaucracy is based on memories of the past, on a relation of class forces that is about to be blown up by the deepening of the world capitalist crisis within the American sector. That's why it is a worthless program. The reformist program of the bureaucracy and the Stalinists had some semblance of realism in the epoch of the rise of capitalism, or in countries like the US where the crisis of capitalism was delayed by way of imperialist expansion, that is, by way of thrusting the rest of the capitalist world into a deeper crisis. As long as capitalism operates more or less efficiently, the relations between the three classes, capitalist, middle class, and working class, are maintained with a degree of equilibrium. The middle class follows the capitalist class, and even drags the workers along with them through the labor bureaucracy. The class struggle, while constantly upsetting this equilibrium, doesn't fundamentally destroy it. But as soon as capitalism enters its decline, this relationship of class forces is sharply altered and the brittle political superstructure resting on the previously stable class relationships begins to crack up. The crisis of capitalism brings ruin and despair to the middle class and the working class. The alternating currents of boom and bust resolve into the alternatives of catastrophic war or catastrophic depression. This whole process creates an unbearable social tension, and a collective conviction arises that a change must absolutely be made. In such times the working class is presented with the opportunity to take the helm and steer society out of the capitalist morass. The middle class, suffering acutely from the effects of the capitalist crisis, is at that point the natural ally of the working class and would readily follow its lead toward a fundamental change in the social system. But should the working class falter, should it prove unable to rise to the tasks imposed by revolutionary times, then the whole situation deteriorates. All the worst features of the middle class, its prejudices, its inability to act as a cohesive 42. Class pursuing its own interests, its collective hysteria in times of crisis, become favorable factors for the rise of a fascist movement. The fascists then issue a counterfeit of the revolutionary program that the workers' organizations failed to present. They turn the program into its opposite. While appealing to the mass feeling that some change is absolutely essential, the change which they offer is a counter-revolutionary fascist change. All this is dressed up with whatever unrestrained demagoguery the moment requires. At the same time the capitalists, who have lost the ability to rule through middle-class liberal politicians and the labor bureaucracy, become receptive to the idea of using the fascist movement to establish their unquestioned rule by means of a blood nurse of the working class and the establishment of the iron-heel dictatorship of big business. This, in broad outline, is the perspective that confronts this country. There is no use looking the other way, or bemoaning our fate. There is no use complaining that the alternatives of fascism or socialism confront us too soon, that we need more time. The alternatives are here, now. The fascist movement is not waiting. The workers cannot and dare not wait. Thus the problem of problems now before us is to hasten the awakening of consciousness in the working class to the fact that the next few years will decide who will rule in the United States. A showdown crisis is before us. Either the capitalists will rule through a fascist dictatorship, or the workers will rule through a workers' and farmers' government. Those who think that all is lost and that fascism must succeed are the worst traitors and liars. The American workers have a tremendous capacity to rise to historic needs. The workers have learned a great deal since they first organized and beat the corporations, in the 30s. Everything intelligent, everything heroic, everything that made the American workers the most productive and most militant working class in the world will become aroused and active in the mortal struggle with fascism. For our part, we proceed with the utmost confidence. The present labor leadership will be shoved aside. Its pro-capitalist political program will be rejected by the new, young, militant layers of leader fighters which are today taking shape even during the darkest moments of reaction. And the program and leadership of the revolutionary socialists will be embraced by these millions of proletarian fighters who will smash and scatter the fascist movement. July 10, 1954. 3. The Myth of Women's Inferiority 12, 1954. Evelyn Reed. 43. One of the conspicuous features of capitalism, and of class society in general, is the inequality of the sexes. Men are the masters in economic, cultural, political, and intellectual life, while women play a subordinate and even submissive role. Only in recent years have women come out of the kitchens and nurseries to challenge men's monopoly. But the essential inequality still remains. This inequality of the sexes has marked class society from its very inception several thousand years ago, and has persisted throughout its three main stages: chattel slavery, feudalism, and capitalism. For this reason class society is aptly characterized as male-dominated. This domination has been upheld and perpetuated by the system of private property, the state, the church, and the form of family that served men's interests. On the basis of this historical situation, certain false claims regarding the social superiority of the male sex have been propagated. It is often set forth as an immutable axiom that men are socially superior because they are naturally superior. Male supremacy, according to this myth, is not a social phenomenon at a particular stage of history, but a natural law. Men, it is claimed, are endowed by nature with superior physical and mental attributes. An equivalent myth about women has been propagated to support this claim. It is set forth as an equally immutable axiom that women are socially inferior because they are naturally inferior to men. And what is the proof? They are the mothers. Nature, it is claimed, has condemned the female sex to an inferior status. This is a falsification of natural and social history. It is not nature, but class society, which lowered women and elevated men. Men won their social supremacy in struggle against and conquest over the women. But this sexual struggle was part and parcel of a great social struggle, the overturn of primitive society and the institution of class society. Women's inferiority is the product of 12 Read 1954. 44. A social system which has produced and fostered innumerable other inequalities, inferiorities, discriminations, and degradations. But this social history has been concealed behind the myth that women are naturally inferior to man. It is not nature, but class society, which robbed women of their right to participate in the higher functions of society and placed the primary emphasis upon their animal functions of maternity. And this robbery was perpetrated through a twofold myth. On the one side, motherhood is represented as a biological affliction arising out of the maternal organs of women. Alongside this vulgar materialism, motherhood is represented as being something almost mystical. To console women for their status as second-class citizens, mothers are sanctified, endowed with halos and blessed with special instincts, feelings, and knowledge forever beyond the comprehension of men. Sanctity and degradation are simply two sides of the same coin of the social robbery of women under class society. But class society did not always exist. It is only a few thousand years old. Men were not always the superior sex, for they were not always the industrial, intellectual, and cultural leaders. Quite the contrary. In primitive society, where women were neither sanctified nor degraded, it was the women who were the social and cultural leaders. Primitive society was organized as a matriarchy which, as indicated by its very name, was a system where women, not men, were the leaders and organizers. But the distinction between the two social systems goes beyond this reversal of the leadership role of the two sexes. The leadership of women in primitive society was not founded upon the dispossession of the men. On the contrary, primitive society knew no social inequalities, inferiorities, or discriminations of any kind. Primitive society was completely equalitarian. In fact, it was through the leadership of the women that the men were brought forward out of a more backward condition into a higher social and cultural role. In this early society, maternity, far from being an affliction or a badge of inferiority, was regarded as a great natural endowment. Motherhood invested women with power and prestige, and there were very good reasons for this. Humanity arose out of the animal kingdom. Nature had endowed only one of the sexes, the female sex, with the organs and functions of maternity. This biological endowment provided the natural bridge to humanity, as Robert Briffauld has amply demonstrated in his work The Mothers. 13. It was the female of the species who had the care and responsibility of feeding, tending and protecting the young. 13 Briffauld 1927. 45. However, as Marx and Engels have demonstrated, all societies both past and present are founded upon labor. Thus, it was not simply the capacity of women to give birth that played the decisive role, for all female animals also give birth. What was decisive for the human species was the fact that maternity led to labor, and it was in the fusion of maternity and labor that the first human social system was founded. It was the mothers who first took the road of labor, and by the same token blazed the trail toward humanity. It was the mothers who became the chief producers, the workers and farmers, the leaders in scientific, intellectual, and cultural life. And they became all this precisely because they were the mothers, and in the beginning maternity was fused with labor. This fusion still remains in the languages of primitive peoples, where the term for mother is identical with producer-procreatrix. We do not draw the conclusion from this that women are thereby naturally the superior sex. Each sex arose out of natural evolution, and each played its specific and indispensable role. However, if we use the same yardstick for women of the past as is used for men today's social leadership, then we must say that women were the leaders in society long before men, and for a far longer stretch of time. Our aim in this presentation is to destroy once and for all the myth perpetuated by class society that women are naturally or innately inferior. The most effective way to demonstrate this is to first of all set down in detail the labor record of primitive women. Control of the food supply. The quest for food is the most compelling concern of any society, for no higher forms of labor are possible unless and until people are fed. Whereas animals live on a day-to-day basis of food hunting, humanity had to win some measure of control over its food supply if it was to move forward and develop. Control means not only sufficient food for today but a surplus for tomorrow, and the ability to preserve stocks for future use. From this standpoint, human history can be divided into two main epochs: the food-gathering epoch, which extended over hundreds of thousands of years, and the food-producing epoch, which began with the invention of agriculture and stock breeding, not much more than 8,000 to 10,000 years ago. In the food-gathering epoch, the first division of labor was very simple. It is generally described as a sexual division, or division of labor between the 46 female and male sexes. Children contributed their share as soon as they were old enough, the girls being trained in female occupations and the boys in male occupations. The nature of this division of labor was a differentiation between the sexes in the methods and kinds of food gathering. Men were the hunters of big game, a full-time occupation which took them away from home or camp for longer or shorter periods of time. Women were the collectors of vegetable products around the camp or dwelling places. Now it must be understood that, with the exception of a few specialized areas in the world at certain historical stages, the most reliable sources for food supplies were not animal, supplied by the man, but vegetable, supplied by the women. As Otis Tufton Mason writes, "Wherever tribes of mankind have gone, women have found out that great staple productions were to be their chief reliance. In Polynesia it is tear, or breadfruit. In Africa it is the palm and tapioca, millet, or yams. In Asia it is rice. In Europe cereals. In America palm and potatoes or acorns and piñons in some places." Woman's share in primitive culture. Alexander Goldenweiser makes the same point. "Everywhere the sustenance of this part of the household is more regularly and reliably provided by the efforts of the homebound woman than by those of her roving hunter husband or son. It is, in fact, a familiar spectacle among all primitive peoples that the man, returning home from a more or less arduous chase, may yet reach home empty-handed and himself longing for food. Under such conditions, the vegetable supply of the family has to serve his needs as well as those of the rest of the household." Anthropology. Thus the most reliable supplies of food were provided by the women collectors, not the men hunters. But women were also hunters, hunters of what is known as slow game and small game. In addition to digging up roots, tubers, plants, etc., they collected grubs, bugs, lizards, mollusks and small animals such as hares, marsupials, etc. This activity of the women was of decisive importance. For much of this small game was brought back to the camp alive, and these animals provided the basis for the first experience and experiments in animal taming and domestication. 47. Thus it was in the hands of women that the all-important techniques of animal domestication began, which were ultimately climaxed in stock breeding. And this domestication has its roots in maternity. On this score, Mason writes, "Now the first domestication is simply the adoption of helpless infancy. The young kid or lamb or calf is brought to the home of the hunter. It is fed and caressed by the mother and her children, and even nourished at her breast. Innumerable references might be given to her caging and taming of wild creatures. Women were always associated especially with the milk and fleece-giving species of domestic animals." Ibid. While one aspect of women's food-gathering activity was thus leading to the discovery of animal domestication, another aspect was leading to the discovery of agriculture. This was women's labor in plying their digging sticks, one of the earliest tools of humanity to procure food from the ground. To this day, in some backward areas of the world, the digging stick remains as inseparable a part of the woman as her baby. When the Shoshone Indians of Nevada and Wyoming, for example, were discovered, they were called the diggers by the white men, because they still employed this technique in securing food supplies. And it was through this digging stick activity that women ultimately discovered agriculture. Sir James Frazer gives a good description of this process in its earliest stages. Using the natives of central Victoria, Australia, as an example, he writes, "The implement which they used to dig roots with was a pole 7 or 8 feet long, hardened in the fire and pointed at the end, which also served them as a weapon of offense and defense." Here we may detect some of the steps by which they advanced from digging to systematic cultivation of the soil. The long stick is driven firmly into the ground, where it is shaken so as to loosen the earth, which is scooped up and thrown out with the fingers of the left hand, and in this manner they dig with great rapidity. But the labor in proportion to the amount gained, is great. To get a yam about half an inch in circumference, they have to dig a hole about a foot square, and 2 feet in depth. A considerable portion of the time of the women and children is therefore passed in this employment. In fertile districts, where the yams grow abundantly, the ground may be riddled with holes, literally perforated with them. The effect of digging. 48. Up the earth in the search for roots and yams has been to enrich and fertilize the soil, and so to increase the crop of roots and herbs. Winnowing of the seeds on the ground which has thus been turned up with the digging sticks would naturally contribute to the same result. It is certain that winnowing seeds, where the wind carried some of the seeds away, bore fruit. The golden bough. In the course of time, the women learned how to aid nature by weeding out the garden patches and protecting the growing plants. And finally, they learned how to plant seeds and wait for them to grow. On this, A.S. Diamond writes, "Some of the food gatherers discovered, for example, that the crowns of yams, after removal of the tubers for eating, would grow again when put back into the earth. Once the technique was learned for one plant or root or grain, it could be extended to others. In the process of cultivation, not only was quantity assured, but the quality began to improve. The evolution of law and order. Not only were quantity and quality improved, but a whole series of new species of plants and vegetables were brought into existence. According to Chappell and Kuhn, through cultivation, the selective process had produced many new species or profoundly altered the character of the old. In Melanesia people grow yams 6 feet long and a foot or more thick. The miserable roots which the Australian digs wild from the ground is no more voluminous than a cigar." Principles of Anthropology. Mason sums up the steps taken in agriculture as follows: the evolution of primitive agriculture was first through seeking after vegetables, to moving near them, weeding them out, sowing the seed, cultivating them by hand, and finally the use of farm animals. OPCIT. According to Gordon Child, every single food plant of any importance, as well as other plants such as flax and cotton, was discovered by the women in the pre-civilized epoch. What happened in history? The discovery of agriculture and the domestication of animals made it possible for mankind to pass beyond the food-gathering epoch into the food-producing epoch, and this combination represented humanity's first conquest. 49. Over its food supplies. This conquest was achieved by the women. The great agricultural revolution, which provided the food for beast as well as man, was the crowning achievement of women's labor in plying their digging sticks. To gain control of the food supply, however, meant more than simply relying upon nature and its fertility. It required, above all, woman's reliance upon her own labor, her own learning and her own capacities for innovation and invention. Women had to find out all the particular methods of cultivation appropriate to each species of plant or grain. They had to acquire the techniques of threshing, winnowing, grinding, etc., and invent all the special tools and implements necessary for tilling the soil, reaping and storing tie crop, and then converting it into food. In other words, the struggle to win control over the food supply not only resulted in a development of agriculture, but also led to working out the first essentials in manufacturing and science. As Mason writes, the whole industrial life of woman was built up around the food supplies. From the first journey on foot to procure the raw materials until the food is served and eaten, there is a line of trades that are continuous and born of the environment. OPCIT. Women in industry, science, and medicine. The first division of labor between the sexes is often described in a simplified and misleading formula. The men, it is said, were the hunters and warriors, while the women stayed in the camp or dwelling house, raised the children, cooked and did everything else. This description has given rise to the notion that the primitive household was simply a more primitive counterpart of the modern home. While the men were providing all the necessities of society, the women were merely puttering around in the kitchens and nurseries. Such a concept is a gross distortion of the facts. Aside from the differentiation in food getting, there was virtually no division of labor between the sexes in all the higher forms of production for the simple reason that the whole industrial life of primitive society was lodged in the hands of the women. Cooking, for example, was not cooking as we know it in the modern individual home. Cooking was only one technique which women acquired as the result of the discovery and control of fire and their mastery of directed heat. 50. Uses of fire. All animals in nature fear fire and flee from it. Yet the discovery of fire dates back at least 500,000 years ago, before humanity became fully human. Regarding this major conquest, Gordon Childe writes, "In mastery of fire man was controlling a mighty physical force and a conspicuous chemical change. For the first time in history, a creature of nature was directing one of the great forces of nature. And the exercise of power must react upon the controller. In feeding and damping down the fire, in transporting and using it, man made a revolutionary departure from the behavior of other animals. He was asserting his humanity and making himself. Man makes himself. All the basic cooking techniques which followed upon the discovery of fire, broiling, boiling, roasting, baking, steaming, etc., were developed by the women. These techniques involved a continuous experimentation with the properties of fire and directed heat. It was in this experimentation that women developed the techniques of preserving and conserving food for future use. Through the application of fire and heat, women dried and preserved both animal and vegetable food for future needs. But fire represented much more than this. Fire was the tool of tools in primitive society. It can be equated to the control and use of electricity or even atomic energy in modern society. And it was the women, who developed all the early industries, who likewise uncovered the uses of fire as a tool in their industries. The first industrial life of women centered around the food supply. Preparing, conserving, and preserving food required the invention of all the necessary collateral equipment, containers, utensils, ovens, storage houses, etc. The women were the builders of the first caches, granaries and storehouses for the provisions. Some of these granaries they dug in the ground and lined with straw. On wet, marshy ground they constructed storehouses on poles above the ground. The need to protect the food in granaries from vermin resulted in the domestication of another animal, the cat. Mason writes, in this role of inventing the granary and protecting food from vermin, the world has to thank women for the domestication of the cat. Women tamed the wild cat for the protection of the granaries. OPCIT. It was the women, too, who separated out poisonous and injurious substances in foods. In the process, they often used directed heat to turn what was inedible in the natural state into a new food supply. To quote Mason again. 51. There are in many lands plants which in the natural state are poisonous or extremely acrid or pungent. The women of these lands have all discovered independently that boiling or heating drives off the poisonous or disagreeable element. Ibid, manioc, for example, is poisonous in its natural state. but the women converted this plant into a staple food supply through a complicated process of squeezing out its poisonous properties in a basketry press and driving out its residue by heating. Many inedible plants and substances were put to use by the women in their industrial processes, or converted into medicines. Dr. Dan Mackenzie lists hundreds of homeopathic remedies discovered by primitive women through their intimate knowledge of plant life. Some of these are still in use without alteration, others have been only slightly improved upon. Among these are important substances used for their narcotic properties. The infancy of medicine. Women discovered, for example, the properties of pine tar and turpentine, and of chalmugra oil, which today is a remedy for leprosy. They invented homeopathic remedies from acacia, alcohol, almond, asafoetida, balsam, betel, caffeine, camphor, caraway, digitalis, gum, barley water, lavender, linseed, parsley, peppers, pomegranate, poppy, rhubarb, senega, sugar, wormwood, and hundreds more. Depending upon where the natural substances were found, these inventions come from South America, Africa, North America, China, Europe, Egypt, etc. The women converted animal substances as well as vegetable substances into remedies. For example, they converted snake venom into a serum to be used against snake bites. An equivalent preparation made today from snake venom is known as antivenin. In the industries connected with the food supply, vessels and containers of all types were required for holding, carrying, cooking and storing food, as well as for serving food and drink. Depending upon the natural environment, these vessels were made of wood, bark, skin, pleated fibers, leather, etc. Ultimately, women discovered the technique of making pots out of clay. Fire was used as a tool in the making of wooden vessels. Mason gives a description of this technique, and it can be easily understood how the same technique was extended to the manufacture of the first canoes and other sailing craft. They burned out the hollow part, keeping the fire carefully checked and controlled. Then these marvelous jacks-all-trades removed the fire and brushed out the debris with improvised brooms of grass. By means of a scraper of flint which she had made, she dug away the charcoal until 52. She had exposed a clean surface of wood. The firing and scraping were repeated until the dugout assumed the required form. The trough completed, it was ready to do the boiling for the family as soon as the meat could be prepared and the stones heated. OPCIT. In this remarkable conversion, a substance, wood, which is ordinarily consumed by fire, was fashioned into a vessel for cooking food over fire. The industries of women, which arose out of the struggle to control the food supply, soon passed beyond this limited range. As one need was satisfied, new needs arose, and these in turn were satisfied in a rising spiral of new needs and new products. And it was in this production of new needs as well as new products that women laid down the foundation for the highest culture to come. Science arose side by side with the industry of women. Gordon Childe points out that to convert flour into bread requires a whole series of collateral inventions, and also knowledge of biochemistry and the use of the microorganism, yeast. The same knowledge of biochemistry which produced bread likewise produced the first fermented liquors. Women, Childe states, must also be credited with the chemistry of pot making, the physics of spinning, the mechanics of the loom and the botany of flax and cotton. From cordage to textiles. Cordage may appear to be a very humble trade, but cordage weaving was simply the beginning of a whole chain of industries which culminated in a great textile industry. Even the making of cordage requires not only manual skill, but the knowledge of selecting, treating, and manipulating the materials used. Chappell and Kuhn write. All known peoples make some use of cordage, whether it is for binding haftings on implements, making rabbit nets and string bags, or tying ornaments around their necks. Where skins are used most, as among the Eskimo, this cordage may consist mostly of thongs cut from hides and animal sinews. People who use few skins and live in forests, use vegetable fibers, such as rattan, hibiscus, fiber, and spruce roots, where no secondary treatment is necessary to make them serviceable. Other fibers are short, and must be twisted together into a continuous cord or thread. OPCIT. 53. Out of the technique of weaving, there arose the basket industry. Depending upon the locality, these baskets were made of bark, grass, bast, skins, roots. Some were woven, other types were sewed. The variety of baskets and other woven articles is enormous. Robert H. Lowy lists some of these as follows: burden baskets, water bottles, shallow bowls, parching trays, shields, in the Congo, caps and cradles, in California, fans, knapsacks, mats, satchels, boxes, fish creels, etc. Some of the baskets are so tightly woven that they are waterproof and used for cooking and storage. An Introduction to Social Anthropology. Some, writes Briffault, are so fine that they cannot be duplicated by modern machinery. The weaving of bark and grass fibers by primitive woman is often so marvelous that it could not be imitated by man at the present day, even with the resources of machinery. The so-called Panama hats, the best of which can be crushed and passed through a finger ring, are a familiar example. The mothers. In this industry, women utilized whatever resources nature placed at their disposal. In areas where the coconut is found, a superior cordage is made from the fibers of the husk. In the Philippines, an inedible species of banana furnished the famous Manila hemp for cordage and weaving. In Polynesia, the paper mulberry tree was cultivated for its bark. After the bark was beaten out by the women, it was made into cloth, and from this cloth they made shirts for men and women, bags, straps, etc. The textile industry emerged with the great agricultural revolution. In this complex industry there is a fusion of the techniques learned by the women in both agriculture and industry. As Gordon Childe writes, a textile industry not only requires the knowledge of special substances like flax, cotton, and wool, but also the breeding of special animals and the cultivation of particular plants. Man makes himself. A textile industry, moreover, requires a high degree of mechanical and technical skill, and a whole series of collateral inventions. For such an industry to develop, Childe continues, another complex of discoveries and inventions is requisite, a further body of scientific knowledge must be practically applied. Among the prerequisite inventions, a device for spinning is important, most essential is a loom. 54. Now a loom is quite an elaborate piece of machinery much too complicated to be described here. Its use is no less complicated. The invention of the loom was one of the great triumphs of human ingenuity. Its inventors are nameless, but they made an essential contribution to the capital stock of human knowledge. Ibid. Hunting, apart from its value in augmenting the food supply, was an extremely important factor in human development. In the organized hunt, men had to collaborate with other men, a feature unknown in the animal world where competitive struggle is the rule. On this point, Chappell and Kuhn state, hunting is fine exercise for body and brain. It stimulates and may have selected for the qualities of self-control, cooperation, tempered aggressiveness, ingenuity and inventiveness, and a high degree of manual dexterity. Mankind could have gone through no better school in its formative period. OPCIT. Leather makers. However, because hunting was man's work, historians are prone to glorify it beyond its specific limits. While the men, to be sure, contributed to the food supply by their hunting, it was women's hands that prepared and conserved the food, and utilized the byproducts of the animals in their industries. It was the women who developed the techniques of tanning and preserving skins, and who founded the great leather-making industries. Leather-making is a long, difficult, and complicated process. Lowy describes the earliest form of this type of labor as it is still practiced by the Ona women of Tierra del Fuego. When the hunters have brought back a guanaco hide, the woman, he tells us, kneels on the stiff rawhide and laboriously scrapes off the fatty tissue and the transparent layer below it with her quartz blade. After a while she kneads the skin piecemeal with her fists, going over the whole surface repeatedly and often bringing her teeth into play until it is softened. If the hair is to be taken off, that is done with the same scraper. OPCIT. The scraper that Loe speaks about is, along with the digging stick, one of the two most ancient tools of humanity. Side by side with the wooden digging stick. 55. That was used in vegetable collecting, and later in agriculture, there evolved the chipped stone, scraper, or fist axe used in manufacturing. On this subject Briffauld writes, the scrapers which form so large a proportion of prehistoric tools were used and made by women. Much controversy took place as to the possible use of these scrapers. The fact that went farthest towards silencing skepticism was that the Eskimo women at the present day use instruments identical with those their European sisters left in such abundance in the drift gravels of the Ice Age. The scrapers and knives of the Eskimo women are often elaborately and even artistically mounted on handles of bone. In South Africa the country is strewn with scrapers identical with those of Paleolithic Europe. From the testimony of persons intimately acquainted with the Bushmen, these implements were manufactured by the women. OPCIT. Mason corroborates this. Scrapers are the oldest implements of any craft in the world. The Indian women of Montana still receive their trade from their mothers, and they in turn were taught by theirs, an unbroken succession since the birth of the human species. OPCIT. Tanning. But leather making, like most other trades, required more than manual labor. Women had to learn the secrets of chemistry in this trade too, and in the process of their labor they learned how to use one substance to effect a transformation in another substance. Tanning is essentially a chemical alteration in the raw hide. Among the Eskimos, writes Loe, this chemical change is achieved by steeping the skins in a basin of urine. In North America, the Indian women used the brains of animals in a special preparation, in which the skin was soaked and the chemical alteration thus achieved. True tanning, however, requires the use of oak bark or some other vegetable substance containing tannic acid. As part of the process of leather making, the women smoked the leather over a shouldering fire. The shields of the North American Indians were so tough that they were not only arrow-proof, but sometimes even bullet-proof. Leather products cover as vast as basketry. Loe lists some of the uses of leather. Asiatic nomads used it for bottles, East Africans for shields and cloth. 56. Among the North American Indians, it was used for robes, shirts, dresses, leggings, moccasins. The latter also used leather for their tents, cradles and shields. They stored smoking outfits and sundries in buckskin pouches, and preserved meat in rawhide cases. The elaborate assortment of leather products made by the North American Indian women never cease to excite the admiration of visitors to the museums in which they are collected. Briffauld points out that women had to know in advance the nature of the particular hide they were preparing, and to decide in advance the type of product for which it was best suited. It varies infinitely according to the use for which the leather is intended, pliable skin smoothed out to a uniform thickness and retaining the layer to which the hair is attached, hard hides for tents, shields, canoes, boots, thin, soft washable leather for clothing. All these require special technical processes which primitive woman has elaborated. OPCIT. Mason writes. On the American continent alone, women skin dressers knew how to cure and manufacture hides of cats, wolves, foxes, all the numerous skunk family, bears, coons, seals, walrus, buffalo, musk ox, goats, sheep, antelopes, moose, deer, elk, beaver, hares, opossum, muskrat, crocodile, tortoise, birds, and innumerable fishes and reptiles. If aught in the heavens above, or on earth beneath, or in the waters wore a skin, savage women were found on examination, to have a name for it and to have succeeded in turning it into its primitive use for human clothing, and to have invented new uses for it undreamed of by its original owner. OPCIT. Pot makers and artists. Pot making, unlike many of the other industries of women, entailed the creation of entirely new substances which do not exist ready-made in nature. On this point Gordon Childe writes, "Pot making is perhaps the earliest conscious utilization by man of a chemical change. The essence is that she can mold a piece of clay into 57. Any shape she desires and then give that shape permanence by firing, i.e., heating to over 600 degrees Celsius. To early man this change in the quality of the material must have seemed a sort of magic transubstantiation, the conversion of mud or dust into stone. The discovery of pottery consisted essentially in finding out how to control and utilize the chemical change just mentioned. But, like all other discoveries, its practical application involves others. To be able to mold your clay you must wet it, but if you put your damp plastic pot straight into the fire, it will crack. The water, added to the clay to make it plastic, must be dried out gently in the sun or near the fire, before the vessel can be baked. Again, the clay has to be selected and prepared, some process of washing must be devised to eliminate coarse material. In the process of firing the clay changes not only its physical consistency, but also its color. Man had to learn to control such changes as these, and to utilize them to enhance the beauty of the vessel. Thus the potter's craft, even in its crudest and most generalized form, was already complex. It involved an appreciation of a number of distinct processes, the application of a whole constellation of discoveries. Building up a pot was a supreme instance of creation by man. Man makes himself. Indeed, primitive woman, as the first potter, took the dust of the earth and fashioned a new world of industrial products out of clay. Decorative art developed side by side with all of these industries in the hands of the women. Art grew out of labor. As Loewy writes, "A basket maker unintentionally becomes a decorator, but as soon as the patterns strike the eye, they may be sought deliberately. The coiling of a basket may suggest a spiral, twining the galoche, etc. What is more, when these geometrical figures have once been grasped as decorative, they need not remain riveted to the craft in which they arose. A potter may paint a twilled design on his vase, a carver may imitate it on his wooden goblet. OPCIT. The leather products of women are remarkable not only for their efficiency but also for the beauty of their decorations. And when women reached the stage of cloth making, they wove fine designs into the cloth, and invented dyes and the techniques of dyeing. 58. Architect and engineer. Perhaps the least known activity of primitive women is their work in construction, architecture, and engineering. Briffault writes, "We are no more accustomed to think of the building art and of architecture than of boot making or the manufacture of earthenware as feminine occupations. Yet the huts of the Australian, of the Andaman Islanders, of the Patagonians, of the Botocudos, the rough shelters of the Seri, the skin lodges and wigwams of the American Indian, the black camel hair tent of the Bedouin, the yurta of the nomads of Central Asia all are the exclusive work and special care of the women. Sometimes these more or less movable dwellings are extremely elaborate. The yurta, for example, is sometimes a capacious house, built on a framework of poles, pitched in a circle and strengthened by a trellis work of wooden patterns, the whole being covered with a thick felt, forming a dome-like structure. The interior is divided into several compartments. With the exception of the wood, all its component parts are the product of the Turcoman woman, who busies herself with the construction and the putting together of the various parts. The pueblos of New Mexico and Arizona recall the picturesque skyline of an oriental town. Clusters of many-storied houses rise in terraced tiers, the flat roof of one serving as a terrace for that above. The upper stories are reached by ladders or by outside stairs, and the walls are ornamental crenellated battlements, courtyards and piazzas, streets and curious public buildings that serve as clubs and temples, as their innumerable ruins testify. OPCIT. The Spanish priests who settled among the Pueblo Indians were astonished at the beauty of the churches and convents that these women built for them. They wrote back to their European countrymen, "No man has ever set his hand to the erection of a house. These buildings have been erected solely by the women, the girls, and the young men of the mission, for among these people it is the custom that the women build the houses. Quoted by Briffault, OPCIT. Under the influence of the missionaries, men began to share in this labor, but their first efforts were greeted with hilarity by their own people. As one Spanish priest wrote, the poor embarrassed wretch was surrounded by a jeering crowd of women and children, who mocked and laughed, and thought. 59. It the most ludicrous thing they had seen, that a man should be engaged in building a house. Ibid, today, just the opposite is laughed at, that women should engage in the building and engineering trades. On women's backs. Women were not only the skilled workers of primitive society. They were also the haulers and drayers of goods and equipment. Before domesticated animals released women from part of their loads, it was on their backs that primitive transportation was effected. They conveyed not only the raw materials used in their industries, but entire households of goods being moved from one place to another. On every migration, and these were frequent before settled village life developed, it was the women who took down the tents, wigwams, or huts, and put them up again. It was the women who transported the loads, along with their babies, from one settlement or camp to another. And in everyday life, it was the women who carried the heavy loads of firewood, water, food, and other necessities. Even today, the women among the Ona tribes of Tierra del Fuego, as Chappell and Kuhn point out, carry loads of well over 100 pounds when they change campsites. Of the Akikuyus of East Africa, the Routledges write that men were unable to lift loads of more than 40 to 60 pounds, while the women carried 100 pounds or more. When a man states, "This is a very heavy load, it is fit to be carried by a woman, not a man," he is only stating a fact. W. Scoresby and Catherine Routledge, with a prehistoric people. Regarding this aspect of women's work, Mason writes, "From woman's back to the car and stately ship is the history of that greatest of all arts which first sent our race exploring and processing the whole earth. I do not wonder that the ship carpenter carves the head of a woman on the prow of his vessel, nor that locomotives should be addressed as she. OPCIT. Does all this extensive labor activity mean that women were oppressed, exploited, and ground down, according to our modem notions? Not at all. Quite the reverse was true. On this score, Briffault writes. 60. The fanciful opinion that women are oppressed in savage societies was partly due to the complacency of civilized man, and partly to the fact that the women are seen to work hard. Wherever women were seen engaged in laborious toil, their status was judged to be one of slavery and oppression. No misunderstanding could be more profound. The primitive woman is independent because, not in spite of her labor. Generally speaking, it is in those societies where women toil most that their status is most independent and their influence greatest. Where they are idle, and the work is done by slaves, the women are, as a rule, little more than sexual slaves. No labor of any kind is, in primitive society, other than voluntary, and no toil is ever undertaken by the women in obedience to an arbitrary order. Referring to the Zulu women, a missionary writes, "Whoever has observed the happy appearance of the women at their work and toil, their gaiety and chatter, their laughter and song, let him compare with them the bearing of our own working women." OPCIT. It is not labor, but exploited and forced labor, that is galling to the human being. When women began their labor, they had no one to teach them. They had to learn everything the hard way through their own courage and persistent efforts. Some of the first hints they probably took from nature itself. Mason writes, "Women were instructed by the spiders, the nest builders, the starers of food and the workers in clay like the mud wasps and termites. It is not meant that these creatures set up schools to teach dull women how to work, but that their quick minds were on the alert for hints coming from these sources. It is in the apotheosis of industrialism that woman has borne her part so persistently and well. At the very beginning of human time she laid down the lines of her duties, and she has kept to them unremittingly." OPCIT. The first collective. But because women began their labor in so humble a fashion, many historians have presented women's industries as merely household crafts or handicrafts. The fact is that before machines were developed there was no other 61 kind of craft than handcraft. Before specialized factories were developed in the towns and cities, there was no other factory but the household. Without these households and their handicrafts, the great guilds of the Middle Ages could not have come into existence. Nor, indeed, could the whole modern world of mechanized farms and streamlined industries have come into existence. When women began their labor they pulled mankind out of the animal kingdom. They were the initiators of labor and the originators of industry, the prime mover that lifted humanity out of the ape-like state. And side by side with their labor there arose speech. As Engels points out, the development of labor necessarily helped to bring the members of society closer together by multiplying cases of mutual support and joint activity, the origin of language from and in the process of labor in the only correct one. First comes labor, after it and then side by side with it, articulate speech. The part played by labor in the transition from ape to man. While men undoubtedly developed some speech in connection with the organized hunt, the decisive development of language arose out of the labor activity of the women. As Mason writes, woman, having the whole round of industrial arts on their minds all day and every day, must be held to have invented and fixed the language of the same. Dr. Brinton, in a private letter, says that in most early languages not only is there a series of expressions belonging to the women, but in various places we find a language belonging to the women quite apart from that of the men. Savage men in hunting and fishing are kept alone, and have to be quiet, hence their taciturnity. But women ate together and chatter all day long. Apart from the centers of culture, women are still the best dictionaries, talkers, and letter writers. OPCIT. What labor and speech represented, first of all and above everything else, was the birth of the human collective. Animals are obliged, by nature's laws, to remain in individualistic competition with one another. But the women, through labor, displaced nature's relationships and instituted the new, human relationships of the labor collective. 62. Household. The community. The primitive household was the whole community. In place of individualism, social collectivity was the mode of existence. In this respect, Gordon Childe writes, the Neolithic crafts have been presented as household industries. Yet the craft traditions are not individual, but collective traditions. The experience and wisdom of all the community's members are constantly being pooled. It is handed on from parent to child by example and precept. The daughter helps her mother at making pots, watches her closely, imitates her, and receives from her lips oral directions, warnings, and advice. The applied sciences of Neolithic times were handed on by what today we should call a system of apprenticeship. In a modern African village, the housewife does not retire into seclusion in order to build up and fire her pots. All the women of the village work together, chatting and comparing notes, they even help one another. The occupation is public, its rules are the result of communal experience. And the Neolithic economy as a whole cannot exist without cooperative effort. Man makes himself. Thus the crowning achievement of women's labor was the building and consolidation of the first great human collective. In displacing animal individualism with collective life and labor, they placed an unbridgeable gulf between human society and the animal kingdom. They won the first great conquest of mankind, the humanizing and socializing of the animal. It was in and through this great work that women became the first workers and farmers, the first scientists, doctors, architects, engineers, the first teachers and educators, nurses, artists, historians and transmitters of social and cultural heritage. The households they managed were not simply the collective kitchens and sewing rooms, they were also the first factories, scientific laboratories, medical centers, schools, and social centers. The power and prestige of women, which arose out of their maternal functions, were climaxed in the glorious record of their socially useful labor activity. 63. Emancipation of the men. So long as hunting was an indispensable full-time occupation, it relegated men to a backward existence. Hunting trips removed men for extended periods of time from the community centers and from participation in the higher forms of labor. The discovery of agriculture by the women, and their domestication of cattle and other large animals, brought about the emancipation of the men from their hunting life. Hunting was then reduced to a sport, and men were freed for education and training in the industrial and cultural life of the communities. Through the increase in food supplies, populations grew. Nomadic campsites were transformed into settled village centers, later evolving into towns and cities. In the first period of their emancipation, the work of the men, compared with that of the women, was, quite naturally, unskilled labor. They cleared away the brush and prepared the ground for cultivation by the women. They felled trees, and furnished the timber for construction work. Only later did they begin to take over the work of construction, just as they also took over the care and breeding of livestock. But, unlike the women, the men did not have to start from first beginnings. In a short time, they began not only to learn all the skilled crafts of the women but to make vast improvements in tools, equipment, and technology. They initiated a whole series of new inventions and innovations. Agriculture took a great step forward with the invention of the plow and the use of domesticated animals. For a fragment of time, historically speaking, and flowing out of the emancipation of the men from hunting, the division of labor between the sexes became a reality. Together, men and women furthered the abundance of food and products, and consolidated the first settled villages. But the agricultural revolution, brought about by the women, marks the dividing line between the food-gathering and food-producing epochs. By the same token, it marks the dividing line between savagery and civilization. Still further, it marks the emergence of a new social system and a reversal in the economic and social leadership role of the sexes. The new conditions, which began with food abundance for mounting populations, released a new productive force, and with it, new productive relations. The old division of labor between the sexes was displaced by a new series of social divisions of labor. Agricultural labor became separated from urban industrial labor, skilled labor from unskilled. And women labor was gradually taken over by the men. 64. With the potter's wheel, for example, men specialists took over pot making from the women. As Child writes, ethnography shows that potters who use the wheel are normally male specialists, no longer women, for whom potting is just a household task like cooking and spinning. What happened in history? Men took over the ovens and kilns that had been invented by the women, and developed them into smithies and forges, where they converted the earth's metals, copper, gold, and iron. The Metal Age was the dawn of man's epoch. And the most common name today, M.R. Smith, has its origin in that dawn. The very conditions that brought about the emancipation of the men brought about the overthrow of the matriarchy and the enslavement of the women. As social production came into the hands of the men, women were dispossessed from productive life and driven back to their biological function of maternity. Men took over the reins of society and founded a new social system which served their needs. Upon the ruins of the matriarchy, class society was born. From this labor record of the women in the earlier social system, it can be seen that both sexes have played their parts in building society and advancing humanity to its present point. But they did not play them simultaneously or uniformly. There has actually been an uneven development of the sexes. This, in turn, is only an expression of the uneven development of society as a whole. During the first great epoch of social development, it was the women who pulled humanity forward and out of the animal kingdom. Since the first steps are hardest to take, we can only regard the labor and social contribution of the women as decisive. It was their achievements in the fields of production, cultural and intellectual life which made civilization possible. Although it required hundreds of thousands of years for the women to lay down these social foundations, it is precisely because they laid them down so firmly and so well that it has taken less than 4,000 years to bring civilization to its present estate. It is therefore unscientific to discuss the superiority of men ot women outside the framework of the actual processes of history. In the course of history, a great reversal took place in the social superiority of the sexes. First came the women, biologically endowed by nature. Then came the men, socially endowed by the women. To understand these historical facts is to avoid the pitfalls of arbitrary judgment made through emotion or prejudice. And to understand these facts is to explode the myth that women are naturally inferior to men. 65. This debate was generated by a column in The Militant regarding the question of cosmetics, written by Joseph Hansen, under the pen name of Jack Bustlow. The debate found its way into a special internal bulletin, to which Evelyn Reed also contributed, in defense of the Bustlow column. On cosmetics. Marjorie McGowan. I wish to enter the discussion in the paper on the subject of cosmetics with the blunt statement that I found Jack Bustlow's article Sagging Cosmetic Lines Try a Facelift both offensive and presumptuous in tone, and false in content and implications. I believe that the editors should exercise more discrimination in the publication of articles concerning which there may be controversy, or quite possibly what is indicated is a controversy which will clear up for the editors in what way they should be discriminating. At any rate, it seemed clear to this reader that the Bustlow article was sharply out of place in the paper with its high standard of revolutionary journalism. Bustlow's subsequent letter of August 16, a fabric of half-truths laid out in a pattern of fancy but meaningless prose, only carried to its logical conclusion the implications and undertones of the first article, and for this reason, I wish to deal with the letter rather than the off-ending article. His entire August 16 letter is rooted in an erroneous assumption, that the revolution will create, out of the whole cloth, entire new standards of morality and beauty, and that not much in the lumber room of bourgeois morals and beauty will prove very useful. I believe this to be both false and unscientific. 66. The revolution in technology and science which reached its highest development under capitalism in the last 40 years or so, has wrought a partial revolution in all phases of life, in the relation between the sexes, in sexual morality, in medicine, in nutrition and health, in architecture, in art, in beauty, in hobbies for leisure, in city planning, in child rearing, in methods of education, in psychology, a revolution in life and in living which cannot be completed and consummated until released from the restrictions and bonds imposed by the private ownership in the means of production. These new, progressive, and highly creative developments in all phases of life stand in sharp opposition to and are caught up in dynamic contradiction with the antiquated economic system of capitalism. They cannot be deepened and extended throughout the entire social body and find their expression as the new and modern way of life until freed by the worldwide socialist revolution. Only then can the new and revolutionary developments expand unhindered throughout the world. It is unscientific to conceive, as does Bustlow, that socialism will throw out everything which it inherits from capitalism and create everything new starting from the beginning. Rather, socialism will keep all that is revolutionary and progressive and all that men and women by their demands and desires wish to keep as good and worthy of further development. In my opinion, there will be a vast indebtedness which the socialist world will, in hindsight, accredit to capitalism, including much of its lumber room of morals and beauty. Socialism, for instance, will not throw out the morality of bourgeois society in toto and create a new one out of the whole cloth. Morality has been in the process of evolution during all of the centuries of mankind, and the socialist society is not going to write off a part of the historical heritage of the human race as being totally useless. Rather, socialism will extract the hypocrisy and the mysticism out of bourgeois morality and leave the universal ideals of human brotherhood and make a reality of the golden rule. Nor will socialism throw out the revolution which is taking place in modern architecture, with its unity of the natural and the man-made, nor the trend toward the decentralization and planning of cities going on before our eyes in the creation of tracts with their schools, stores, and social services, anarchistic, to be sure, at the hands of the builders and realtors. Rather, socialism will free this revolution from the bonds of the profit system, and cities will be planned for the use, convenience, and beauty of living, rather than for the profit of the realtors, investors, speculators, and contractors. Nor can we conceive of socialism rejecting the revolution which is taking place in art. Art has pervaded all phases of life. Pots, pans, fabrics, furniture, lamps, stoves, landscaping, architecture, all objects in the environment have become mediums for the creative expression of the artist and the designer. 67. Art is no longer restricted to formalistic classifications, as sculpture or pictures hung on the walls of the wealthy or in museums, but is diffused and coordinated in the beauty and the unity of all objects in the environment of the wealthy, the upper middle class, and even in the homes of some of the more privileged workers. Socialist man is not going to dismiss these manifestations of new and vitally progressive art forms, starting all over with something new and different and inconceivable to our minds because unknown and unrelated to its past development. Rather, the revolution in art forms will no longer be just for those who can afford them, or be shackled with mortgages and time payments, but will be the rightful heritage of every citizen in the communal world. Communist man will make an art of his way of life, surrounding himself with the creative outpourings of his inherent talent. Nor will the socialist world create entire new forms of occupation for leisure hours out of the whole cloth. As an example, Comrade Cannon's theory of the resurgence of handicrafts is taking place on all social levels in the tremendous boom in the do-it-yourself crafts. The revolution will complete and free this trend which clearly expresses and fulfills a driving need in man, and will make it economically possible to have both the leisure and the material means to engage in craft activities. These are only a few examples of what is meant by the revolution in living. We could go on with further illustrations, but suffice it to say that socialism will not create entire new standards in medicine, health, nutrition, child rearing, psychology, methods of teaching, etc., unrelated from their historic past and their present development. Instead, it will extend and continue the revolution which capitalist technology has already commenced, but freed from the contradictions and restrictions imposed by a decadent, reactionary political economic system. What holds true for the rest of life also relates to beauty in the female form around which the discussion on cosmetics revolves. The development of the future must be sought out in the seeds of the present. The beauty of tomorrow will not be created out of nothing, but out of the living forces and tendencies of today. This is the only scientific way to proceed in any question. We do not engage in a stargazing or crystal ball divining. Jack Bustlow, however, didn't look at what 40 or 50 million women want today as a basis for deciding what they might want in the future. Rather, in pompous disregard for the aspirations of modem women, he rejects these aspirations as false and depicts the women as mere ignorant dupes of the capitalist hucksters. I personally find it inexcusable that column space should be given to a self-appointed judge of what constitutes feminine strivings and what constitutes a social norm of female beauty, all under the pretext of a survey of 168th phase of the American economy. I wholeheartedly endorse the right of self-determination in the very personal matter of what strikes the individual as beautiful, but social norms of beauty are determined socially, not by the dictates of some individual or other. Bustlow has a right to his own opinion of what he considers beautiful. However, involved here is not his opinion, per se, but the fact that he has set up his opinion against the strivings of millions of women in capitalist society and said, in effect, the well-scrubbed look shall be the standard of tomorrow and should be the standard of today. Let us not gild the lily. I see all this in my crystal ball. Not only does he show a remarkable ignorance of female psychology, but as remarkable an ignorance of the history and meaning of cosmetics. As he points out with considerable flourish, the mores in beauty change, evolve and grow along with developing civilization. However, all of this change and the course of its development cannot be reduced to one source as he attempts to do, to the dictates of a ruling class in a class society. However the mores might change, the strivings for beauty are the product of profoundly powerful forces implicit in the human personality and in the relation between the sexes, and have a more direct relation to the forces of reproduction than to those of production. The use of cosmetics and other means of bodily decoration are older than written history, and women were gilding the lily long before the class struggle came into existence, and from all the signposts of today, they shall continue to do so long after the class struggle has passed out of existence. As such, this is a question which both transcends the confines of the class relationships, and, at the same time, is contained and determined by it. The fact is, as in all other phases of life in capitalist America, a revolution has been going on in standards of beauty side by side with and flowing out of the revolution in technology. This revolution is more than cosmetic deep. It involves the glow of physical health and good nutrition, which stands in direct relation to the higher standards of living of the American economy. It also involves the freer and more informal mode of attire, the more natural gestures and grace of movement, which flow out of and parallel the concurrent revolution in sexual morality of the last 35 years or so. The long-stemmed American beauty, full of natural vitality and physical grace, with shining hair, clear eyes, smooth skin, and natural cosmetics with a trace of accent here and there, is no fiction but an American commonplace. This type of beauty is the American social standard, whatever Bustlow might think of it, but by and large it is the exclusive property of first of all youth, and secondly of wealth. If this American beauty is also neurosis-ridden, as our observant Bustlow comments upon, this only demonstrates that things are considerably more complicated than they seem. But why throw out the baby with the bath? 69. The cosmetic industry and their hucksters do not thrive on the natural beauty which is the birthright of youth of whatever class. It thrives on the lilies who have begun to fade, a phenomenon of nature which strikes every woman in her 30s. And in days of yesteryear, a woman was rated old by the time she reached her 40s. It is an inherent part of every normal female ego to strive toward the preservation of youthful beauty, and this is a proper female goal worthy of the considered attention of a revolutionist. The goal of preserving youth as long as reasonably possible has always occupied the attention of the human race, but for the woman of the working class to achieve this goal, considerable effort and expense is entailed. Once the fresh bloom of youth is gone, the working class woman has neither the means to patronize the beauty shops nor the energy after wrestling with pots, pans and children to devote to the preservation of personal beauty, and soon she has joined the ranks of the drab millions, cheated of a good part of life's thrill. But one look at the radiance of movie stars in their middle 40s, achieved solely through a higher standard of living and the alchemy of the modem beauty temples, is enough to convince millions of women that this is something they want to. Who, we may ask, is Jack Bustlow to leave us with the implication that this is something ridiculous? And who is he to set himself up as a self-styled authority on the merits of soap and water, not to speak of rice powder, as opposed to all the women who find that creams and lotions do a better job? And who is he to say that the quest for personal beauty is not a legitimate goal of all women, that character is more the ticket? This finding of beauty in the spirit and character of the working class woman is legitimate for a revolutionist. But let us not confuse means and ends. There is nothing beautiful in the dishpan hands, the premature wrinkles, the scraggly hair, the dumpy figures in dumpy house dresses, the ugly furniture and the hodgepodge accessories of the working class woman and her home. To find beauty there is nothing other than the ultra-leftism of the radical snob, an affectation, belonging to the days when long hair and dirty ears were the hallmark of the real honest-to-goodness radical. If the hungry spirit of the working class woman did not yearn for the beautiful surroundings which are the exclusive property of the leisure and upper middle class, if the women did not hunger for personal beauty in their bodies, in their clothes, in their environment, there wouldn't be any struggle, nor any revolution, nor any socialism. The spirit is, indeed, a beautiful thing because it is alive, vital, and progressive. But the spirit moves out and away from the dirt, squalor, and the grind of today toward the beauty of the free world of tomorrow. He who finds magnificence in squalor, or even satisfaction in it, will never rise above it. But he or she whom the spirit moves shall find at the end of the struggle the true goals of the human race. 70. More on cosmetics. Jean Morgan. Jack Bustlow's article on cosmetics and his letter entitled "Is Beauty Deeper Than Cosmetics?" makes the point that the beauty of working-class women, like the beauty of the pioneer women, lies in their character, and it is manifest not in the cosmetics they indulge in but the deeds they perform. Let me say, first of all, that working-class women do not indulge in cosmetics. Our use of cosmetics is far from an indulgence, it is basically an economic necessity, and from this has become an aesthetic necessity. If a woman applying for office work, a waitress job or domestic work forgets about her personal appearance and ignores it, she will surely be the last to be hired, unless she has some really exceptional skill or background. In unskilled factory work, the appearance of physical strength and stamina counts the most. But even in this case, the appearance of stamina, youth, and vigor is augmented by cosmetics. You can't go out hunting even a factory job, looking as tired as you might feel. Cosmetics brighten up a weary face and give the illusion of the necessary vigor and youth. Do you know, Mr. Bustlow, that a young woman who has only minor office skills, is already a glut on the labor market at the age of 25? Employers advertising for office help will very often indicate that under 25 is all they are considering. Youthfulness is admired by the employer not for aesthetic reasons at all, as one might imagine, but merely because it indicates a greater capacity for energetic work. Do you disapprove if women indulge in cosmetics to acquire the bright-eyed, youthful, healthy, and vigorous look needed to get such jobs? But all women cannot work and support themselves. Jobs are not as plentiful for women as for men. Those jobs which are open to women pay a great deal less. And this simple economic fact creates the great competitive enterprise known as getting and keeping a husband. One would think that men would recognize this and fight for equal job rights for women, if only to free themselves of the compulsive element in marriage. This grandiose competition, which has countless forms, both open and subtle, consumes a great part of women's time and thought. And one of the major tools of this competition is sexual accentuation through the use of cosmetics. Although this is often viewed as more of women's trickery, it is not something to be laid at their doorstep. At bottom it is an economic problem. Caput 71. Alism cannot provide jobs for all the members of the working class, male and female. The male half of the population is expected to support the female half. Marriage is the medium for this, and the most complex, fantastic, and subtle attitudes of morality and aesthetics are developed to help bring this male-female relationship into operation. And by the way, this relationship, which was once taken for granted, breaks down in the decline of capitalism and forces many married women to take on the double burden of domestic service in her home and wage work in the outside world. Accentuation of sexuality through cosmetics is necessary in the competition for a husband and economic security. This may be unfortunate, or ridiculous, or degrading, but it is also a bare fact of contemporary existence, stripped of all its romantic trimmings. Mr. Bustlow may laugh at cosmetic improvement and sexual accentuation and ridicule the women victims who concentrate on this to the detriment of the rest of their personalities, but the capitalist system has conditioned him, and men in general, to respond to this kind of sexuality, often without even knowing what he is responding to. However, it is true that if all the ordinary women had good health, a buoyant, optimistic attitude, well-made clothing, it would go a long way toward the destruction of the cosmetic industry. Good health, a good figure, a clear skin, sparkling eyes, lustrous hair, all these things come first of all from a good diet, not a starch-filled diet of too much bread and potatoes, but a diet that includes plenty of eggs and steak and fresh vegetables. And a buoyant, optimistic attitude is the product of a happy life with perspectives for the future. Can capitalism give these things to all women? Bustlow may be able to retain a warmth and affection toward the working class woman who has had too little rest and too much anxiety and worry. He may admire her moral beauty, but she herself and her husband and her friends will not find this consideration too useful. Very few people today can go along with Bustlow's attitude that ordinary women are beautiful no matter how toil-worn, especially very few men. This moral beauty, which is treasured by those who are more conscious than the average, is not much used to the ordinary husband and wife whose aesthetic and sexual ideals are built on the ordinary standards. Why shouldn't a woman paint her face, dye her hair, use perfume, and whatever else is necessary to help fulfill the aesthetic and sexual desires of both herself and her husband? Between Mr. Jack Bustlow and the world at large, she is damned if she does and damned if she doesn't. It is quite true that the great use of cosmetics today is one of the signs of the barbarism of the times, but not as Bustlow understands it. Cosmetics are 72. Ancient, and have been used for many reasons, good and bad. They will probably be used even under socialism, by both men and women, for the pleasure of personal adornment. The great use of cosmetics today is a sign of barbarism because it is obligatory and necessary. Because we do not always use cosmetics simply because we choose to do so. This is the barbarism, not the thing in itself. And it is a sign of barbarism because it exposes the fact that the physical appearance of women is made to assume such a great and decisive importance in this society, and the other aspects of her personality are subordinated almost to the point of extinction. But I, for one, want to have my cake and eat it too. I wish to improve and enjoy my physical appearance and at the same time improve and develop all the other sides of my personality. And I think all women have a right to both these things. Why doesn't Mr. Bustlow advocate good wages, plenty of money to meet the necessity of cosmetics, or a good diet and high standard of living to lessen the need for cosmetics? Don't offer us moral beauty or a new aesthetic standard as a solution for today's ordinary woman in today's everyday world. Let's look forward to socialism for that, when everyone can develop new cultural and aesthetic ideals. The point is this, Mr. Bustlow: as long as the world demands cosmetic improvement, either for economic or aesthetic reasons, women have every right to whatever means are necessary to meet that demand. And to ridicule us for bowing to that demand is rather poor taste, and an example of that cheap humor which makes a butt out of an easy victim. This alone is unworthy of the pages of the paper. However, in addition, your point of view contains a political error. We are not going to change the world by revolting against such a sideline issue as this, and that seems to be what your article would have us do. If working-class women boycotted all cosmetics, I doubt very much if it would help build a Labour Party or lessen Jim Crow or halt the war drive. The fetish of cosmetics. Jack Bustlow. Is the use of cosmetics worth the attention of a Marxist? At first sight, it might seem we should say no. What difference does a question, seemingly so remote from the class struggle, really make? After all, the great problems of unemployment, fascism, war, and the struggle for power reduce everything else to 73. Subordinate importance. And surely, in the list of subordinate questions that Marxists do feel constrained to consider, cosmetics comes at least close to the bottom. Yet among readers of The Militant recently, a minor article, aimed at no more than showing how the recession had affected the cosmetics business and what the hucksters intended to do about it, evoked the kind of response that only an important issue deserves. How are we to explain this? A possible answer is that I displayed prejudice against women in writing about the cosmetics purveyors and their public relations department, and that this display of prejudice in The Militant naturally aroused indignation. An example: maybe you, Jack, want to laugh and ridicule my using popular cosmetics to overcome some of these difficulties of working for a living. Laugh if you want. FJ in The Militant. I must admit that the accusation is not easy for me to answer. First, the evidence that I was guilty of prejudice is not submitted. How then can I decide rationally who is at fault, myself or the critics, or whether an element of misunderstanding is involved? Moreover, in the absence of explanation as to what my prejudice consisted of, I am given no opportunity for self-correction. The absence of a specific indication as to the prejudice leads me to suspect that only feeling is involved on the side of my critics, a feeling that perhaps does not correspond with the real facts. In this predicament I may be excused perhaps for referring to what Hegel had to say about judgments that are not made explicit. Since the man of common sense appeals to his feeling, to an oracle within his breast, he is done with anyone who does not agree. He has just to explain that he has no more to say to anyone who does not find and feel the same as himself. In other words, he tramples the roots of humanity underfoot. For the nature of humanity is to impel men to agree with one another, and its very existence lies simply in the explicit realization of a community of conscious life. What is anti-human, the condition of mere animals, consists in keeping within the sphere of feeling pure and simple, and in being able to communicate only by way of feeling states. Whether we agree or disagree that I am consciously or unconsciously prejudiced for or against women, the key issues of the dispute over cosmetics still remain and have to be considered on their own merits. A discussion of these issues I think will prove fruitful no matter what nuances of differences over them we may finally end up with. 74. Cosmetics are a grim necessity. In her letter to the Militant, Helen Baker of Seattle says, far from being a luxury, and they are taxed as such, cosmetics are a grim necessity for the older or not physically blessed woman worker. Leaving aside the relation between cosmetics and the older or not physically blessed woman worker, which I will consider later, I agree completely with Comrade Baker's conclusion that cosmetics are a grim necessity. They are a grim necessity in the current decades of capitalism, particularly in the United States. Just how grim it is we will see presently, but let us start with the necessity. This was well expressed by Antoinette Konikow, one of the pioneer American Trotskyists, in a letter in the June 9, 1945, Militant called to my attention by Gusty Dante of Boston. The letter, which seems aimed at partially correcting an article by Grace Carlson in the April 21, 1945, Militant is worth quoting in full. Your article on the right to be beautiful, in which you discuss the use of cosmetics and beauty aids, awoke a few thoughts that I should like to share with your readers. I have lived for almost 3/4 of a century, and in my youth we never used cosmetics. In fact, the use of them was considered indecent. And still we had beauty and romance. How do you explain the present situation? It seems to be that woman's entry into industry has a great deal to do with it. While rich ladies use cosmetics to cover up their pale faces acquired during society's winter whirl of endless nights of drinking and dancing, women who work in factories and shops have pale and tired faces because of physical exhaustion due to overwork, bad air, hurried lunches, and their whole life of rush and worry. The working woman uses cosmetics, not only for her own satisfaction, to have a nice appearance or to attract possible romance, but she has to look well and attractive to keep her job. I think that if women would lead a healthy and normal life, their faces would look different. They would acquire the rosy cheeks that we had in our youth and the bright eyes and the red lips. To me, cosmetics are an expression of our unhealthy life under capitalism. It is not an important issue, but it is just as well to understand that changes in women's work affect even the most minute forms of their life. This doesn't mean that I condemn cosmetics. I think that we shall have to use them for quite a while yet. 75. Despite its shortness, this letter says a great deal. Note especially the last paragraph. To me, cosmetics are an expression of our unhealthy life under capitalism. It is quite clear that just as Antoinette could recall that in her youth beauty existed without cosmetics, so she could visualize a time in the future when beauty would again exist without cosmetics. Her attitude was revolutionary. At the same time, so far as a woman has to use cosmetics to keep her job or for her own satisfaction, Antoinette didn't condemn cosmetics. This necessity, she recognized, is forced on us by the times, and we have to bow to it for quite a while yet. But do cosmetics bestow beauty? The necessity of using cosmetics will be granted, I think, by almost everyone. We also have to use money. But then a most important question arises. Do our norms of beauty include either money or cosmetics? Comrade Jean Morgan of Los Angeles starts, I think, from the same grounds as I do when she says, our use of cosmetics is far from an indulgence, it is basically an economic necessity. However, she then draws the following conclusion: and from this has become an aesthetic necessity. All right, but an aesthetic necessity to what class in what kind of society? If we were to continue the train of thought indicated by Antoinette Konikow, we would have to say that it is an aesthetic necessity in capitalist society, one that is imposed on us insofar as we can't escape that society. Knowing this, however, we no longer consider it beautiful. We have a different norm as class-conscious workers, just as our norm of morality is different from that of the capitalists. But Comrade Morgan puts cosmetics in a super-historical category. Cosmetics are ancient, and have been used for many reasons, good and bad. They will probably be used even under socialism, by both men and women, for the pleasure of personal adornment. Let's put it in a somewhat different way, it's human nature to use cosmetics for the pleasure of adornment. People have always wanted this pleasure and always will. You can't change human nature. If we were to agree to this, what happens to the grounds we started out with in common, that our use of cosmetics is far from an indulgence, it is basically an economic necessity? Isn't it obvious that to take the view that cosmetics bestow beauty is to make a concession to bourgeois ideology? 76. The language of cosmetics. Up to now we have talked about cosmetics without permitting them to speak for themselves, yet there are few sectors of the commodity world gifted with more eloquent tongues. Let us pause in our discussion long enough to hear a word from them, and taking a hint from Comrade Morgan, let us turn the floor over to a cosmetic used, not by the socialist man of the future, but by the capitalist and proletarian men of the present. When my electric razor breaks down, I go back to the old safety razor. Afterward I splash on a cosmetic that stings at first but seems to help take away the raw feeling you get from scraping a razor across your hide. I bought it because it says 50% alcohol on the label, and legend has it that alcohol reduced the chances of infection from using a razor. On the back of the label is a short message in which Menon Skin Bracer tells about itself. It is demagogically silent about the risk and annoyance of shaving. It doesn't say a single word about the economic necessity that compels me to go through the daily ritual in order to keep a job. Instead, it proclaims, a delightful aftershave lotion. Cooling, refreshing, mildly astringent. A pleasant, easy-to-use deodorant. Use Skin Bracer anytime, day or night, it peps you up. And the intriguing aroma wows the ladies. That last sentence is intriguing, isn't it? If it were really true, think how simplified some of life's problems could become for our hard-working proletarian. When he comes home unstrung from the terrific pace of 8 hours on the Beltline and goes to the bathroom to pep himself up with Menon Skin Bracer, he suddenly sees the way out. No more drab, endless perspective of a lifetime of poverty and toil. He shaves with a new sparkle in his eyes, puts on the intriguing aroma, goes to the right part of town, astutely sidles around an heiress until he gets her downwind, wows her, and from then on lives the life of Riley. Why, even Bustlo might use a dash of the intriguing stuff and wow the women who think he is prejudiced against their sex. Isn't it sheer sorcery what magic has been captured and sealed in a bottle of Menon Skin Bracer? Now surely the public relations department of the Menon Company wouldn't put something on millions of bottles that no man would possibly believe. But what is it that the men users of the cosmetic are induced to believe? Obviously that there is a thing that can help smooth out their relations with women. And that means, doesn't it, that there is something basically wrong on a wide scale in the relations between men and women? What is it? And what is its cause? Lest we jump to a too hasty generalization from insufficient cases, let's try another cosmetic. In September, Max Factor ran an advertisement in the news. 77. Papers for a color-fast lipstick to make men go mad over you. Says the ad, where see red. This lipstick is a rich, true shade, a hot-tempered red that can make you maddeningly pretty. Looks fiery bright for hours and hours, too. Amazing stay-on luster won't fade or blot away. Come in for See Red today. But careful, don't start anything you can't finish. The accompanying illustration shows two men forehead to forehead, pushing their noses against each other like two start seeing red at the marigold wrestling matches, and a girl, her lips highly colored, looking sidelong at them with a kind of pyromaniac pleasure. Again we note the demagogic silence about the economic necessity of wearing lipstick. Nothing is even said about the lipstick making you look young. The emphasis is not at all on how lipstick helps you get and hold a job. The emphasis is on how to make men go mad over you. Again we ask what sorcery it is that has captured and sealed this magic power in a few inches of colored grease. And we have to say that the sorcery is in the fact that a thing can be endowed with the capacity to smooth out women's relations with men. We are forced to add to our conclusions that from the side of women something must be basically wrong on a wide scale with their relations with the opposite sex. Let us try one more, a recent half-page ad. 2 drawings, a reclining nude woman discreetly seen from the rear, a bottle of perfume called Isha. Sandwiched above and below these eye-pullers are the following sensational words: the very essence of woman. Her beauty. Her allure, Isha, discovered by Charles of the Ritz. Bottle, packaged, sealed in France. $10 to $2.50, plus tax. This is not a new scientific discovery enabling a lonely man to buy the very essence of woman, her beauty, her allure, all bottled, packaged and sealed in France. It is aimed at women. Are you a woman who is not a woman? Has no beauty? No allure? Take heart. All this has been fixed up now. The very essence of woman, her beauty, her allure has now been discovered, captured, and sealed in a bottle. Everything that all the different kinds of cosmetics and beauty aid gadgets offer is now available in a single bottle from $10 to $2.50, plus tax. And it's all marvelously easy, no inconvenience, no plastic surgery, no torture. Just touch a drop or two of the essence behind your ears and wow! Long ago, in analyzing the strange powers of money, Marx called attention to this projection by which human beings see their relations not as relations but as things which they endow with remarkable powers. Indicating the parallel to certain magic objects in primitive beliefs and religions, he called it fetishism. What we have in cosmetics is a fetish, a particular fetish in the general fetishism. 78. That exists in the world of commodities. The special power that cosmetics have derives from the fact that in addition to economic relations, sexual relations attach to them. That is the real source of the beauty both men and women see in cosmetics. The duality of cosmetics. As we can see by now, the use of cosmetics, although it need not be placed among the unsmiling questions, has a most serious side from the viewpoint of Marxist philosophy. Every student of capital who has really pondered over the fetishism of commodities and the secret thereof will know what I mean. But even without going into it that deeply, I think it is possible to grasp the essence of the matter through a special case with which most people are familiar. At a certain age, girls, sometimes very young ones, begin trying out lipstick, powder, and rouge. In almost every case, this either causes or is associated with a sharpening of relations with their parents. At the same time, they often seem to leap ahead of their age group so far as their former boy associates are concerned. If they can get away with it, they go out with youths considerably older than they are. The reason such girls use cosmetics is to facilitate this by appearing older than they are. What they seek to say is quite obvious. Through the magic of cosmetics they express their wish to cut short their childhood and youth and achieve the most desirable thing in the world, adulthood. Why they want to be adults can be surmised in the light of how capitalist society treats its youth. Precisely at the age when the sexual drives begin to appear and an intense need is felt for both knowledge and experience, capitalist society denies both to them. Just when the developing human being must set out to establish normal relations with the opposite sex, capitalist society through the family intervenes and attempts to suppress the urge. The relation with the other sex thus tends to become distorted and the interest that belongs to the relation shifts to a considerable degree to a symbol. The powers and allure of the relation, some at least, are likewise transferred to the symbol. Lipstick, for instance, comes to signify adulthood, that is, the adult capacity and freedom to engage in activities forbidden to children. By smearing her lips, the child says, "This gives me the power to do what I want." Naturally, it's only a wish and an imaginary satisfaction, or at least that's what most parents imagine it to be or wish to rate it as, and the real power of the drive toward relations with the opposite sex, disguised by the fetish, is not always 79. Recognized. The symbol becomes beautiful or ugly, beneficent or malignant. In Antoinette Koniko's youth, for instance, lipstick was indecent. Today it is a must. This interesting alternation in time of the aesthetics of cosmetics is accompanied by an even more striking duality in its powers. To a child, as we have noted, cosmetics are a means of hiding and disguising youth, a means of appearing to be at the age when it is socially acceptable to gratify the urge for knowledge and especially experience in sexual relations. Thus the same fetish displays opposite powers at one and the same time, the power to make old women young and young women old. Mother uses cosmetics to hide her age and bring out her youth by covering up the dark circles under her eyes. Daughter uses them to hide her youth and even touches up her eyes with blue shading to bring out her adult beauty. Now what shall we say of children who use cosmetics because of the social necessity to look old? Shall they be denied that right? My inclination would be to tell them to go ahead and use cosmetics if they feel like it. At the same time, I would be strongly tempted to explain what a fetish is, how it comes to be constructed, what is really behind it, and how this particular society we live in denies youth the most elementary right of all, the right to grow naturally into a normal sexual relationship, and gives them instead the fetish of cosmetics as an appropriate companion to the fetish of money. The application of Marxist method has thus forced cosmetics to yield two important results. We find ourselves touching two problems of utmost moment in capitalist society, the interrelation of men and women and the interrelation of youth and adults, that is, the whole problem of the family. In addition, we have discovered that these interrelations as shaped by capitalist society are bad, for it is from the lack of harmony and freedom in them that the fetish of cosmetics arises. Existence of the fetish, in tum, helps maintain the current form of interrelations by creating a diversionary channel and an illusory palliative. Thus we have uncovered a vicious cycle. Bad interrelations feeds the fetish of cosmetics, the fetish of cosmetics feeds bad interrelations. Our application of Marxist method has given us even more. If we deny that beauty is inherent in a thing, then it must be found in a human relation, or at least its source must be found in such a relation. Doesn't that mean that the beauty associated with sex is at bottom the beauty not of a thing but of a relation? If we want to understand that beauty, we must seek it first in the truth of the relation, that is, through science. Is it really so difficult to see that in the society of the future, the society of socialism where all fetishes are correctly viewed as barbaric, that beauty will be sought in human relationships and that 80. After science has turned its light into the depths that seem so dark to us, the depths of the mind, the great new arts will be developed in those virgin fields. Intimations of it in the class society that is our heritage may be seen, I believe, in such relationships as Marx and Engels achieved. Whether they were fully aware of it we do not know. But we ourselves touch such forms of beauty, I think, in a one-sided way in the admiration and love we feel for our comrades in the socialist struggle. It is their character that attracts us, not the smoothness of their complexion, the regularity of their features, their age, or the color of their skin. And character, as we all know, is determined in action, that is by the deeds we perform. That is where a revolutionary socialist looks for beauty in people. The corporate taste. Antoinette Koniko, let us recall, noted that in her youth girls never used cosmetics. And still we had beauty and romance. This may sound strange to us of this day and age, particularly if we have come to regard cosmetics as a sign of beauty and romance. What has caused us to adopt this attitude? We might find hints as to the reason from the theoretical point of view if we carefully searched the Marxist classics. George Plekhanov, in his Fundamental Problems of Marxism, for instance, notes the following about a previous period. In Chesneau's work, Le Chef d'École, Paris, 1883, pages 378 to 379, we find an extremely acute observation concerning the psychology of the Romanticists. The author points out that Romanticism made its appearance soon after the days of the Revolution and the Empire. In literature and art there was a crisis similar to that which occurred in morals after the Reign of Terror, a veritable crisis of the senses. People had been living in a condition of perpetual fear. When their fear was over, they abandoned themselves to the pleasures of life. Their attention was entirely engrossed in external appearances, in outward forms. The blue heaven, the splendor of sunlight, the beauty of women, sumptuous velvets, iridescent silks, the sheen of gold, the sparkle of diamonds, these were the things that filled them with delight. People lived only with the eyes and had given up thinking. In many respects this resembles the psychology of the period which we are now, the years immediately after 1905, passing in Russia. Pages 74 to 75. 81. The period Plekhanov refers to was a period of reaction such as we are living in, the difference being that the reaction we are suffering from is incomparably deeper than the one that afflicted the Russian socialists. Plekhanov's hint might well direct a study on this question, particularly on how the weight of the reaction affects the revolutionary vanguard through such indirect avenues as capitalist norms of beauty. In place of sumptuous velvets, iridescent silks, the sheen of gold, the sparkle of diamonds, we could readily substitute sumptuous ranch houses, iridescent TV screens, the sheen of a new automobile and the sparkle of tile in a modern kitchen. There would be no lack of material. We would even enjoy a considerable advantage over Chesneau and Plekhanov, for the influence of capitalist norms appears to be far more direct in America than it was in either Russia or France. For example, take the following ad from the latest issue of Charm magazine, October 1954, a glamorized photograph of a conventional female beauty on a date to see the pajama game with a conventional male beauty. Both of them are the long-stemmed Aryan type. And here is the message: alive after 5, thanks to her Remington electric typewriter. And no wonder, electricity does the work, helps today's smart women of letters tum out such truly beautiful work in so little time, with so little effort and so pleasing to the boss. This is accompanied by a picture of the fetish itself, a brand new electric Remington typewriter, artfully streamlined to make it wind resistant. The reference to the relationship behind the fetish, the pajama game, is not what makes this a remarkable ad. It is the inference that a typist, stenographer, or secretary can leave the office more dead than alive. This and the open admission that the really interested party is the boss. A fetish that permits a speed up, so little time, is ballyhooed almost like an aftershave lotion. Compare the "it peps you up" of Menon skin bracer with the "alive after 5" of a Remington Rand typewriter. What sorcery there is in the typewriter of a huckster! Lest anyone still doubt how directly the American capitalist class is involved in this question of beauty, let me quote the following words from a recently published book, The Taste Makers, written by one of them, Russell Lines, managing editor of Harper's Magazine. There are pressures on our tastes from all sides, pressures that even the most reluctant among us can scarcely ignore. The making of taste in America is, in fact, a major industry. Is there any other place that you can think of where there are so many professionals telling so many non-professionals what their taste should be? Is there any country which has as many magazines as we have devoted to telling people how they should? 82. Decorate their homes, clothe their bodies, and deport themselves in company. And so many newspaper columns full of hints about what is good taste and what is bad taste? In the last century and a quarter the purveying of taste in America has become big business, employing hundreds of thousands of people in editorial and advertising offices, in printing plants, in galleries and museums, in shops and consultants' offices. If the taste industry were to go out of business we would have a major depression, and there would be breadlines of taste makers as far as the eye could see. That strikes me as pretty plain speaking about the source of one of the pressures bearing down on us. However, Lines puts it still more baldly in the very next paragraph. This is not, however, a catastrophe we are likely to encounter, because the taste industry has gradually become essential to the operation of our American brand of capitalism. It is in the nature of our economic system not merely to meet demand but to create it. One of the ways that demand is created is by changing people's tastes, or at least inviting them to change, and by making the pressures to give up what seemed good yesterday for what should seem inviting today so strong that they are almost impossible to resist. How difficult the pressures are to resist we may judge from cases of good revolutionists who succumbed to the prosperity that has endured since the outbreak of World War II. Some of them did it silently, without seeking to find a political difference as excuse or rationalization. The lure of a ranch house in the suburbs with a picture window as laid out in the lush colors of better homes and gardens proved impossible to resist. The overwhelming pressure has a name, it is bourgeois. The proletarian became bourgeoisified. In other words, he gave up thinking and became an addict of the opium of commodity fetishism. Lines describes the days we live in as the days of the corporate taste. The corporation has, in fact, he says, become one of the most powerful and conscientious, does he mean conscious, art patrons of our day, and has established itself not only as a purveyor of tasteful objects but as an arbiter of taste as well. He even dates the beginning of the corporate taste. It was inevitable that sooner or later business, in its efforts to re-establish itself in the confidence of the public, would embrace culture. And this it began to do in earnest in the early 1940s while the war was on. The imperialist war thus had its reflection in the development of an imperialist taste in culture in America. 83. If we are to understand this influence of the corporation on the taste of our time, there are three ways in which the corporation must be looked at: as a consumer of the arts, in its role as patron; as a purveyor of the arts, in its role as the manufacturer or dispenser of the objects with which we surround ourselves; and finally as a new kind of society in which taste has a new kind of significance. This managing editor of an influential bourgeois magazine obviously knows what it is all about. He even admits that the motive of the corporations in the field of culture, no matter how indirectly expressed, has been profit. He cites examples of forays in this field by such corporations as Dole Pineapple, Cape Heart Phonograph Radio, the Container Corporation of America, Standard Oil of New Jersey, the Pepsi-Cola Company and Cumming Glass. And he explains in some detail what the calculations of these patrons of the beautiful are. To a great many manufacturers the problem is not how to improve taste but how to keep it fluid so that what looked new and attractive last year will seem old-fashioned this year and downright archaic 10 years from now. Just as the public relations counselor is concerned with the corporation's psychological warfare, the industrial designer is concerned with the logistics of taste. His function, in other words, is to fight the corporation's battles on the taste front. It is a temptation to continue citing lines to show how consciously American big business goes about fixing and unfixing our ideas of beauty, but one more paragraph will have to suffice. It is the men who make and sell refrigerators and rugs, automobiles and baby carriages, furniture and dresses whose sales charts would have a dismal downward inclination to the right unless they managed to redesign their wares in ways that make last year's latest word seem today's drab cliché. An old-fashioned stove with its oven at a reasonable eye level may be more efficient than a brand new one that forces the housewife to bend double to see the roast, but the manufacturer will do his best to make her long for a new model because it is more up-to-date and, euphemistically, better designed. The same is, of course, true of automobiles, even more true. Ever since 1905 the automobile industry has been second only to the women's fashion industry in its insistence on the glamour of this year's model compared with last year's model. In fact, 84. A man clothes himself in his car in much the same spirit that a woman dresses herself in her clothes, and he is subject to the calculated whims of Detroit just as his wife is subject to the equally calculated whims of Paris. In the whole history of capitalism, has the bourgeoisie ever gone about cultivating the fetish of commodities more cold-bloodedly than American big business? Art has pervaded all phases of life, Marjorie McGowan declares, criticizing my exposure of the cosmetics peddlers. Pots, pans, fabrics, furniture, lamps, stoves, landscaping, architecture, all objects in the environment have become mediums for the creative expression of the artist and the designer. I must admit that there is a grain of truth in what she says. It is corporate art, perhaps best exemplified in the singing commercial, that has pervaded all phases of life in America today. Should we accept battle on this front? Marjorie McGowan accepts the logistics of the corporation battle on the taste front as a revolution in living. I appreciate her frankness and think she does the party a service by stating precisely what her views are on this question, for it is bound to help all of us in clarifying our attitude in this difficult field. But I must add that critical as she is of my exposure of the cosmetic hucksters and profiteers and my subsequent letter in the Militant, she is uncritical in a more important direction. Socialism, for instance, she says, will not throw out the morality of bourgeois society in toto and create a new one out of the whole cloth. Rather, socialism will extract the hypocrisy and the mysticism out of bourgeois morality and leave the universal ideals of human brotherhood and make a reality of the golden rule. I will not belabor the point of how far this departs from the view of the authors of the Communist Manifesto, who held that the socialist revolution involves the most radical rupture with traditional ideas. I am sure that on thinking it over, Comrade McGowan will agree that she has conceded to bourgeois morality more than is its due. The ideals of human brotherhood are the very antithesis of bourgeois morality, not the morality they preach on Sunday, naturally, but the morality they practice 365 days of the year, which puts naked self-interest above all other considerations, as we have seen even in the case of cosmetics. The ideals of human brotherhood are incompatible with the norms of any class society. 85. Marxists have been critical of bourgeois standards or morals and beauty from the beginning. Today in America, where the most powerful capitalist class of all time has decided quite consciously to pay some attention to aesthetics, it is not simply a theoretical duty to meet them on this field, it is a burning practical necessity. It is part and parcel of the whole ideological offensive we must conduct to maintain our Marxist heritage and build a combat party. We cannot leave this field to the bourgeoisie. However, it might be objected that this is a hopeless struggle. We are not going to change the world by revolting against such a sideline issue as this, and that seems to be what your article would have us do, declares Jean Morgan. If working-class women boycotted all cosmetics, I doubt very much if it would help build a labor party or lessen Jim Crow or halt the war drive. By this time, I hope, it is unnecessary to explain that I don't advocate boycotting cosmetics any more than I advocate boycotting money. FJ likewise is not interested in revolt on this issue, but for me, I live in the world as it is today, with its standards of beauty and its social customs. Marjorie McGowan makes the task seem insuperable and even quixotic, but one look at the radiance of movie stars in their middle 40s, achieved solely through a higher standard of living and the alchemy of the modern beauty temples, is enough to convince millions of women that this is something they want to. Who, we may ask, is Jack Bustlow to leave us with the implication that this is something ridiculous? But doesn't the struggle against Jim Crow involve breaking down the Nazi-like racial standard of beauty in Hollywood? Is that ridiculous? On this question I think E. Patrick of Los Angeles was dead right when she pointed in the Militant to the working-class women for leadership in this battle as well as on other fronts of the struggle for socialism. Referring to women's present adherence to bourgeois society as indicated by their devotion to the standards of beauty of the ruling class, she is of the opinion that working-class women, like the working class generally, are abandoning these bourgeois standards. This may be stated too strongly, but it is certainly correct insofar as the whole direction of development tends in that direction. We can confidently expect women of the revolutionary socialist movement to transcend bourgeois standards and give leadership as Marxists on this important ideological front. And we may be sure that they will find allies among the petty bourgeois women, yes, even among the movie stars made radiant by the alchemy of Hollywood. Does that sound far-fetched? Let us listen to an expert on the question, Gloria Swanson, who, born March 27, 1899, still looks radiant at the age of 55. Her testimony at the same time offers us an opportunity to check some of our conclusions about cosmetics with the virtual rigor of a laboratory control. 86. Since she isn't even faintly aware of our discussion, and, in addition, approaches the whole question not from the basis of beauty but of morality. The necessity to lie. In an article in the September 26 issue of this week, she discusses the question, should a woman lie about her age? I can work up a full head of steam about the entire subject, which I feel is a tip-off on a sad state of affairs existing these days, the noted actress says. I mean simply this, nearly every woman in America develops a strong consciousness of age when the 30th milestone looms on the horizon. From then on nearly every woman begins to lie about her age. Gloria Swanson very correctly expresses her indignation at those men who stand snickering on the sidelines. But lying about her age is not the fault of the women. A woman, you see, would never stoop to lying about her age if the men of America didn't put such a premium on youth. We are without doubt the most age-conscious country in the world, and the male has set the pace. The masculine point of view makes a woman feel that age is some sort of contagious disease or a dirty word. Miss Swanson's emphasis. Then she strikes hard. Our shallow men go gaga about screen stars who only yesterday in some cases quite literally played hopscotch on the Comer after school. They crane their necks to ogle the bikini-clad saplings on the beaches and dig each other in the ribs as they nod in the direction of the new office girl, overdressed, overbearing and under 20. And so the older women try to keep up by snipping off the years. Is this moral? Here Gloria Swanson adopts a viewpoint that a Marxist must agree corresponds with proletarian morality. I am convinced that a woman is justified in fibbing if her livelihood and happiness, as well as those of her family, are at stake. But only then. Where a competent woman might be denied a job because of her age, this defender of women's rights does not hesitate one moment to advise, give the prospective employer any age you can reasonably get away with. If he's so foolish as to set an arbitrary limit, ignoring experience and proved ability, he deserves to be lied to. Besides, you must look out for yourself and your family. It is perfectly evident that Gloria Swanson's approach on this point parallels that of a Marxist. If economic necessity compels you to lie about your age, of course you lie. The form of the lie, whether a phony employment record or use of cosmetics, is not important here. 87. But does this economic necessity hold as an absolute? Shall we convert it into an aesthetic necessity? No, says Gloria Swanson. This reasoning, I believe, is perfectly sound when self-protection is genuinely and seriously involved. But in all other circumstances, I can see no real point in camouflage. Her grounds for this reasoning deserve the attention of all of us. First, because deception about age only serves to abet the silly glorification of youth. And second, whom are you kidding, anyway? That in my book rates as a principled stand on this question, showing that to some degree at least, Gloria Swanson has seen through some powerful fetishes. Then she indicates that not all men fall in the category of shallow. Sociological studies have shown that there's a high degree of marital happiness when men, the more intelligent ones, consider other qualities more important than age and marry women older than themselves. We would say this was an indication not so much of intelligence as of freedom from certain fetishes cultivated today under capitalism. This freedom from fetishism is sometimes accidental and in any case not in one-to-one ratio to intelligence. To illustrate her point, Gloria Swanson tells about a girl who lied about her age and married a man who thought she was much younger. When he found out, he was hurt and angry. Not because she was older than he thought, he, too, had some brains, but because she had lied to him. And if she held the truth lightly in one case, he thought, what was her character like in others? This man, who sought character in his mate, was however intelligent enough to understand why she had lied, and he had sufficient character himself to forgive her. In Gloria Swanson's opinion, any man to whom a few years makes any difference isn't worth marrying in the first place. She advises an older woman considering marriage with a younger man to tell him her age. Let him know the facts. If it bothers him, let him go his merry way, chasing the young, clinging things who don't have the fascination of an older woman. Finally, Gloria Swanson indicates what her norm is. The Europeans have the right idea about these things. Over there, a woman isn't really interesting to a man until she is in her 40s. The European male seeks more than a youthful figure and candy box face. He wants some imagination, some sense, some of the essential fineness of mind and spirit that maturity brings to a woman. But over here it's different and it bothers the girls no end. Thus from this former Hollywood star we learn that if economic necessity demands it, of course we lie about such things as our age and looks. But from 88. Any other viewpoint, the camouflage is pointless and even vicious. After all, what really counts is character. Since the current American standard is seriously wrong, we must seek a better one. Gloria Swanson finds it in Europe, whereas a Marxist looks to the working class, but both can agree that there are many women today and at least some men who have reached the conclusion that things are not right. Well, Gloria Swanson's article could stand some sharpening and modification from a Marxist point of view. She leaves out, for instance, the class struggle and its influence, and she underrates the maturity of some youth, overlooks their need for camouflage, and misses the special problems they face, but her article indicates that she for one thinks something might be done about the false standards over here. Is it really so daring to venture the opinion that there are other American women, especially in the working class, who will agree with her on that and begin doing something about breaking down the capitalist standards of beauty? Why shouldn't the Marxists stand in the forefront of such a development, offering it leadership and theoretical clarification, especially on the secret of the fetish of cosmetics that deludes both men and women? 5. Automation, menace or promise. 15. 1955. Harold Robbins. 89. A revolution in the method of production is taking place in American industry through introduction of automation. The tendency itself is not new. Karl Marx was familiar with it, calling the factory in its most perfect form the automatic factory. 16. What is new is the extent to which automatic systems have been introduced on production lines, especially in the United States since the end of World War II. In the production of atomic materials, it is generally known that the lines are completely automated. No human being can handle radioactive products in any quantity or even come near them without fatal injury. This industry, consequently, began in 1942 on the basis of automation. The atomic industry, however, only holds the mirror of the future to other industries. A survey of some of the principal ones will show how about 13 million workers are already being more and more directly affected by the deep inroads automation has made. Auto. A report of the United Automobile Workers, CI017 has the following to say. Although the Ford Motor Co. has received a good deal of publicity about its automated plants, it is not alone in its modernizing efforts. GM, Chrysler, and the independent producers are installing similar machinery. It is clear that industry has embarked on a full-scale program of automation. Each company is contesting with the next to see how fast it can automate its plant and thereby reduce its unit labor costs. The changes in effect, and those yet to come, require that the union give careful attention to manpower displacement problems. The UAW's conclusion is generally correct. The key is in the following statement: one man will do at least the work now done by 5 men. This may sound like the panicky statement of an alarmist. If anything, however, it is a conservative estimate. It was supported by such illustrations as an automatic machining unit at Nash Motors that reduced man-hours by 80% and by the statement of a Ford spokesman that direct labor has been reduced by 25 to 30%. Actually, in given units, the change, a change pointing to the future for the whole industry, is much greater. Mill and Factory for December 1953 reported that Buick had introduced 2 automatic engine head production lines and 2 engine cylinder block lines on which every bit of machining was completely automatic, eliminating every single production worker. A Ford spokesman, commenting on the installations at Cleveland and River Rouge, said that the entire cost of the Cleveland modernization would be returned in the first year in labor savings. A Buick representative boasted that one machine costing about $350,000 had replaced 17 machines on the production line. The labor savings from the production workers displaced along with the 17 machines would no doubt easily repay the cost of the new equipment within a year. Iron Age reported August 12, 1954, that Buick had a fully automated foundry for producing cylinder blocks, cylinder heads, valve guides, etc. The November 1, 1954, automotive industry described Packard's new engine plant at Utica, Michigan, as having fully automatic engine head and engine block lines. A single operator is required at the control panel. No production workers are needed at all. The installation is said to have cost more than $20 million. Its capacity is rated at 50 engine heads and blocks an hour. DeSoto, Pontiac, and other companies have installed similar production lines. In making Chevrolet V8 engines, one worker stands by each of some 18 machines for tool changes. Other machining operations too, from GM roller bearing production to radiator caps and bumpers, have completely eliminated production workers. General Motors reports that it spent $750 million for modernization last year and plans to spend at least another $500 million in its US plants this year. In Britain, GM plans to spend $100 million in the next 5 years for automation. In Germany, GM has already spent $100 million and is slated to spend 91. Another $71 million for modernization. Realization of GM's plans will make possible a 15% increase in overall production within a year and a half, spring of 1954 to fall of 1955. Figures on how many workers will be displaced at the same time are not given. Chrysler borrowed $250 million from Prudential Life Insurance Co. to finance a changeover. Ford is reported to have spent $600 million for its huge re-equipment costs. And in England, Ford has a 5-year plan calling for the expenditure of $181,000,000. The same logic that operated in Marx's time indicates that the competition in production line changes in auto must spread to other branches of industry, must challenge every large producer to do likewise or die. Will the auto workers perhaps find jobs through the expansion of total production, or in maintenance of equipment, as the new technology spreads throughout the industry? It is true that some of the companies are calling up displaced workers for other, non-automated jobs. Yet at the same time they are crowding a year's production into roughly half a year. That fact alone spells out how permanent the new jobs will be. As for the creation of new jobs, the new machinery generally requires less servicing than older equipment. But we need not depend on impressions as to how many workers can find such jobs. A typical plant will show what is involved. Ford's Cleveland plant has a guesstimated capacity of 500,000 engines a year. According to Mill and Factory, October 953, a labor force of 500 men is required. About 100 of them are cleaners and sweepers. About 50 are carpenters and millwrights. The balance is made up of lubrication and hydraulic specialists, machinists and tool makers, pipe fitters, electricians and electronic technicians. The only labor shortage Ford ran into was electronic technicians. Ford hired electricians and schooled and trained them on the job and after work. Iron and steel. The continuous rolling mill has been an automated setup for more than 20 years. That process shapes cast ingots into rolled sheets, strips, and bars. Despite this highly developed technique, the industry employed almost 800,000 production workers in blast furnaces, steel works, iron and steel foundries as well as rolling mills. Iron Age, in its March 4, 1953, issue tells about a new mill built by the Great Lakes Steel Corp near Detroit. An automatic process was introduced in the slabbing mill, scarfing unit, and soaking pit. All production workers were 92. replaced by automatic mechanisms. A chief operator and assistant sit in an air-conditioned pulpit controlling the entire works. In 1954 U.S. Steel opened a new mill at Morristown, PA, reportedly the most modern in the industry. As yet no details have appeared as to its production methods or the number of workers that will be displaced in other, less modern mills. The previous example, however, gives us an indication of the enormous productivity of a handful of workers using automated equipment. The September 24, 1953, Iron Age informs us that Atlas Steel of Canada opened a new continuous casting mill that threatens change in steel-making methods, eliminates the need for all ingot casting and stripping equipment except the ladle crane. Conventional steel making generates about 25 to 30% scrap. The new mill reduced scrap to 3 to 10%, according to the same source November 4, 1954. Overall cash savings are figured at 3 cents per pound for stainless, 8 cents per pound for valve steel, 20 cents per pound for high-speed steel. There is less equipment to maintain. The report indicates that continuous casting eliminated the need for all ingot casting and stripping equipment, soaking pits and blooming mills, which are the largest and most expensive units in conventional steel mills. A new automated molding plant is reported in operation at Cleveland. Owned by the Eberhard MFG Co., the new unit is said to take only 1/4 the floor space required by other processes for the same production. According to the November 4, 1954, Iron Age, it performs 12 operations, among them, molding, closing, clamping, cooling, stripping and shakeout. It is a package unit laid out in multiples of flask length. Controls are electrical and pneumatic and operate in conjunction with cycle time. The number of production workers eliminated by any of these changes is not given. The manufacture of steel pipe and tubing has become automatic. Iron Age, July 16, 1953, reports that Pittsburgh Steel opened a new plant to make casings for oil pipelines automatically. This put the company in position to compete with Colorado Fuel and Iron, Republic Steel, and the Lone Star Steel Co. In this way, the steel industry is attempting to better its position in the world steel market. They are well aware that in the fight for a narrowing market, whoever doesn't automate will be automated out of business. 93. Machine tools. On January 3 of this year, the New York Herald Tribune reported that the machine tool industry faces the pleasant prospect of big sales because new machine tools offer greater opportunities than ever for speedier production and more fully automatic operations. Iron Age, however, reported in November of last year that at the Leipzig Fair in East Germany, the machine tool industry there made significant dents in the markets of Central American countries, the Near East, Indonesia, and Japan. The East German factories, it seems, buy the latest automatic machines from Western Europe. With these set up on automated lines, they manufacture old look, about 1948 model, lathes and other machine tools of fine construction, low price, and easy credit terms that cannot be matched anywhere. The same report states that the balance of trade between East Germany and West Germany has now been brought into balance by the export from East Germany of cheap hardware, probably produced on automatic production lines. Tremendous orders were placed with the US machine tool industry in 1953-54, $1,100 million in 1953 and $900 million in 1954, but the end of FY 1954 saw a slackening off. However, an upswing now seems to have occurred in the section turning out automatic machinery, which is good news for them but bad news for those turning out standard equipment. They must now compete with a flood of second-hand equipment displaced by automated set UPS, oil and pipelines. The UAW-CIO report on automation states that in the petroleum industry, according to an unnamed spokesman of the industry, the average refinery which would employ 800 people without instrumentation would employ 12 people were instrumentation utilized to the fullest extent possible. RT News Chell, writing in the January 1953 Mill and Factory, says, more and more industries are becoming increasingly mechanized. Process industries, chemicals and oils, were among the first to show this trend. As an example, today, almost half the employees in some petroleum refineries are engaged in keeping the vast network of mechanical equipment in good working order. NewsChell says tersely of the scope of automatic machine processes in other fields. 94. Fabricating industries are following the same trend. Mechanization of manufacturing processes is on the upswing in metals, plastic molding, textiles, to name a few. Even in the distribution field there is a growing trend toward mechanization. According to Instruments and Automation, pipeline instrumentation is expanding, including automatic pumping stations operated by microwave and telephone line telemetering. Radioactive isotopes are being used for locating batches in stream. The relatively new pipeline industry is rated as sixth largest in terms of capital investment. It maintains 167 storage fields, generally exhausted petroleum fields, for storage of natural gas. At distribution points, workers control the flow of products to trucks, railroad cars and tanks by push-button methods. Fleets of light airplanes inspect the vast lines that reach every section of the country except the Columbia River Valley. Gas is due there next year from Canada and the San Juan Basin in Arizona. In the closely related petrochemical industry, 80% of which is located in the South, the investment per worker now runs from $20,000 to $30,000 according to the Southern Association of Science and Industry. Most of the big oil companies have entered into competition with independent chemical plants. The large rubber, steel, paper, and other corporations are also in the field. Petrochemicals make up about 25% of the chemical industry's $20 billion in sales. The January 3 New York Times reported that the average investment per worker in the chemical industry now exceeds $25,000 and may run 4 times that much in certain new, highly mechanized plants. How high productivity is in the chemical industry can be gauged from the fact that behind the $20 billion in products stands only 527,000 production workers, according to the Times. The industry provides direct employment to about 780,000 persons, says the same source. Electronics. The effect of automation in the electronics industry is particularly dramatic since up until very recently manufacturing was done by hand methods of assembly construction. Expansion under such relatively primitive methods could occur only by employing more workers and using more space. The federal government financed the research that finally made possible electronic stage manufacture where the product is assembled like a tinker toy. 95. Set, the kind used by youngsters to build derricks, bridges, houses, etc. After 3 years of research, mill and factory reports, November 1953, that a process of printing electronic circuits on a ceramic wafer was developed. Other components, too, are printed and automatically assembled by machine soldering instead of the older hand methods. Resistors, capacitors, and coils are printed by the new process. Inspection of every circuit is automatic. The result is better units that stand more strain and cost considerably less. The press turns out about 2,800 wafers an hour. It too is automatic, of course. With this new process, circuits may be developed to amplify signals, generate and shape waveforms, scale count, and perform customary electronic functions. The UAW report on automation states that a radio assembly line geared to produce 1,000 radios a day requires only 2 workers. Hand assembly lines it replaced required 200 workers. At the CW convention last December, Ruther mentioned a machine that turns out 90,000 electric light bulbs a day. T.J. Watson, Jr., president of International Business Machines Corp., was quoted by the New York Herald Tribune, January 16, as declaring, "Machines are being made that have thousands of times the speed of machines only 10 years ago, and there appears to be almost no limit to the possibilities of electronics as applied to the American business office." Coal. A brief review of changes in the coal industry, printed in Reader's Digest last December, indicates that the coal miners of the 1950s, displaced by mechanization like those of the 1920s, will continue to migrate in search of jobs. But unlike the 300,000 miners of the previous generation, the present generation will not find many jobs. Today all the basic mass production industries, as well as agriculture, are increasing productivity and at the same time cutting the size of the labor force. To strip the ground away from coal seams in Pennsylvania, the Hanna Coal Co. has built a 1,700-ton derrick and ordered another one of 2,800 tons. This machine will have a capacity byte of some 10 tons. Remote control mining equipment in West Virginia produces 6 times the national average production per man. This average includes high production strip mines. The result is coal delivered at $5 a ton in Charleston, W.Va. A coal pipeline is under construction from western Pennsylvania to Cleveland. It will deliver coal at a cost saving of $1.25 a ton. Iron Age, April 29, 1954, reports other lines are now being planned. 96. Railroads. The January 3 New York Herald Tribune reports that push-button freight yards, centralized traffic control, and even electronic brains in the accounting office are new features being introduced in the railroad industry. Electronic brains rent for $13,000 to $40,000 a month, IBM rates, and are tremendous payroll savers. As a matter of fact, these more than human intelligence machines are operated by ordinary humans who, it seems, unlike the machines, expect wages. This sampling of various industries should be sufficient to indicate the impact of automation. The use of automatic machinery may not be as all-inclusive in many industries as in atomic production, but it is affecting virtually all to one degree or another, and the logic of its development is clear enough. A few additional facts will indicate how widespread it is becoming. Western Union has introduced a nationwide automatic switching system. Sawmills and paper mills are going in for automation. Bottles coming from automatic bottling machines are automatically placed in cartons. The Roman Cleanser Co. formerly employed 9 men to stack filled cartons coming off a conveyor line. This is now done by a machine, and with less breakage. The painter in factories is being replaced by machines. Studebaker reports introduction of automatic spraying of the prime coat. This eliminates all sprayers and water sanders who formerly rubbed down the prime coat. According to the January 15 Automotive Industries, all painting on new Chryslers is completely automatic. Ward.'s automotive report, cited by the UAW-CIO report on automation, reveals that a passenger car plant which formerly employed 36 men to feed fenders into a conveyor for spray painting, now has modernized equipment which automatically feeds 6 sets of fenders to a fast merry-go-round where various colored finishes are applied simultaneously. Richer living? Capitalist propagandists hail the promise of automation but give little consideration to the tragic consequences for working people thrown out of jobs. An example is the article by W.M.F. Freeman in the January 3 New York Times. The headline declares, "Automation aims at new freedom," and the subhead adds, "Devices that run factories promise to release men for richer living." That would be good news if it were true. However, although the Times boasts that it gives all the news that's fit to print, it did not see fit to print any proof. 97. Of this optimistic forecast for automation. It did not even admit that it is the drive for profits that impels the use of more and more automatic machinery. Instead, it is introduced to the end of freeing workers from drudgery, monotony, and fatigue of repetitive work, of reducing worker hazards, of opening the avenue to more important and better paying jobs, and of improving the quality and uniformity of product. An industry spokesman quoted by Fortune magazine, cited in the UAW C10 report on automation, was more honest when he confessed, "I don't think we are consciously trying to ease the burden of our workers, nor consciously trying to improve their standard of living. These changes take care of themselves." A union problem. The union bureaucracy has shown some signs of alarm at the development of automation. The UAW-CIO report on automation, with its displacement figure of 4 out of 5 workers, is a case in point. but the program proposed up to now to meet the problems arising from the revolution in technique now sweeping industry at truly American speed leaves much to be desired. The report speaks of retraining displaced men at company expense for other jobs in auto. The retraining proposal is excellent, if it is actually fought for, but just what other jobs will be available remains a mystery. They could be created by establishing a much shorter work week and thus spreading the available employment. But that is not Reuther's program. 18. The report also demands that the government help retrain the displaced men for other jobs. Another excellent proposal, if fought for. How much of a fight is required can be gathered from the fact that the government is unwilling to provide adequate schooling even for children. According to the National Citizens Commission for Public Schools, America is falling behind its growing population by some 67,000 classrooms a year. New York Herald Tribune, December 27, 1954. The report on automation takes as its major demand the so-called guaranteed annual wage. If the full demand were one, and if it were applied retroactively so as to cover displaced workers, it would provide the cushion of 1 year's 98 severance pay. Reuther's record, however, leads one to doubt that any promise of militant struggle under his guidance is worth a great deal. A test of his willingness and capacity to fight is provided by the threat automation presents to the entire bracket of older workers with high seniority who are approaching the retirement age of 65 when company-financed pensions will be due. If these workers can be dumped before then by introducing automatic processes, the companies stand to make a sizable saving, a consideration of which they are quite conscious. The report on automation admits that in the new automated plants preference in hiring is given to younger workers. The youth, too, must have jobs, but if Reuther were seriously concerned about placing the older workers, shouldn't he be concerned about their senior right to work where automation is going into effect today? Another point in Reuther's solution is the annual improvement factor. The immense productivity gains of automation should be assessed and then shared equally by all workers in coming negotiations, says the report on automation. Good. The workers should share in the benefits of automation. But two considerations are sufficient to judge the worth of Reuther's solution. 1. The strength of a union is based on the members it has in the plants. This is steadily being cut down by automation. 2. Under the Reuther program, the 4 out of 5 displaced from their jobs have a dim chance to share equally in anything but a search for jobs. To these displaced workers Reuther really has nothing to offer, unless an invitation to support the Democratic Party can be considered an offer. And what does the Democratic Party promise beyond meager unemployment insurance and relief handouts? What happens to the standard of living of the displaced workers as automation cuts deeper and deeper? And with the fierce competition for jobs sure to follow, even those on the automatic production lines will find their standard of living dangerously threatened. It should be evident that the problem of automation, as it affects the working class, demands a far-reaching solution, one that can be carried out in the final analysis only on the political level, for it involves much more than the worker-capitalist relation in this or that corporation or even industry. It concerns the working class as a whole in its relation to the entire productive system and the capitalist class in America. To effectively struggle for their interests on such a scale, the workers must come to independent political action. That means formation of a fighting labor party, one of whose first tasks must be to draw up a program that approaches automation as a national problem requiring the whole power of government to be brought to bear in protecting the worker as he becomes displaced by the machine he created. 99. Beyond that, of course, looms the still bigger problem, how to convert automation into a positive benefit for the working class so that the leisure and freedom from drudgery it promises is converted into a reality and not allowed to fade like a mirage. That can be accomplished only under socialism, under a scientifically planned economy. Automation gives fresh urgency to consideration of the socialist solution in America. 100. 6. The vindication of Trotskyism, Khrushchev's report on Stalin's crimes 1956. Murray Weiss. The Soviet Union is today in a stronger position in relation to the capitalist world than at any point since the Revolution of October 1917. It is sufficient to mention that 600 million people of China, after expelling the imperialists and overthrowing the capitalist regime of Chiang Kai-shek, are now allied to the Soviet Union. Economically, the USSR has attained with unprecedented speed the status of the second industrial power in the world. The authority and prestige of the Soviet Union is at an all-time high among the colonial and semi-colonial peoples who are fighting for their independence. It would seem that the regime in power in the USSR should be enjoying its greatest stability and popularity. And yet, there is unmistakable evidence that the very progress the Soviet Union has made, the improvement of its position in relation to world capitalism, and the enlargement of its orbit of influence, has brought about the eruption of the deepest contradictions in Soviet society. What are these contradictions? How will they be resolved? What place does the present turmoil in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe have in the struggle for world socialism? These are the questions before us. The most recent clue to the nature of the crisis unfolding in the land of the October Revolution is the revelations issuing from the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union last February, and in particular the report on Stalin made by Khrushchev to the closed session of the Congress. Let us therefore consider the most important revelations contained in Khrushchev's speech. In the first group are those pertaining to Stalin's regime of mass murder and terror. On this point Khrushchev admitted. 1 G. Weiss 1956. 101. The Moscow trials of the 30s were frame UPS. The charge that the Trotskyists were spies, wreckers and terrorists was fabricated. The confessions that formed the basis of the Moscow trials were obtained by means of psychological and physical torture summed up by Stalin in the formula, beat, and again beat. The assassination of Kirov, which was the starting point of the Moscow trials, appears to have been carried out by Stalin's secret police. The whole generation of Bolsheviks associated with Lenin in the leadership of the Russian Revolution of October 1917 was murdered, many of them after being tortured into confessing falsely that they were spies and terrorists. Frame UPS, false confessions and mass murder were practiced on tens of thousands of members of the Communist Party and hundreds of thousands of workers and peasants. Revolutionary legality and workers' democracy were destroyed and replaced by police rule under the direct supervision of Stalin. The second group of Khrushchev's admissions relate to the question of nationalities. As you know, the Soviet Union is a federation of numerous republics. The October 1917 revolution gave freedom and autonomy to the national minorities, who had lived under the oppression of Great Russian chauvinism in what was called the Tsarist prison of the peoples. Under the Stalin regime, Khrushchev revealed a number of small nations were subjected to mass deportations to faraway places, in the course of which millions perished. The third set of revelations deals with Stalin's crimes and blunders as a war leader. Here Khrushchev recounts how Stalin ignored all evidence of political reality and refused to believe Hitler would attack the Soviet Union. Thus, Khrushchev points out, the Soviet Union was unprepared economically and militarily for the fascist onslaught in 1941. Moreover, thousands of the best officers of the Red Army, from the company level up to the general staff, had been liquidated in the purges, and this badly disorganized the army. Stalin, according to Khrushchev, was demoralized and helpless in the first stage of the war. Later he exerted his authority to commit military blunders that in one instance alone cited by Khrushchev cost the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. In short, Khrushchev shows that contrary to his own words at the 19th Congress, in which he assigns the credit for the victory of Russia in the war to Stalin's genius, the truth was that Stalin's regime brought the USSR to the edge of disaster during the war and cost the lives of millions of soldiers and civilians. 102. The fourth group of Khrushchev's counts denouncing Stalin pertain to the cult of the individual. Khrushchev goes into considerable detail on this point. He describes how Stalin replaced the government, the party, the Central Committee and the courts, and established a one-man system of rule. He describes how Stalin demanded of one and all, not merely obedience to his command, but the utmost servility. Those who failed to shower Stalin with declarations of unbounded praise for his godlike genius were immediately suspect and subsequently fell under Stalin's terror. In connection with the cult of the individual, Khrushchev relates how Stalin personally edited histories and biographies to falsely depict his role as the all-wise, infallible, genius leader. The fifth group of revelations concern the relations of the Stalin regime to other workers' states, notably Yugoslavia. It is likely that a fuller text of the speech will reveal a lot more regarding China. But the evidence contained in Khrushchev's speech, plus what is already well known, establishes fully that Stalin adopted the same attitude toward the new workers' states outside the Soviet Union as he did toward the national minorities within the USSR. The sixth and final point of Khrushchev's indictment of Stalin deals with Soviet agriculture. Khrushchev shows that contrary to the myth that Stalin was a deep student of the agrarian question and the leader of the great social transformations in Russian agriculture since the revolution, he was in reality abysmally ignorant of the problem. According to Khrushchev, Stalin's only contributions to the solution of agrarian problems consisted of sabotaging all serious efforts to alleviate severe crises and proposing fantastically unreasonable taxation. At one point Stalin proposed to tax the peasants an amount greater than their total income for the given period. Unrevealed atrocities. There are many things that Khrushchev did not reveal in his report. The atrocities against the leaders of Jewish culture were not mentioned. Neither was Stalin's international murder machine. Nor was anything said on how this machine was used in Spain, how it was used to liquidate Trotsky's secretaries, and how it was used to assassinate Leon Trotsky himself. We can expect that more revelations will come and more details will be given on what was already admitted. The truth, as is well known, makes its way slowly, for long periods of time, but once it gains momentum it moves with great speed. 103. Now it is irrefutably established that the Trotskyist movement told the world working class the truth about the crimes of Stalinism. Each and every crime revealed by Khrushchev was exposed by the Trotskyists many years ago. Any fair-minded person can verify this by consulting the record of our movement, merely by looking through the files of the militants since 1928. The 20th Congress disclosed one gigantic fact: the Russian workers are beginning the historic work of overthrowing the bureaucratic caste and restoring the democratic foundations of the revolution. This is the basis for a Marxist understanding of the feverish movement on the surface and at the summits of Soviet society. The State Department propagandists are attempting to depict the Khrushchev revelations as a proof of the inherent evil of communism. In the first place, this pitiful effort rests on accepting the Stalinist falsehood that socialism has been victoriously achieved in one country, the Soviet Union. On that premise, it is, of course, not difficult to prove that socialism is not what the founders of the socialist movement said it would be. However, Marx, Engels, Lenin and Trotsky and the whole Bolshevik party, including Stalin up to 1924, never dreamed of a reactionary utopian concept like achieving socialism within the boundaries of one country. The Russian Revolution established a society transitional to socialism. Socialism itself will be achieved only on the premise of the victorious revolution over capitalism in its main centers. The socialist society will be founded on the highest technological achievements of capitalism, as a worldwide productive system liberated from the fetters of national boundaries and capitalist private property. State Department propaganda. But let's take the State Department propagandists on their own premise for a moment. If the crimes of the Stalin cult are the expression of the evils of communism, what is the exposure of these crimes? Why are these crimes being repudiated? The New York Times, US News and World Report, and other authoritative spokesmen for big business, agree that the only plausible explanation for the 104 repudiation of the Stalin cult, the only factor that can explain why the present rulers would take the grave risk of destroying the very keystone of the whole Stalinist structure, is the movement of the Soviet people from below. But they don't dare say that this movement is pro-capitalist in its thought or direction. Any hopes they had, that an uprising against Stalinism in Eastern Europe or the Soviet Union would favor the return of capitalism, were smashed by the June 17, 1953 insurrection of the East German working class. This working class insurrection, highly organized and magnificently disciplined, and embracing the entire East German industrial working class, was anti-capitalist and socialist through and through. As a matter of fact, only the Stalinist bureaucrats tried to pin the label of a pro-West, imperialist-inspired movement on this revolutionary uprising. The capitalists knew better, as all the evidence shows. They were therefore unable to intervene. Evidently, therefore, the so-called evils of communism are being countered by an insurgent movement of the working people who have no thought of returning to capitalism but are bent on removing the barriers in the path to the free society of world socialism. And then, if the bureaucratic degenerations that gripped the first workers' state in history are to be depicted as the evils of communism, what term will the State Department propaganda flunkies use to describe the two world wars, the World Depression, the 10-year hell of Hitlerism, the 20-year rule of Mussolini, and the dictatorship of the fascist butcher Franco? Are these not the expression of the inherent evils of capitalism? Correctly understood, Stalinism itself is an expression of the evils of capitalism besetting an isolated workers' state. While the October Revolution established the foundations of a new social order, the weight of the Tsarist past and the pressure of capitalist encirclement of a backward country imposed a cruel burden of bureaucratic parasitism and terror on the Russian people. Khrushchev opened his speech with a dissertation on the views of Marx, Engels, and Lenin on the cult of the individual. But although he uses the term Marxist-Leninist in practically every other paragraph of his speech, Khrushchev's method has nothing in common with Marxist thought on this question. He reduces the question to one of modesty versus vanity. Marx was modest, he tells the audience. So was Engels, Lenin was very modest. But not Stalin. Stalin ceased to be modest and raised himself above the party and what is. 105. Worse, the Central Committee. Then he began to murder people who disagreed with him, and then still others for no reason at all. He began to commit all kinds of hideous crimes, all because he forgot that a Marxist-Leninist is modest. Empty explanations. Khrushchev says, it is clear that in the situation of socialist victory there was no basis for mass terror in the country. Then why the mass terror? Khrushchev answers the question of why the Stalin cult, with an empty tautology. The Stalin cult arose because Stalin raised himself above the party and the Central Committee. It's the same as explaining the crimes of Stalin by his criminal conduct. If a socialist society has been established, this signifies that mankind has raised its productive powers to the point where the class division of society has been eliminated. The elimination of the class struggle eliminates the need of a state with its special body of armed men to impose by force the rule of the dominant class. If the Soviet Union has indeed entered the domain of socialism, then, how explain the fact that instead of witnessing the withering away of the functions of the state, it experienced, during the last 3 decades, the enormous growth of an oppressive state apparatus that maintained its rule by perpetrating the most heinous crimes against those subjected to its rule? Surely, a Marxist-Leninist must see in such phenomena the expression of extremely acute, social contradictions. But, no, Khrushchev views the phenomenon of the growth of a repressive state which practiced mass murder for 22 years according to his reckoning, as a result of an erroneous theory, that somehow got into Stalin's head, namely, the theory that precisely with the advent of socialism class strife sharpens. How did this theory get into Stalin's head despite the achievement of a socialist society? Apparently it is associated with Stalin's tendency to lack modesty and to raise himself above the Central Committee. Purely arbitrary and half-baked idealist constructions. In Khrushchev's explanations there is not a trace of the Marxist method of materialist dialectic in which the role of the individual in history is regarded as a function of the struggle of classes and social strata within classes. 106. Trotsky's method. The method of the cult of the individual is not abandoned in this type of explanation, it is only turned inside out. Instead of a god, we are presented with a devil. Contrast to this method the method of Trotsky, who 20 years ago, in his basic work The Revolution Betrayed, explained the Stalin cult as follows. The increasingly insistent deification of Stalin is, with all its elements of caricature, a necessary element of the regime. The bureaucracy has need of an inviolable superarbiter, a first consul if not an emperor, and it raises upon its shoulders him who best responds to its claim for lordship. That strength of character of the leader which so enraptures the literary dilettantes of the West, is in reality the sum total of the collective pressure of a caste which will stop at nothing in defense of its position. Each one of them at his post is thinking, l'État, c'est moi. I am the state. In Stalin each one easily finds himself. But Stalin also finds in each one a small part of his own spirit. Stalin is the personification of the bureaucracy. That is the substance of his political personality. The personification of the bureaucracy, that is the clue to understanding the role of Stalin. The bureaucracy that rose to power after the Russian Revolution is an historically illicit force. It came to power on the wave of reaction, in a country exhausted by years of imperialist war, revolution, and civil war. The vanguard of the proletariat was bled white. The great ocean of petty peasant enterprise predominated over industry. The initial defeats of the European Revolution further sapped the strength and revolutionary vitality of the Russian workers. With every defeat of a workers' revolution abroad, the bureaucratic tendencies in the Soviet Union were strengthened, and with the strengthening of the bureaucratic caste in the Soviet Union it was able to crush the revolutionary wing of the party of Lenin. And then utterly crush the party itself. Bureaucratic usurpation. The bureaucracy expressed its hunger for privilege amidst universal poverty in its adherence to Stalin. Stalin had the best qualifications for the job. His record as an old Bolshevik provided the necessary disguise for the process of bureaucratic usurpation. 107. That's why Khrushchev must say over and over again in his speech that Stalin was politically right as against Trotskyism. He means by that to justify the triumph of the bureaucratic caste over the Bolshevik party of Lenin and Trotsky. Fundamentally, that is what the great struggle was about. It was a struggle between a bureaucratic reaction which lifted the Stalinist oligarchy to power and the proletarian left opposition led by Trotsky that fought to defend the Bolshevik Party, the Soviets, and the trade unions from strangulation by the bureaucracy. It was the reenactment on a vast historical scale, of the same kind of struggle that has taken place in many unions, which started under fighting leadership, practiced wide internal democracy, conducted a policy of militant class struggle, reached out the hand of solidarity to workers in every industry, but subsequently, under different social conditions, with the receding of the class struggle, became bureaucratized and headed by what Daniel de Leon described as the labor lieutenants of capitalism in the ranks of the working class. Khrushchev refuted. Khrushchev says, "We must affirm that the party fought a serious fight against the Trotskyists, rightists, and bourgeois nationalists, and that it disarmed ideologically all the enemies of Leninism. The ideological fight was carried on successfully. Here Stalin played a positive role. The facts refute Khrushchev as completely on this question as on the later frame UPS in the Moscow trials. 1. Trotskyism was not defeated by ideological means. The record shows that bureaucratic usurpers, utilizing the pressure of a deep social reaction to the revolution, silenced their opponents from the beginning by methods of frame UPS and terror. If Stalin defeated Trotsky's Bolshevik opposition by ideological means, what were thousands of Trotskyists doing in jail from 1927 on? 2. The Stalinist faction did not fight for Leninism. On the contrary, as documentary evidence shows, Lenin opened a fight in the last years of his life against the Stalinist faction as the expression of the ominous bureaucratic tendency. Lenin fought the rise of Stalin and Stalinism from his deathbed, and Trotsky continued the fight after Lenin's death. 108. Khrushchev says that Stalin was right in the fight against Trotskyism because without that fight Russia would have failed to industrialize or collectivize agriculture. One is almost compelled to stand in awe before the sweep and audacity of this lie. Actually, It was the Trotskyist opposition that as early as 1923 proposed that the Soviet Union embark on a central industrial plan and that a struggle be opened to collectivize agriculture as a weapon against the growing kulak, capitalist, element in the countryside. This proposal was hooted down derisively by the Stalinist faction. Trotsky was called a fantastic super-industrialist, a dreamer, and a charlatan. Stalin, the great expert on agriculture, said what the Russian peasant needed was not a plan but a good rain. For his proposal to fight the growing power of the rich peasant kulak, Trotsky was accused of underestimation of the peasantry. In a bloc with the right wing of the party, led by Bukharin, the Stalin faction conducted reactionary propaganda among the kulak elements to incite them against Trotskyism. They didn't even refrain from using anti-Semitism in this campaign. Thus, while leaning on the social pressure of the capitalist elements, the bureaucracy throttled the opposition and expelled it from the party, drove the workers who supported the left opposition out of the factories and opened a reign of terror. Left opposition confirmed. Within months after the expulsion of Trotsky, the position of the left opposition was confirmed to the hilt. The kulak threat, which the Stalinists claimed did not even exist, threatened to engulf the Soviet regime. The Stalinist faction then made a 180-degree turn. They took over Trotsky's program, and applied it. Industrialization. The first 5-year plan was launched and it quickly confirmed the left opposition's estimates of the possibilities of planned economy. However, the bureaucracy gave its own distorted version to these measures, relying not on the creative power of the masses but on bureaucratic decree. These historical questions are of urgent importance to the revolutionary movement. Not a single question confronting the radical workers today can be understood without tracing the struggle waged by Trotskyism from 1923 down to the present day. And the struggle of Trotskyism was only a continuation of the line of struggle of Marx, Engels, and Lenin as it was tested and enriched by the October Revolution. Take the question of peaceful coexistence and the peaceful road to socialism, these so-called new theories of the 20th Congress, revising Lenin's 109. Conception of our epoch as the epoch of imperialist war, proletarian revolution, and colonial uprisings. Khrushchev and company have not announced new theories, as the Stalinist leader in the US, Eugene Denis, would have us believe. Peaceful coexistence between capitalism and socialism is the basic theory of Stalinism. That question was fought out in the great dispute over the theory of socialism in one country versus the Leninist Trotskyist conception of permanent revolution. The peaceful road to socialism. A bloc with the liberal capitalist. A multi-class coalition government. That was the program of the reformist right wing of the Second International, which was vigorously opposed by Lenin, Trotsky, Luxemburg and Liebknecht. In the Russian workers' movement, these were the questions that demarcated Bolshevism and Menshevism since 1903. Bolshevism and Menshevism. It was the essence of Menshevism to seek to ally the working class with the liberal bourgeoisie. Such an alliance results in the defeat of the proletariat, with the liberals turning up in the camp of reaction. The essence of Bolshevism, defended by Lenin and Trotsky from 1905 through 1917 and to the end of their lives, was to organize the working class independently, against the parties of capitalism. The arguments of the CP leaders about why we must work in the Democratic Party are the very arguments, the sophistries of the lesser evil, that Lenin waged a lifelong struggle against. It is all the more important to go back to the basic teachings of Lenin on these principled questions because his name and authority are invoked by the Stalinist falsifiers, to support the very theories and arguments Lenin demolished. The basic question. The question of class collaboration versus class struggle, this is at bottom the question dividing Stalinism and Trotskyism in the United States, in the Soviet Union and throughout the world. The Daily Worker editors berate themselves for having blindly and subserviently parroted all the lies of Stalin. Why don't they ask themselves, how did it happen that a revolutionary party, which by its very nature must be headed by critical-minded independent leaders, tested in the class struggle, became 110. Headed by spineless bureaucrats who defended every crime, no matter how monstrous, that issued from the Kremlin? The answer isn't hard to find. The CP in the US, like all communist parties, was destroyed as an independent revolutionary party, following the expulsion of the Trotskyists in 1928. The Stalinist bureaucracy used its power and prestige to pervert the Comintern into its factional instrument. All communist leaders who opposed this were bureaucratically driven out of their respective parties. Those who were willing to become the creatures of the Stalinist bureaucracy in the USSR lost their capacity to be revolutionists at home. They lost their class bearings. They became capable, as a matter of course, of any deed of treachery. The position of the Soviet Union in relation to the capitalist world has, as we stated in the beginning, become considerably stronger since World War II. At the same time, the power of the Stalinist regime has been undermined. For those who identified the destiny of the Soviet Union with Stalinism, this comes as a completely unexpected and bewildering phenomenon. The Trotskyists, however, foresaw and were completely prepared for this development. They alone analyzed the basic contradiction in Soviet society as the contradiction between the new property forms of nationalized and planned economy established as a result of the October Revolution and the domination of the workers' state by a bureaucratic oligarchy. This contradiction, Trotskyism taught, manifested itself in the struggle between the Soviet working class and the dictatorship of the bureaucratic caste. The fate of the struggle between the workers and the bureaucracy was tied to the fate of the worldwide struggle of classes. Stalinism, the politics of the bureaucracy, was born and prospered in an epoch of defeats of proletarian revolution. It was the refraction of capitalist pressure and reaction within the Soviet Union and the world workers' movement. A major factor in promoting defeats, Stalinism became strengthened by them. The thunder of revolution. But despite the obstacle of Stalinism, the anti-capitalist forces in the world and the Soviet Union have become enormously strengthened. The Soviet working class, now 50 million strong and augmented by the industrial working class of Eastern Europe, expresses this profound shift in the world relationship of forces by a revolutionary resurgence. The 20th Congress heard the echo of this revolutionary thunder in the halls of the bureaucracy. Everything they did there and everything they have done since is in the nature of panicky preparations for the onrushing revolutionary storm. The world revolution and the world working class movement have entered a new stage marked by the appearance of the Soviet masses in the political arena. This stage can only culminate in the downfall of the Soviet bureaucratic caste, the victory of Russian Bolshevism and the triumph of the world socialist revolution. 112. 7 New Stage for the Youth 20, 1957. James Robertson. Since its inception as an organized force, the radical youth movement in the United States has gone through 2 major stages of development. First came the wrenching away of the socialist youth from the old Socialist Party under the impact of the World War I, the Russian Revolution and the formation of the Communist International. These constituted the basis of the Communist Party youth movement in the 20s. Second came a turning away from the Comintern as Stalinism moved to the fore. The Spartacus Youth League, founded by the American followers of Leon Trotsky, was a point of attraction, while larger numbers of youthful militants went to the revivified Young People's Socialist League. The most active elements in these 2 organizations merged and affiliated to the Socialist Workers' Party. But this promising development gave way under the impact of World War I and the factional struggle that broke out in the SWP over the question of defense of the Soviet Union. The post-war period up to the death of Stalin, the Khrushchev revelations and the East European revolts and uprisings saw little socialist activity and organization among the youth. The socialist youth groups were small and largely ineffectual. Communist Party work in the youth field in terms of education and activity was a kind of middle-class liberalism compounded by subservience to the dictates and interests of the Russian Stalinist state machine. Today the radical youth movement stands at the threshold of a new stage of development, one of great importance and opportunity for the revolutionary socialist movement. It is now possible to create a new pool of potential Marxist leadership among the American youth. What we do in the immediate future can set the tone and pattern for a whole period. Conditions are favorable for a renaissance of a propagandist's radical youth movement. The witch hunt has receded, murmurings are apparent in the economy, developing antagonisms are visible between the rank and file and the 20 Robertson 1957. 113. Hidebound trade union bureaucracy. The East European class struggles have had an impact, as has the latest round in the colonial struggle against imperialism. Against this background, the principal fact is the dissolution of the Stalinist Labor Youth League. Only a few years ago this organization still had as many as 5,000 members. Now it has fallen to pieces, a direct consequence not of domestic events but of Khrushchev's revelations and the massive struggles in the Soviet bloc, which showed the workers of East Germany, Poland, and Hungary pitted against the Stalinist regimes. Having no independent roots in the American class struggle, the Labor Youth League existed by ideas alone, with a certain amount of bureaucratic glue to hold them together. The enormous discrepancy between the avowed aims of the Labor Youth League and the practice of its principal heroes, such as Stalin, was too great a contradiction to be bridged. The formation disintegrated and ordered its own dissolution. This was accompanied by a breakdown of the long-existing hostility of former LILE members toward other radical youth organizations. Among these in TUM, as among the organizations of older people, it became generally recognized that a regroupment of forces was in order and that this could be reached only through friendly discussion over programmatic questions, no matter how sharp the differences over particular proposed answers to the common problems faced by the working people. The forum movement started up around the country and various broad and loose clubs appeared, providing a platform for speakers representing various tendencies. The interest in this development has been particularly high among the radical-minded youth. Within the general flux, of course, some of the older people have refused to recognize that they were faced with new tasks and new opportunities. Among the more notable of these is the Socialist Labor Party, an encrusted organization that remains decades behind the times. Because the TUM was not due to a rising class struggle in this country that might have brought tens of thousands of new people into action in a massive way, the issues have primarily revolved around an ideological assessment affecting a relatively thin stream of younger people. Among these, however, the ferment has been profound. A great shattering of illusions about Stalinism has occurred. In contrast to those in the Communist Party and its periphery, who were led to believe that today's leadership of the Soviet Union represents the socialist ideal, are those who felt they had to reject everything associated with the Soviet Union, even socialism itself. Seeing Russia as a horrible, totalitarian monstrosity, where the workers are turned into dehumanized slaves and brutes and all class. 114. Consciousness is eradicated, they felt it better to stick with John Foster Dulles. The feeling is well expressed in George Orwell's novel 1984, the hopelessness of everything in face of such phenomena as Stalinism. For many youths in the social democratic and liberal movements, this illusion, too, has been shattered. The actions of the workers in East Europe have demonstrated that the working class can move and exert its pressure despite Stalinism. The dual shake-up in thinking has shown that the old order is dead, a new movement is required in the youth field. The actual process of regroupment, naturally, has not been straightforward. A number of alternatives have been advanced on what to do. The simplest is standpatism. The hope is to ride out the storm. The attempt to wish away the present is characteristic of those who really have nothing to offer. The Socialist Party, for example, having finally achieved reunification with the Social Democratic Federation, responded to the regroupment process by urging everybody to join them. This is nice of them, but not well calculated to meet the challenge of the big change that has occurred. The SPSDF leaders recognize that something peculiar called the Forum movement has developed, but they are so far removed from reality that they actually believe Khrushchev's revelations were part of a plot aimed at sucking in the Socialist Party. Those who are under the illusion that the Socialist Party represents a hope for the future should make it a practice to read the Socialist Call more attentively, for it reveals what a thoroughly hidebound, ossified and miserable grouping this really is. The Communist Party likewise takes a stand-pat position. Of course they are progressively losing their following of youth, but they still hope to ride things out. If they no longer label opposing tendencies as fascist agents, they nevertheless regard them as irrelevant. As in the case of the Socialist Party, this represents a complete loss of touch with reality. At one time the CP was a formidable barrier to the socialist movement. But that's not true any longer. The former strength of the Communist Party remains today only as an illusion among some of its followers, who begin to sit in little rooms, isolated from the social process. Another tendency, the one grouped around the monthly review, while not numerically significant perhaps, carries considerable ideological weight, especially among those who have retreated from the Communist Party zone. This tendency, too, has clearly indicated its lack of interest in community relations or discussion with other tendencies. In reply to an invitation to participate in the forum initiated by A.J. Must, Paul M. Sweezy, one of the editors of the Monthly Review, declined, suggesting that others should follow his course of abstention. Such rigidity, having much in common with the sectarian ossification of thought most clearly represented by the Socialist Labour Party, was, of course, to be expected among some of the radical currents in abrupt turns of this kind. In other groups underlying instabilities rose to the surface. This was especially true of the one nationally established youth organization outside of the Labour Youth League, that is, the Young Socialist League, which is more or less affiliated to the Independent Socialist League. The Young Socialist League had the possibility, perhaps, of becoming the nucleus for a new independent youth movement. But it has undergone an internal crisis. The right wing, tailing after the Schachtmannite leadership of the Independent Socialist League, which proposes to become part of the Socialist Party, is preparing to enter the Young People's Socialist League on any terms whatever, and the left wing, resisting this course, has its attention centered on the problem of bringing together the elements really capable of building a new youth movement. The possibility of achieving a regroupment around a broad common denominator of militant socialist activities is very attractive to segments in the youth field of the most diverse political background. For example, in the Bay Area, with which I am most familiar, we in the left wing of the Young Socialist League have met with a most friendly response from many young people who generally regard the National Guardian as their paper. On a nationwide scale, the Forum movement has given impetus to these get-together tendencies. At the present stage, exploratory discussions are going on about political minimums and organizational forms. These are occurring among the left wing of the Young Socialist League, young people in and around the Socialist Workers' Party, some of the youth supporters of the American Socialist, sympathizers of the National Guardian, former members of the defunct Labor Youth League, and just plain independents and youth first, coming to radical politics. This is quite a list. If anyone had suggested 2 years ago that there was a possibility of a united youth organization with such components, it would have been taken as prima facie evidence for certifiable insanity. This in itself shows what an enormous wrenching we've gone through in the youth field in this country. All these young people taken together are an impressive force, at least potentially. The various tendencies are not negotiating as crystallized national formations. They are found in varying proportions in a whole series of clubs and local groups in youth forums and the like across the country. In New York, for instance, the Young Socialist Forum has a good-sized contingent sympathetic to the views of the Socialist Workers' Party as well as left-wing members of the Young Socialist League. In Philadelphia the proportion of former MEM 116 hers of the Labor Youth League is larger. In Chicago the tendencies are spread more evenly. The Minneapolis Club has mainly an American socialist complexion. In Detroit it is socialist workers. In the Bay Area several groupings have appeared besides the left-wing caucus of the Young Socialist League, among them the Mark Twain Club which came out of the Labor Youth League. In Los Angeles, socialist workers' partisans have done much toward getting a united group independent of all parties. These main areas indicate what is happening nationally. It is important to understand that the desire for unity, the desire to reverse the fragmentation of the radical movement, is not sufficient in and of itself to bring about a healthy unification. The basis for unity requires the fullest and most careful consideration. Here, by way of preliminary, it might be well to indicate a difference in attitude that is important for those coming from the Labor Youth League and those from a background such as the Young Socialist League. Former LILE members, used to an organization numbering in the thousands that suddenly went to smash, feel that a terrible vacuum has been created in the socialist youth field. Large numbers quit completely after the Khrushchev revelations. Others who did not renounce their socialist views feel dispirited and demoralized. We of the YSL on the contrary saw the self-demolition of the LILE as a progressive development, since it removed a big barrier. True, it involved the loss of a good number of young people from the radical movement, but it opened the possibility of a new beginning since it broke the monopoly of a false program and a false control in the American youth field. The question of program once again asserted its predominance over mere numbers. After all, of what use is an organization, no matter how large, if its purposes run counter to the interests of socialism? The end of the Stalin cult and the confirmation of the crimes and betrayals charged against Stalin's rule was a most healthy development. Now we are able to discuss in an atmosphere free of the vilification with which the Labor Youth League customarily responded to issues raised by its opponents. The elements of a new youth movement that must be considered in their interrelationship are, first, its independence, secondly, its broadness, thirdly, its militancy. These must be combined in such a way as to lead to an effective and democratic movement of young socialists, and at such a tempo as to maximize the opportunities at hand. To avoid leaving these as just words, it is necessary to specify our meanings. By independence I mean free from the organizational control of specific parties, that is, groupings adhering to fully formulated political programs. It is true that there is a long-term instability in independence of the youth, since 117. People grow up, and in growing up they settle on a political program. After debate, experience, and participation in political activities, the most independent youth movement will eventually reach an outlook more or less parallel to one or another of the various parties. Right now, however, a little bit of youth vanguardism in political matters is a desirable thing. Because of the more rapid breakdown of old organizational ties in the youth field, a kind of running ahead of the general socialist field, any seeking after adult link UPS would have to be with groups as they were rather than as they will be. The regroupment process is reaching maturity more rapidly among the youth than among the adults. Thus there exists a considerable discrepancy in developments in the two areas. Gradually the adult level will pull parallel and that may raise problems, but that is for the future. Another important consideration in favor of independence is that one of the legacies of Stalinism is an exceptionally suspicious attitude among young people who have been in politics. A great many, and by no means the least worthy former members of the Labor Youth League want no part whatsoever of subordinating themselves to adult groups. This antagonism toward the older generation in general is a result of the specific experiences of these youth with Stalinist practices. In addition to this, a good many young people who want to participate in a new youth movement look toward definite adult organizations or periodicals. Any enclosing and narrowing down of the youth movement would simply chop them off. From the considerations regarding independence, I think it follows directly that the new youth movement must seek an extremely broad scope. Maximum diversity within a basic common denominator is, moreover, a really precious asset, in my opinion, because it brings into play a great deal of experience, bodies of knowledge and insight from different tendencies. Speaking from personal experience, the Bay Area YSL has been labeled as a bunch of hard-boiled Bolsheviks and also as an all-inclusive political zoo. We drew no line against anarchists, social democrats, sectarians, or those with illusions about the Soviet Union, yet we engaged in a good deal of militant action. The lesson we drew from it is the need not merely for tolerance but for genuine interest in the ideas of others, their contributions, and mutual exploration of views, while at the same time placing a lot of emphasis on militant activity without, however, using a disciplinary whip in any fashion or making any kind of attempt at compulsion. It so happens that about 98% of the activity that a youth organization might undertake is in any case of the type an extremely broad 118 range of tendencies can subscribe to. Differences that could appear through participation in working class struggles are not very great at present. However, there are certain limitations to broadness. The main one, I think, is the political hostility of groups that are opposed to an independent youth organization. Among these are the Socialist Party, Social Democratic Federation, the Socialist Labour Party, the Schachtmanite ISL, and so on. Yet even here there will be individual members who might like to participate. Even a member of the Young Democrats might like to see for himself what an organization with socialist aims offers. You don't treat such 17-year-olds, who want to argue for Stevenson, like aged betrayers of the working class. The opportunity should be open for them to develop into Marxists. On the other hand, there are groups in this country who proclaim their Marxism to be second to none, yet who would refuse to touch an independent socialist youth organization with a 10-foot pole. In practice, the question of just how broad is will be determined by the attitudes of those who wish or don't wish to participate. As for militancy, this can be a cloudy word. It should be sufficient, it seems to me, to classify an organization as militant if it seeks to take a genuinely socialist position on issues as they arise, to decide on practical steps, and to discuss in comradely fashion the various theoretical ramifications. Aside from what it means in programmatic implications, militancy involves a conscious attempt to break with the study group habits of withdrawn young people and to undertake actions energetically, with a great deal of commitment. In conclusion, I would like to stress the urgency of youth regroupment. The breaking of the Stalinist grip in the American youth field has opened opportunities not seen for decades. But these opportunities will not remain indefinitely. They can be dissipated, leaving the arena free for backward or even reactionary tendencies. On the other hand, resolute action can signify the early appearance of a new socialist youth movement in America with a great future before it in the coming period of working class radicalization. Really beat? 21. 1958. Evelyn Sell. 119. There seems to be an unwritten law in America that every generation must be labeled. The lost generation of World War I was followed by the socially conscious generation of the 30s. Various tags have been placed on the present generation, those who grew up during World War XI, fought in the war that wasn't a war at all but a police action, and are now on the roller coaster ride of an up and down American economy. This has been called the brainwashed, the waiting, the go, the silent, and, finally, the beat generation. Bewailing the apathy of today's youth, Time and Life called them the silent generation because the young people in America seemed completely content to let the world go by while they sought regimented living in a ranch house with a swimming pool. In a symposium of college professors in the nation last year, the same criticism was voiced. College students were characterized as earnest but dull. The mass of college students lead lives of quiet enervation. Many undergraduates acknowledge no heroes, profess only lukewarm admirations, shun causes, are suspicious of joinings and flinch from commitments. The professors, and Time and Life before them, were appalled at the indifference to either politics or reform or rebellion, which they noted in our intellectual elite. In 20 years they will run the most powerful nation on earth. The spokesmen of the present group who run the most powerful nation on earth are worried not about the next set of rulers so much as the next set of ruled. Science fiction writers enjoy describing mythical lands where the masses are drugged into political apathy, where the dictators mold the thoughts and actions of their workers through TV. We do not live in such a push-button world as yet. We live in a world where wars, even atomic wars, must be fought by people who believe in what they are fighting for. Those who run the most powerful nation on earth need a generation of Americans who acknowledge. 21 Cell 1958. 120. Heroes like McCarthy, admire brink of war diplomacy, believe in capitalism, like nothing better than to fight in another and another and another police action. That is where the apathy hurts. Young people shun, to a great extent, commitments to socialist actions, but they also shun committing themselves to new as, to economic insecurity, to witch hunts. Most young people play it cold to both sides. They are nursing their passion, waiting, in the unemployment lines, watching, uprisings throughout the world, listening, to reports of the poisoning of our atmosphere by nuclear tests. But there are other young people who do not withhold their passion, who live fast and furiously, at fever pitch. They commit themselves totally, some to motorcycles and endless races down the roads of America, some to drugs and the sensations of flipping, some to the exotic intellectuality of Eastern philosophies, or to defiant homosexuality, or promiscuous heterosexuality. They are the loudmouths of the generation. They attract the spotlight. Books are written about them. Magazines photograph and describe them. Movies are made about them. But at bottom they are not so different from their more silent brothers and sisters. They share a deep-going rejection of the values of our society and a fervent stressing of the value and importance of the human being as a person. The label silent generation failed to win popular acceptance. Now, however, writers claiming to speak for their kind have adopted a name for themselves that seems to be catching on. In 1952, the same year that Time and Life wrote of the silent generation, John Cleland Holmes published an article in the New York Times entitled "This is the Beat Generation." Since then the phrase has gained popularity and notoriety through the literary successes of writers such as Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg. Kerouac has not only hit the bestseller lists with his On the Road, he has become touted as the spokesman of the people of whom he writes, people who live on the bum, who restlessly seek their kicks in modem jazz, marijuana, fast cars and faster motorcycles, crime, defiant sexual immorality, Zen Buddhism, who have as their heroes James Dean, Dylan Thomas, Charlie Parker, who say to each other, "We gotta go and never stop going till we get there." Where we going, man? I don't know, but we gotta go. These are the hipsters, the beat generation. Kerouac calls them seekers. What are they seeking? God, answers Kerouac, I want God to show me his face. Kerouac defines beat, beat means beatitude, not beat up. The hipster is one who is on the beat, in tune with things, in the know, a cool cat who takes drugs and then says, but, man, last night I got so high I knew everything. I mean I knew why. In his second published novel The Subterraneans, Kerouac 121 writes that they are hip without being slick, they are intelligent without being corny, they are intellectual as hell and know all about pound without being pretentious or talking too much about it, they are very quiet, they are very Christ-like. The real hipsters, the actual pros of the beat generation, are numerically very small. The select group is swelled, however, by the curious and the bored and the sometimes rebellious who like to season their suburban solid citizen safe lives with a dash of bittersweet bohemianism. The rest of the world lives in Squaresville. The squares don't dig anything. They wear Brooks Park suits, drive MGs, hunger after the dollar and are burned alive in their innocent flannel suits on Madison Avenue amid the blasts of leaden verse and the tanked-up clatter of the iron regiments of fashion and the nitroglycerin shrieks of the fairies of advertising and the mustard gas of sinister intelligent editors, or, run down by the drunken taxicabs of absolute reality. This last is from Allen Ginsberg's Howl. In this poem he mourns not only the wasted lives of the squares but also that of the hipsters who drove cross-country 72 hours to find out if I had a vision or you had a vision or he had a vision to find out eternity. John Cleland Holmes, in an Esquire article, defines beat in this way. Everyone who has lived through a war, any sort of war, knows that beat means, not so much weariness, as rawness of the nerves, not so much being filled up to here, as being emptied out. It describes a state of mind from which all unessentials have been stripped, leaving it receptive to everything around it, but impatient with trivial obstructions. To be beat is to be at the bottom of your personality, looking up. The conviction of the creative power of the unfettered individual soul stands behind everything in which the members of this generation interest themselves, a generation groping toward faith out of an intellectual despair and moral chaos in which they refuse to lose themselves. The letters Esquire printed in response to Holmes' article speak for themselves. From Connecticut, this is the Beat Generation, all right. Deadbeat. From Pennsylvania, I know I am speaking for a lot of young men who just want to be left alone and not continuously bugged by people who don't take time to know us. I, too, am searching for something, I don't know what, but it's there inside of me. 122. From Maryland, I'm tired of hearing us called freaks, renegades, and generally inferior human beings. The Beat Generation you refer to is made up of a minority of people who have used the times as an excuse for their shortcomings. From New York, we live in a terrible world. We do not know when the big blast will go off and boom, we will be no more. So we must live for today, for tomorrow may never come. That is why we must live fast. We have simply got to get all our living in while we can. In other days, people could plan their lives. Today, however, while we must keep part of ourselves aware of the future and must plan for it, the rest of us, unfortunately, have to be aware that there may be no future and we had better live now and not then. This is a terribly morbid philosophy, but perhaps the only one that keeps us from degenerating altogether. From Nebraska, how can you have the gas to lump all the teenagers into one glob? Generations as a group do not exist. They are a myth perpetrated by know-it-alls with the magic key to our mysterious youth's minds, so they believe. From New York, now to separate the different phases of our so-called Beat Generation, there are rock and roll teenagers, and the mentally hip, us. The RNRS like wild parties, fast cars, crime, violence, fighting, drugs, sex and death, if you like. They are uncluttered and primitive. Our group, the cool, we have a goal. We are striving to find beauty in a world that shuns it. Our feelings are not gutty, they are cool. We do not depend on the bizarre, and crimes without object are not ours. We consider physical violence and argument very square. We enjoy continental coffee shops and the like. Our feelings can well be described in one word, indifferent to the world of squares which surrounds us. The statement "they refuse to lose themselves" is the most profound part of your article. Who belongs? In this letter the writer touches the problem of definition. Who belongs to the Beat Generation? LS the hipster clothed in the motorcyclist's black leather jacket, or does he wear the gray flannel of disillusioned Madison Avenue sophisticates, or does he slouch in a San Francisco bar in nondescript working clothes? Although the bickering is considerable over what is a real hipster, these three groups are usually included in discussions of the Beat Generation: the gangs, leather-belted, side-bummed, jeaned and garrison-belted; the bohemians, replete with drugs, sex, jazz, poetry, and knapsack; and the SOR. 123. Woefully sedate suburbanites who wander down among the dregs of society for relief from the routines of ordinary middle-class life. The latter group can be considered more as fellow travelers than the hardcore of hipsterism. An article in The Reporter calls them people who are merely curious, who want to see the vision but not be in it, who have a contempt for Squaresville but live there, who dig jazz but don't live it. The bohemians and the juvenile gangs live it. There is no well-paid job or middle-class security for them to run back to when the last musician has played the last note or the last rock is thrown by the last standee of a rumble. They are in deadly earnest about being with it. In writing about the juvenile gangs, John Cleland Holmes shocked many when he said, "Even the crudest and most nihilistic member of the Beat Generation, the young slum hoodlum, is almost exclusively concerned with the problem of belief, albeit unconsciously. It seems incredible that no one has realized that the only way to make the shocking juvenile murders coherent at all is to understand that they are specifically moral crimes. Such crimes, which are no longer rarities and which are all committed by people under 25, cannot be understood if we go on mouthing the same old panaceas about broken homes and slum environments and bad company, for they are spiritual crimes, crimes against the identity of another human being, crimes which reveal with stark and terrifying clarity the lengths to which a desperate need for values can drive the young. For in actuality it is the longing for values which is expressed in such a crime, and not the hatred of them. It is the longing to do or feel something meaningful, and it provides a sobering glimpse of how completely the cataclysms of this century have obliterated the rational, humanistic view of man on which modern society has been erected. Holmes points out that what the juvenile gangs are turning to, in their search for a code of ethics, is one of the oldest types of human organization, the tribe. The inviolability of comradeship, the high regard for personal courage, the oath to present a united, fighting front to the rest of the world, the concept that you and your brother belong and the others are all enemies to be destroyed or circumvented, these are the mores of the primitive tribe. What Holmes does not point out is that these are also the ethics of the capitalist society we live in, drawn out to their most crude and saddening extremes. In trying to find his way in this world he never made, the juvenile gang member responds to the society that condemns him, "Okay, you made the rules. I'll go you one better." In a class society, where one group is constantly engaged in struggle against 124 another, the juvenile gangs plot rumbles, one gang against another. In a society that fosters prejudice, the juvenile gangs make raids on the sheenies, or the niggers, or the wops, or the japs. In a society of permanent war, the gang member has his own versions of flamethrowers, bazookas, bombs, and grenades. The third group included in the Beat Generation is the Bohemians. In the Social History of Art, Hauser writes of the difference between the Bohemians of the Romantic and Naturalistic periods. What he says of the latter could be published about the hipster today in Playboy or The Nation. The Bohème was originally no more than a demonstration against the bourgeois way of life. It consisted of young artists and students, who were mostly the sons of well-to-do people, and in whom the opposition to the prevailing society was usually a product of mere youthful exuberance and contrariness. They parted from bourgeois society, not because they were forced, but because they wanted to live differently from their bourgeois fathers. They were genuine romantics, who wanted to be original and extravagant. They undertook their excursion into the world of the outlaws and the outcasts, just as one undertakes a journey into an exotic land. They knew nothing of the misery of the later Bohème, and they were free to return to bourgeois society at any time. The Bohème of the following generation, that of the militant naturalism with its headquarters in the beer cellars, was a real Bohème, that is, an artistic proletariat, made up of people whose existence was absolutely insecure, people who stood outside the frontiers of bourgeois society, and whose struggle against the bourgeoisie was no high-spirited game but a bitter necessity. Their unbourgeois way of life was the form which best suited the questionable existence that they led and was in no sense any longer a mere masquerade. It is the bohemian artist of the Beat Generation who has established his headquarters in San Francisco. That city is being hailed by some as the Paris of this generation, and the San Francisco School of Art is lauded as the fountainhead of a renaissance in American art today. Those associated with this school include Kerouac, Ginsberg, Rexroth, Ferlinghetti. Most San Francisco poets and writers are in the ranks of the longshoremen, migratory agricultural workers, seamen, and others whose work keeps them on the move. Allen Ginsberg, for example, makes a trip to the Arctic and then has enough money to go to Mexico and Europe for a while. Jack Kerouac, after achieving a minor success with a novel years ago, became disgusted with the 125 New York literary life and said, "I have to make my choice between all this and the rattling trucks on the American road. And I think I'll choose the rattling trucks." He chose the trucks and the odd job life of the lumpen proletariat. Young writers of the San Francisco School don't debate the theoretical questions of the class struggle in bohemian coffee shops, they engage in that struggle on the picket line. They don't join the picket line to soak up atmosphere, they work at the place being struck. The ranks of this artistic proletariat have been swelled by the conscientious objectors who were quartered nearby during the war. The anarcho-syndicalist traditions of the once powerfully influential IWW have reasserted themselves somewhat as the disillusionment with Stalinism has grown. Add to this a strong anti-war movement and you have the political temper of the San Francisco bohemian climate. The school has been aptly termed the new anarchist bohemianism. All the publicity about the school has resulted in a tourist invasion into the bohemian life of the city. In a fanzine, RUR, put out by David Reich of Berkeley, California, it is explained that the beat types aren't pleased about all the publicity since that means commercialization, the turning of North Beach into a tourist hangout, higher rents, and the coming in of all sorts of squares, and weekend bohemians and outright gawkers. With commercialization, their bars are no longer places where you know you can meet all of your friends at since they are now squeezed out by the tourists who simply have to dig these crazy people they read about in Life, Playboy and Esquire. The rents have gotten so high that even Lawrence Ferlinghetti has moved out of the beach and down to the Potrero Hill district, besides numerous other persons. And the squares, you know the type, they have a nice respectable job, white-collaring it somewhere, during the day, but wow, man, they gotta be with the crowd and be hip and, like that, so they don their turtleneck sweater, sandals and Frisco jeans and drive out to the beach in their MGS, discreetly parking them in some dark alley, of course. But that's the way things go here in America. As Hauser pointed out, the bohème consists of both artists and students. Student beats usually refuse to admit any ties to either the slumhood or the arty hipster. During a discussion held by the Young Socialist Club in Detroit, the question was asked by one of these beat-type students, is this movement progressive or reactionary? The consensus among those present was that the movement is progressive in that it questions and rejects the capitalist philo. 126. Sophie of Life. Its reactionary features consist in the inability to do more than reject, in the lack of understanding of the social forces spawning the movement. The observation was made during this discussion that young people generally are beginning to seriously question the status quo, that they are restlessly turning this way and that in search of a guide to life in keeping with the ideals of democracy. The youth of the 30s went through the same process of questioning and seeking. The answers came then in the shape of the powerful upsurge of industrial unionism, which rallied to its struggle the youth, the intellectuals, artists, and middle class of that day. The present generation seeks but has not yet found such an answer. A word much in popularity among students today is humanism. Over and over they insist on their belief in humanist principles. One of them said to me, referring to a mutual friend, "He is what I call a real socialist. He really believes in helping people. When he talks about sharing the wealth he really means it." I don't know if you're a real socialist. You call yourself that, but I don't know how you really feel about other people. David Reich made the following observations about the beat types. They want a change, they want to be able to dig the scene as human beings, before there isn't any scene to dig at all. If it was October, 1956 and we were in Hungary, they'd be behind the barricades with the freedom fighters and participating in the workers' councils that sprang up. Some of them would very much like to be down in Cuba, with Castro. And, on Easter Sunday of this year, a lot of them were marching in the pouring rain in front of the AEC offices in Oakland, protesting nuclear tests. H-bomb protests, and maybe they'll, in the future, come out and give support to strikes and labor struggles, especially when there might be students scabbing. Deep down, they're waiting. Waiting for something like Spain, 1936, or Berlin, 1953, Budapest, 1956, or maybe even San Francisco, 1934, or Oakland, 1946. When I first dug the beach and the beat types more than a year ago, I noted that they appeared to be no more than pachucos who read books, had social consciousness, and didn't resort to violence so readily. This isn't coincidental, because as intellectuals, they play a vanguard role in awareness. In Hungary, 1956, things got started by mass action on the part of the students, but when the chips were really down and the Russians moved 127 into Budapest, it was the young workers from the factories who were manning the barricades, chucking Molotov cocktails at tanks, and directing actions in the workers' councils. And the beat types have the potential for doing the same thing in this country. The middle-class fellow traveler, the juvenile hood, the bohemian, this is the beat generation. And yet there is one other member of this group that is included as a kind of minister without portfolio, the Negro. Norman Mailer and Herbert Gold in magazine articles have stressed the relationship between the Negro and his struggle in society and the hipsters. In fact, the argument is that to be a hipster is to be a white Negro. Mailer has written that when the bohemian and the juvenile delinquent came face to face with the Negro, the hipster was a fact in American life. This kinship with the Negro is often expressed. Kerouac writes, "At lilac evening I walked with every muscle aching among the lights of 27th and Welton in the Denver colored section, wishing I were a Negro, feeling that the best the white world had offered was not enough ecstasy for me, not enough life, joy, kicks, darkness, music." Highly romanticized, yes, but indicative of the bond between the beat generation and the Negro, two groups who are forced to live on the edges of society. The most obvious bond between them is their common language and their common responsiveness to jazz. Hip, cool, man, beat, to be with it, these terms originated among and through those who created and those who dig jazz. The members of the beat generation are spread across America, and, if the reports are accurate, it seems they may even exist in England's Teddy Boys, Japan's Sun Tribers, and in Russia. The dominant characteristics of the group have emerged and crystallized since the end of World War I. The exact number is difficult to determine, although Norman Mailer has estimated that 100,000 Americans are conscious hipsters and millions more are beat and don't know it, or refuse to admit it. Holmes' Go was published in 1952, but it wasn't until several years later that books such as his became popular, touted and commented upon in large-scale fashion. By the time On the Road was presented to the public, growing numbers responded to sentiments expressed in these works with, "Yeah, man, that's the way it is. You're hip, you're hip." What we see today is not a qualitative change in the phenomena of the beat generation but a growing recruitment to its ranks. Young artists and students come to a beat way of life as an expression of their revulsion against capitalist. 128. Society and their intermination about what to do about it. They are caught in the vacuum caused by the relative apathy of the working class and its failure as yet to take the road to independent political action. And their literary spokesmen say, "Man, don't bug me about dope. What hallucinations could I have that could compare with the reality of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Don't get horrified at my little crimes, stealing cars to play chicken, cutting up a few people here and there. What could I do that could compare with world wars and the theft of security and shelter and sustenance from millions? Don't tell me I live a crazy life, man. What's more insane than sealing up food in caves or dumping it in the ocean when millions are starving? What's crazier than laying off tens of thousands of workers when they want to and could be producing cars and refrigerators and clothes and homes? Don't stop me from living it up. I'm me, you're you. You get your kicks your way, I'll get mine my way. So don't push me into the organization, man. I'm not one of the bunch. Each one of us is something beautiful and wonderful. Cherish each little spark, let each blaze up in his own way. Don't smother anyone under the ashes of conformity. Don't tell me to live in Squaresville. The squares themselves know that underneath the slick suburban surface there's a sickness that can't be cured and every sweet dream of love and tenderness is long gone. Don't give me the little wife and sweet kitties around the fireplace bit. Man, like that went the way of dodo bird, things like free enterprise, the horse and buggy and the worship of tree spirits. We're living in the now, and the now is changing so fast we have to run faster and faster just to stay in one spot. So, don't hold me back. I gotta go and keep going till I get there, where I gotta find out where, and I can't find out if I can't go, if I'm caught like those who chain themselves to subways for the endless ride from Battery to Holy Bronx on Benzedrine until the noise of wheels and children brought them shuddering mouth-racked and battered bleak of brain all drained of brilliance in the drear light. Those who gasp and raise their eyebrows over the antics of the hipsters see only the negative, run away from it all, self-destructive aspects of this group. Why don't they live normally, the raised eyebrows ask. Wouldn't it be the negation of all personal worth, wouldn't it be really self-destructive, really horrifying if they did live by the rules of a society where war? 129. Depression and the suppression of the individual have become normal? If they didn't thumb their noses at a moral code that no longer satisfies the needs of our changed human relations. The Beat generation does more than reject a world they never made and don't want. They are seeking for a world worth living in. Their search has led them into blind alleys so far, it is true, but over and over again, they affirm, there must be an answer to the whys and wherefores of life. Maybe the next kick I go in for will reveal the truth behind it all. The answer is somewhere. I'll find it, in my own way, in my own time. 130. 9. United Socialist Political Action in 1958-22, 1958. James P. Cannon. The subject assigned to us tonight, as it appears in the advertisements, reads, United Socialist Political Action in 1958, and the Prospects for American Socialists. This two-sided subject proposes action today and suggests, at the same time, that we look ahead and try to see where we are going. In my opinion, the two sides of the subject are equally important, and they are properly joined together. Unless we consider our outlook, it's not easy to take any kind of meaningful action. On the other hand, if we content ourselves with looking at the future as we would like to see it, and do nothing about it today, take no action in the direction of our goal, we debase our vision into a daydream of mopers and idlers. Direction without motion is just about as useless as motion without direction. If we want to do anything meaningful and purposeful in the present day, we have to look ahead and see the general direction of our goal. And if we want to reach the desired goal without too much delay, we have to get started. We have to get going. That, I think, is the double meaning of the subject assigned to us for our discussion tonight. Our vision and our goal, to which our lives are committed and which make our lives worthwhile, is the socialist society of the free and equal. And as a next practical, experimental step on the road to that glorious objective, we ought to take a census of the socialist population of this country. We should try to find out how many people will make out their ballots for socialism if the issue is presented to them squarely. To that end, we are proposing an electoral coalition of socialist forces for United Socialist Political Action in 1958. I believe that a survey of the present situation in the American socialist movement will show the feasibility and the timeliness of this proposed next step. There are important historical precedents for this procedure, as I will relate a little later on. 22 Canon 1958. 131. We have to start from where we are. In the discussion and exchange of views that have been taking place, particularly in the past 2 years, many writers in different publications have turned their attention to this question of just where we stand right now. The trend of opinion seems to range from sober to gloomy. Some say we're at rock bottom. Others say we have no place to go but up. And then some real calamity howlers have expressed the opinion that we can't even go up or down or sideways, that all we can do is just sit there and think, and twiddle our thumbs, and perhaps wait for a new Moses to be discovered in the bulrushes who will lead us out of this capitalistic Egypt. Well, I don't believe in unfounded optimism at all, but, as I see it, the reality is a little better than some socialists picture it. There is no doubt whatever, that the present position of American socialism is far from good, and far from strong. That's obvious. But what about the other side of the present reality? What about the position of American capitalism? Well, she ain't what she used to be, that's for sure. This small capitalist segment of the world that aspired only yesterday to rule the whole world, has fallen on evil days and everybody knows it. Even the professional boasters are singing the blues. As I read the comments, ranging all the way from the colonial world to the very centers of American power in these days, the general opinion of American capitalism is that it's in a hell of a fix. I am only telling you what I read, but I must admit that I think so too. Nobody has any confidence except Eisenhower. And he's out on the golf course and doesn't know what's going on. They say he doesn't even read the newspapers. Now, we socialists don't need to conceal our own troubles, we have plenty of them. We who have survived the storms of these last terrible years know very well that we have been hurt. The socialist movement in the United States has suffered heavy blows, one on top of another, for at least 17 consecutive years. First, there were the terrible reactionary effects on the labor movement, and on all American radicalism and even liberal thought, of the Second World War. And the Cold War that followed it. And the Korean War. The effects were reactionary in all directions. A tum of the tide. Then we had to contend with the conservatizing influence of the long, artificially propped up prosperity, which sapped the strength of American radicalism in all its departments. 132. And then we had to put up with the devastation and terror of the long witch hunt, which decimated the ranks of American radicalism and liberalism and all sections of the socialist movement. And then, last, but not least, the socialist movement has been sapped by a moral sickness, the calculated lies and slanders, the suppression of free and independent thought, the violations of class solidarity, the disruption of fraternal relations and free discussion among socialists of different tendencies. All this dirty business has worked to demoralize the movement and to discredit the name of socialism. We have been hit hard from all sides. But in spite of that, and this is our great capital for the future, a considerable nucleus of undaunted and incorruptible socialists have survived all this adversity. More than that, the adverse factors have been changing in recent times. For several years now, if we have looked closely enough, we have seen a tum of the tide. Anti-war sentiment is stronger in this country today than it has been at any time in the last quarter of a century. The most striking proof of that is the fact that, for the first time since the early 30s, Hollywood dares to make anti-war movies again. And they are turning out to be the most popular movies on the screen today. There is a world of significance in this simple fact which the movie manufacturers never dreamed of when they were making something to sell. Not only is the anti-war sentiment strong and growing, but economic troubles are beginning to engender a new radicalism. The unprecedented boom, propped up by military spending, was dragged out so long that many people began to think that capitalism finally had found a way to escape from its own laws. This artificial boom, according to what I read in the most conservative financial journals of the country, has entered into a decline. They call it a recession, but they admit there are 5 million unemployed in this country, and that means that there are probably 6 to 7 million actually unemployed. And nowhere have I been able to read in the financial and economic columns of the various journals, nowhere except in Eisenhower's speeches, any promise that it will get better next month. Or, more correctly, this month. This is the 1st of March already, and Eisenhower is already one day down on his fatuous prophecy. Anti-war sentiment is growing, the capitalist economy is in decline, and with it the conservatizing influence of prosperity is spending its force. And also in recent years we've seen the witch hunt slow down. It isn't stopped, by any means, but the witch hunt terror that all sections of American radicalism had to contend with in the past 10 years, has been decidedly moderated. People are raising their courage again in wider and wider numbers. All that is in our favor. 133. A new atmosphere. And no less important than these favorable turns in the situation, is a new atmosphere in the circles of American radicalism, in all circles. Socialists of different tendencies have begun to think of each other as comrades. Free discussion and fraternization, and sentiment for united action and regroupment of all the scattered forces are the order of the day now everywhere. I say that's a good day for us and for our cause, the cause of American socialism. It doesn't bother me at all that, in a meeting such as ours, we have some criticism of each other, and some things are said by one speaker that another can't fully endorse. That's not the significant thing about this great meeting tonight. The significant thing is that socialists of different tendencies stand together here on the same platform and urge united action against the capitalist class. All these changes I have mentioned are in our favor, and we should take advantage of them. We should see in them the opportunity for American socialism to enter a new stage of revival which will carry it to new heights on the road to victory over American capitalism. In spite of all that has happened to discourage, to terrorize, to weaken, and demoralize the movement, there are still a lot of socialists in this country. The sentiment for socialism in the United States, even today after all that has happened, is much bigger than any of the organized parties and groups, bigger than all of them put together. And the potential sentiment for socialism, which the bankruptcy of American capitalism will generate in the next period, is 100 or 1,000 times greater than the conscious socialist sentiment at this present moment. That's the real situation as I see it, and the real prospect before us. We ought to take it as the starting point in a new struggle to put socialism on the map and wipe capitalism off the map. The starting point. The basic aim in rebuilding for the future, as I think all present will agree, the basic aim to which we are all striving, is to regroup the scattered socialist forces, and eventually to get all honest socialists together in one common party organization. But that can't be done in a day. The experience of the last 2 years shows that it will take time. We'll have to take the process of collaboration and unification in stages, one step at a time. The starting point of the process is for all genuine socialists of all tendencies, whether presently affiliated to one organization or another, or independent at present, to recognize that we are all part of one movement, and that we ought 134. To work together fraternally in one field of action after another. Work together against the injustices and oppressions of capitalism. That sounds almost like a revolutionary assertion after the terrible experience of the disruption of solidarity. But it used to be the unvarying practice and tradition of the old socialist and radical movement in America. In the time of Debs and Big Bill Haywood and Vincent St. John, there were many differences of opinion and different organizations, and many quarrels and squabbles and debates. But it was taken for granted, as a matter of course, that when there was an issue of common interest against the class enemy, whether it was a strike, or a labor leader arrested, or some act of injustice committed against any section of the movement, that all should work together in solidarity against the injustice. On this point I am a reactionary. I want to turn the clock back to the good old days of solidarity and cooperation in practical action against the common enemy. Fraternal cooperation and solidarity in practical action does not exclude differences of opinion, does not exclude discussion and debate as we go along. There is no socialist life without free discussion of differences. But while we discuss our differences, we should also remember what we have in common as socialists and act together in support of it. Many different opinions are being expressed in the course of debate on the American road to socialism. I think all suggestions and ideas should get an attentive hearing. But however one may think socialism is going to come to the United States, one thing is sure, it's not going to be smuggled in. It's a shame to have to say that, isn't it? The cause of socialism can be advanced only by counterposing it to capitalism, simply, honestly, openly, and directly. Clever tricks designed to fool people into socialism are self-defeating as well as dishonest and contemptible. I think we have had more than enough of that indecent horseplay already. The revival of the American socialist movement will really begin to get underway when we get back to fundamentals and come out in the open as socialists every day in the week and twice on Sunday. When we say that socialists should find a way to work together, especially in electoral campaigns, we mean of course real socialists, socialists who, to use the words of the Communist Manifesto, disdain to conceal their aims. Socialists without false faces. What is a socialist? Well, I can tell you very quickly what he is not. He is not a Republican. And he is not a Demo-Dixiecrat. And he is certainly not a shamefaced supporter of the war program of the US State Department. He is not a member of or supporter of any capitalist party whatever. I'm not submitting this as an argument. I'm stating this as the summary conclusion from established facts. 135. Marx, Engels, and Debs. Capitalism rules and exploits the working people through its control of the government. That's fact number 1. And capitalism controls the government through the medium of its class political parties. That's fact number 2. The unconditional break away from capitalist politics and capitalist parties is the first act of socialist consciousness, and the first test of socialist seriousness and sincerity. That's fact number 3. Where did I learn that? Marx and Engels explained it over 100 years ago, so it's not hot off the wire. I personally heard Debs explain it 50 years ago. That's what they said, Marx and Engels and Debs. They were very simple fellows who couldn't understand that the way to get what you want is to vote for what you don't want. They couldn't understand that the really slick and clever way to get socialism is to vote for capitalism. And to tell you the truth, we don't understand it either. And we don't intend to play that game. About 20 years or so ago there was an aviator who flew out of the New York airport on a trip to Los Angeles and landed in Ireland. They called him Wrong Way Corrigan, and he became a popular symbol of the man who doesn't know where he's going. That's the trouble with the wrong way Corrigans of politics, they don't seem to know where they're going, and it would be imprudent to follow them. This is not a general public meeting, but a sort of invitational meeting of socialists of different tendencies. All of us present here, I take it, are socialists of one tendency or another. Now let us ask ourselves, honestly and directly, how did we become socialists? How did we acquire our certain confidence in the bright socialist future of humanity, the great vision which has transformed and inspired our lives and sustained us through the darkest days of struggle against this insane social system? Did we acquire our socialist consciousness because of our superior wisdom? I don't think so. We became socialists, each and every one of us, in the same way, because others who went before us explained it to us in earlier years. They wrote pamphlets and books, and distributed journals, and made speeches, and explained things, and from them we learned. And the fact that we had to learn from others, does not that suggest the idea that others may learn from us? Does not that impose upon us the obligation to explain socialism to others yet to come? And if we socialists don't speak up for socialism, who will? Who will spread the inspiring word of a socialist outcome of this mad world of capitalism if we don't? And if we have to do it, when do we begin? I believe the sooner the better. 136. And here comes the importance of the subject we have under discussion tonight. The best time of all, the most fruitful time to explain socialism, is during election campaigns, when public interest is highest, and we stand the best chance to get a hearing. The capitalist class rules this country in a complicated way, through the machinery of bourgeois democracy. They can't shut off all avenues of public communication, even to minority parties, although they try their best. Socialist propaganda. The Socialist Workers' Party, even with its limited forces, has demonstrated in these recent years, how we can get through cracks in the wall and compel them to give us access to TV and radio audiences and to carry notices in the newspapers. We get a greater hearing for the ideas of socialism in the few months of the election campaign than in all the rest of the time put together. That makes every election campaign a socialist success. The main purpose of participating in elections, as a socialist organization or as a coalition of socialist organizations, is to take full advantage of the expanded opportunity to make socialist propaganda. And in the economic and social storm that is now beginning to blow up in this country, with fear and insecurity about war, and making a living, or even existing on this planet, there will be more interest in social and political questions, and more people will be listening than at any time in recent decades. What can we do to make the most of this exceedingly favorable opportunity to advance our cause? The National Committee of the Socialist Workers' Party has expressed the opinion and made the proposal in an announcement in the National Guardian and in the Militant, the proposal that all socialists get together for united political action, for socialism and against capitalism, in the state and congressional elections of 1958. And that this action in 1958 be regarded as the springboard for a united presidential campaign in 1960. That's an outlook worth looking at, isn't it? It opens up the prospect, if accepted by other groups and tendencies, of pushing the whole socialist movement a bit forward. It is really a first-class idea, but there is nothing new or original about it. We learned that, where we learned so many things, by looking at the books and studying the history of what others have done before us. Electoral coalitions were a common practice of socialists of different tendencies in the past. 137. A historical precedent. In the year 1900, Debs was a candidate for president, not of a single party, but of a coalition, exactly what we are proposing today. A split-off section of the Socialist Labour Party, headed by Hillquit and Harriman, and the Social Democratic Party of Debs and Berger agreed upon a common election slate with Debs for president, from the Social Democratic Party, and Harriman for vice president, from the split-off Socialist Labour Party. The coalition ticket was supported by the Appeal to Reason and other independent socialist papers. The united presidential campaign in 1900 aroused so much enthusiasm and so much sentiment for unity, that 9 months later they were able to bring the forces together in a new party. That's the way the Socialist Party of America was founded in August 1901. There are other examples. In Russia the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks were split and at loggerheads over many issues. But when it came to the elections to the Duma they conducted a poll among themselves to determine the proportion of candidates for each side, and ran a joint electoral slate in the general election. At the outbreak of the First World War, there were Bolshevik and Menshevik deputies in the Duma, the Russian parliament, all elected on a joint slate. Besides the historical examples, some actions taken by individuals and by groups in recent times have led up to our proposal and made it realistic and timely. You recall that in 1956, the SWP, at the cost of tremendous effort and sacrifice, and the immeasurable labor of comrades bucking the reactionary election laws to get on the ballot, ran a presidential slate of Dobbs and Weiss. In that election campaign a new note of socialist solidarity was sounded. Whereas for many years in the recent past no socialist or radical party ever cooperated with or supported or helped another party, in that election campaign in 1956, Vincent Hallinan in San Francisco and Clifford McAvoy in New York came out in support of the SWP candidates. That was the first break in the logjam. Then again last year, in the municipal elections in San Francisco, where Frank Barbaria and Joan Jordan ran as candidates of the SWP, Hallinan and Billings and Hitchcock and Olshausen and others, all not members of the SWP, differing with us on many points, nevertheless recognized the importance of a socialist vote and endorsed our candidates and helped the campaign. The National Guardian supported the SWP candidate in Detroit, New York and San Francisco on the same grounds. The National Guardian played a role in this progressive development similar to that of the independent Appeal to Reason in the early days. It seems to us that these new developments, taken all together, have set the stage for another step forward. The SWP National Committee has taken the INE 138 initiative and made the proposal for a more formal electoral coalition after full deliberation. We mean every word we say, and we are ready to go through with it. The matter is now under discussion throughout all sections of the movement, and we hope for a favorable outcome. The American socialist movement has been badly battered in the storms of recent years. But the new events, which I have briefly summarized, show that the movement is still alive and kicking and is even looking up a bit. The prospects are brighter than they have been for a long time. We should take heart and hope, as Debs used to say, and work diligently in the coming days to turn the bright prospects into new achievements and new advances. The forces for an imposing demonstration of socialist sentiment in the 1958 elections are already present. They are waiting for the go-ahead signal. They need only to be aroused and encouraged and organized. And for this, as is almost always the case, there is no eloquence equal to the eloquence of action. United socialist political action in the 1958 elections will be the right action at the right time. 3. New pathways. Paul L. E. Blanche. As the 1950s gave way to the 1960s, the early stages of the youth radicalization were in full swing: widespread involvement in civil rights struggles, defense and active use of civil liberties, opposition to nuclear weapons and the threat of nuclear war, challenging the American century thrust of US foreign policy, support for Third World liberation struggles, cultural rebellion, including, for some, participation in a rich folk music trend, growing struggles for educational and campus reform, and college and university students, etc. Within this context, the significantly expanding number of young Trotskyists were active in all of these activities and working to help build a young socialist movement, culminating in a Young Socialist Alliance, YSA. First experimenting with a regroupment ethos that would reflect a broad range of perspectives, the group quickly reoriented to become openly and explicitly aligned with the Socialist Workers' Party, as discussed in the report by leading participant Tim Wohlfarth presented here. 2. Engagement with the civil rights and black liberation struggles in the United States shaped much of the evolving New Left that was growing powerfully in the United States, and this was also central to the new growth in US Trotskyism. As previously noted, an entire chapter of the present volume focuses on these challenges of black liberation, although references to such realities necessarily pepper items in the present chapter too. As indicated in the 1960 essay by Francis James, Africa's Bid for Freedom, us Trotskyists were among those who perceived the ferment and insurgency among African Americans as dovetailing with similar ferment and insurgency sweeping through the colonial and former colonial regions of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. 3. 143. The Cuban Revolution was a defining feature of this period, and a majority within the SWP came to identify with it deeply and powerfully, although not uncritically. This comes through in Joseph Hanson's review of 2 early books on the Revolution, see Wright Mills's Listen Yankee, and Cuba, Anatomy of a Revolution by Monthly Review editors Leo Huberman and Paul Sweezy. Hanson's own evolving and influential analysis, gathered in the 1978 collection Dynamics of the Cuban Revolution, published the same year as his death, manifesting an extremely positive understanding of strengths in the revolution and in the revolutionaries, Marxist-influenced, but not Stalinist, who made it, is at the same time tempered with an underlying critical edge informed by the analytical approach absorbed from Trotsky. His comrade George Weissmann, under the name George Lavin, would soon edit the best-selling collection Che Guevara Speaks, a sort of companion piece with his friend George Brightman's Malcolm Speaks, indicating SWP's successful outreach and influence in this period. For in this same period, Hanson began elaborating a new conceptualization of the workers' and farmers' government, a term which had its roots in the early Communist International, but which he sought to creatively develop in order to account for unexpected post-war realities. Marx, Engels, Lenin, Trotsky, and others had originally utilized a number of terms as synonyms: workers' state, dictatorship of the proletariat, workers' rule, workers' democracy. Later, in the 1939-40 debates, Trotsky argued that even though a bureaucratic dictatorship had politically disenfranchised the working class in the USSR, the country was a bureaucratically degenerated workers' state, because the social-economic conquests of the 1917 revolution, particularly a nationalized and planned economy, combined with a variety of social gains, remained intact. He argued that this workers' state should be defended, 1. in any conflict with capitalist imperialist powers, and, 2. by carrying out a political revolution to overthrow the bureaucratic dictatorship and replace it with genuine, democratic workers' rule. Hanson utilized this to argue that a workers' state involves 2 components: a. workers' rule replacing capitalist rule politically, and, b. the transition from a privately owned market economy to a nationalized, planned economy. He went on to utilize the term workers' and farmers' government to describe a genuinely revolutionary movement, such as that led by Castro in Cuba, that smashed the capitalist state and established some form of popular power supported by the workers and peasants, but which had not, or not yet, moved forward to replace capitalism with a nationalized, planned economy. When the Castro regime did that, it became a workers' state, although in some cases, for example, in Algeria in the 1960s, and other former colonial countries, this forward movement was not realized, and the workers' and farmers' government eventually devolved into a variant of bourgeois state. This conceptualization would become central to SWP perspectives in the 1970s and, with new twists, in the 1980s and beyond. 5. We have noted that Myra Tanner Weiss was seen as one of the strongest party feminists in this period, and she was a leading spokesperson for the SWP as its vice presidential candidate in 1952, 1956, and 1960, along with presidential candidate Farrell Dobbs. Rather than focusing on the woman question, however, she generally chose a broader canvas, such as the analysis here of John F. Kennedy as the Democratic presidential candidate of 1960 and the ruling president afterward. Not only were the points she made typical of SWP perspectives, but they also found some corroboration afterwards regarding Kennedy and the political process in general. 6. Along lines similar to Weiss's 1962 analysis is the 1963 Perspectives document developed by the SWP leadership. The woman question was, in this period, evident in the very early beginnings of what was later tagged the third wave of feminism. The first emerged from the 1848 Seneca Falls Conference, the second was associated with the struggle for women's suffrage in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and the third blossomed in the late 1960s and 197 OS. Reproduced here are responses from Hedda Garza and Evelyn Reed to the publication of new feminist classics, Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex, and Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique. Under the surface of both works are, in complex ways, strong Marxist influences, and both reviews, in fully embracing the books, don't hesitate to make explicitly Marxist points in favor of women's liberation. Also distinctive is the substantial 1962 analysis of women workers, a cutting-edge work, by Melba Windoffer. 7. The radicalization traced in this and the previous chapter was not simply taking place on the American scene, it was a global phenomenon, impacting on both of the major wings of the Fourth International that had ruptured in 1953. Given the fact that the SWP was reacting with some similarity to world events as the majority of the opposing faction of the Fourth International, whose leading personality at this point was Ernest Mondale, a process of rapprochement culminated in a 1963 reunification, described in the major article presented here by Farrell Dobbs and Joseph Hansen. 8. Another international development, related to Myra Tanner Weiss's discussion of the Kennedy presidency, is the 1963 reportage and analysis by Theodore Edwards, Kennedy's War in Vietnam. This growing US involvement would dramatically escalate 2 years later, leading to the SWP playing a central role in building an incredibly effective anti-war movement. This was made possible by the hard, sustained, creative efforts of those who had remained in the SWP and helped build it up, recruiting a new layer of young members out of the 1960s radicalization, and helping to transform many of them into activists cadres with significant insights and skills. 9. On the other hand, the new forces flowing into the party were quite different from the class-conscious industrial proletarians that had been seen as the ideal recruits of a bygone era. As the 1950s flowed into the 1960s, and as that decade continued to unfold, it became clear to many in the Trotskyist movement that the realities in which their lives were being lived were incredibly dynamic and ever-changing, even if certain underlying patterns and elements identified by Marx remained constant. Cannon had pointed to this in 1952. We have 11 years of unchanged prosperity. For us that is an episode, comrades. Why do we say it is an episode? Because we took the advice of Comrade Murray Weiss, and we studied Comrade Marx, and we think in historic terms, and we know it is only an episode, but that it is going to change, and it must change as a result of the contradictions of the capitalist system itself. But how does it impress the ordinary worker? All he knows is that for 11 years he has been working more or less steadily and enjoying better wages and living conditions than he knew before. Do you mean to say that has not had a conservatizing effect on his psychology? I don't think you read it correctly if you say it hasn't. 10. As the 1950s became the 1960s, the general reality described by Cannon had extended for an additional decade and more, but new developments had also come into play and were increasingly impacting on social reality and consciousness. There was a global human rights movement related to the massive anti-colonial and national liberation upsurges, in some ways to the crisis of Stalinism, and very definitely to the anti-racist struggle in the United States. There was the development of automation. Some used the term cybernation to emphasize the importance of computers in this development, which seemed destined to disrupt traditional employment patterns even as it seemed to ensure dramatic increases in productivity and wealth. And there was the ominous development and proliferation of nuclear weapons, which linked with the Cold War power struggle in ways that threatened the continued existence of humanity. These developments were seen by some analysts of the time as constituting an interactive triple revolution, a notion that was explored by a fairly broad sampling of liberal and radical intellectuals, some prominently involved in the study of social and physical sciences, others involved in political and social activism, under the auspices of the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, a component of the prestigious Fund for the Republic. A statement was issued entitled The Triple Revolution, opening with the following assertion. This statement is written in the recognition that mankind is at a historic conjuncture which demands a fundamental re-examination of existing values and institutions. At this time, three separate and mutually reinforcing revolutions are taking place. The Cybernation Revolution, a new era of production has begun. Its principles of organization are as different from those of the industrial era as those of the industrial era were different from the agricultural. The Cybernation Revolution has been brought about by the combination of the computer and the automated self-regulating machine. This results in a system of almost unlimited productive capacity which requires progressively less human labor. Cybernation is already reorganizing the economic and social system to meet its own needs. The weaponry revolution, new forms of weaponry have been developed which cannot win wars but which can obliterate civilization. We are recognizing only now that the great weapons have eliminated war as a method for resolving international conflicts. The ever-present threat of total destruction is tempered by the knowledge of the final futility of war. The need of a warless world is generally recognized, though achieving it will be a long and frustrating process. The human rights revolution, a universal demand for full human rights, is now clearly evident. It continues to be demonstrated in the civil rights movement within the United States. But this is only the local manifestation of a worldwide movement toward the establishment of social and political regimes in which every individual will feel valued and none will feel rejected on account of his race. We affirm that it is the simultaneous occurrence and interaction of all three developments which make evident the necessity for radical alterations in attitude and policy. The adoption of just policies for coping with cybernation and for extending rights to all Americans is indispensable to the creation of an atmosphere in the US in which the supreme issue, peace, can be reasonably debated and resolved. 11. The Triple Revolution analysis captured the imagination of a significant number of people on the left in 1964 and 1965, including James P. Cannon, whose take on it all is presented here. And yet there were certainly questions at the time about the Triple Revolution analysis, both from the left and the right. A dismissive view, unfortunately distorting the content of the analysis, has been expressed by James Robertson, at the time a leading oppositionist in the SWP, on the verge of launching the Spartacist League, commenting 10 years after the fact. At that point some members of the SWP were playing with, "It sounds so funny, today something called the Triple Revolution, poverty's been abolished, war's been abolished, racism's been abolished by new technology. Now there's been this triple revolution, what are we going to do next? Doesn't that sound absurd today? But it's a fancy idea and Cannon was kind of drawn into it. 12. More carefully, and with no reference to Cannon, the prominent semi-socialist, semi-conservative sociologist Daniel Bell devoted critical pages to it in his The Coming of Post-Industrial Society, dismissing it as simply a social science fiction of the early 1960s, because the cybernetic revolution quickly proved to be illusory, since for the last 2 decades, i.e. from 1953 to 1973, there had been no sharp changes in productivity. He concluded, cybernation had proved to be one more instance of the penchant for over-dramatizing a momentary innovation and blowing it up far out of proportion to its actuality. 13. At the same time as Bell's critique, even one of the signers, moderate socialist Michael Harrington, confessed that the triple revolution analysis was wrong, although his reasoning was different from Bell's. We had accurately identified a tendency of the economy to produce more and more goods with fewer workers because of accelerating technological innovation since World War II. We had rightly rejected the complacent Keynesian faith that some judicious fiscal planning would allow the nation to cope with all of the resulting problems. But we had wrongly and mechanistically assumed that the trend would express itself only through mass unemployment. But in the 60s some job seekers were absorbed into the army and war production for Vietnam, and still others were sent to college. 14. Within the SWP itself, central leaders, already less than happy with the presumptions of the opinionated retiree, were suspicious and critical of Cannon's inclinations toward innovative theorization. Leslie Evans reports that, in fact, Cannon had hoped to use the triple revolution analysis to shake the party out of what he perceived as a potentially fatal routinist lethargy. The party is too ingrown, Cannon complained. It doesn't work with real people in the world. He added, all of its activity is self-generated, militant sales drives, election campaigns for our own candidates, forums in our own hall of ourselves talking to ourselves. This isn't a way to build a live organization. After Evans agreed to research the issue, however, one young honcho from the political committee, associated with a rising star in the SWP firmament, warned him, the political committee has had a meeting about that and has ruled that it is prohibited to discuss it. Cannon is completely out of line to try to raise it, and if he pursues it any further he will be expelled. You had better shut up about it. As it turned out, this threat may have reflected the mindset of a particular clique within the SWP political committee, but was a grotesque exaggeration. Nonetheless, Evans did end up dropping it after concluding that robotics were not nearly developed enough to produce significant changes in the unemployment rate in the next few years. 15 over 50 years later, however, it can be argued that while the impact of the so-called cybernation revolution was perceived too simply by the authors of the Triple Revolution, it identified trends destined to have a powerful impact, intertwining with other trends later tagged as globalization. Dizzying technical change in the late 20th century strengthened supporters of global economic integration, according to economic historian Jeffrey Frieden. Innovations in transportation and telecommunications shrank the costs of international exchange. Sociologist Patricia Cayo-Sexton emphasizes a class struggle aspect to this. Technological change is hardly unique to the United States, she commented in 1991, but the speed and extent of it are unusual, as is the strong preference for investing in machines rather than workers. She added, it is generally agreed by analysts that much of the huge investment in new machinery is intended not only to improve operating efficiency, but also to control the workforce, limit its powers, de-skill it, and create a managerial monopoly of skills and knowledge. 16 Labor analyst Kim Moody, 15 years later, summarized what had happened in this way. In the 30 years from the mid-1970s to the mid-20s, the world of the worker in the United States was turned upside down. The industrial centerpieces of the US economy shrank or reorganized, and the cities, towns, and unions based on them went into decline and or dramatic changes in makeup. The industrial heartland became a rust belt. The industries that appeared to replace them were low-wage and mostly non-union. Technology employed with ferocity in a more competitive world, as one economist put it, eliminated some jobs and intensified others. In the 1970s, 30 years of economic gains for working-class people stopped and began to go in reverse. 17. This obviously poses the question as to whether aspects of the Triple Revolution analysis, and of Cannon's take on it, have greater relevance than seemed to be the case to many in the late 1960s or early 1970s. This is further suggested by a new uptick in 21st century analyses suggesting, as Paul Mason has argued, in terms consistent with the Triple Revolution analysis Cannon was advancing, that capitalism cannot sustain the scale of automation that is possible, and the destruction of jobs implied by the new technologies. 18. It is interesting to see left-wing analysts Nick Cernosek and Alex Williams making points in 2015 that were anticipated in 1964, while taking the analysis even further, based on the continuation of the technological revolution that imaginative radicals were contemplating half a century earlier. Through popular political control of new technologies, we would collectively transform our world for the better. Today, on one level, these dreams appear closer than ever. The technological infrastructure of the 21st century is producing the resources by which a very different political and economic system could be achieved. Machines are accomplishing tasks that were unimaginable a decade ago. The internet and social media are giving a voice to billions who previously went unheard, bringing global participative democracy closer than ever to existence. Open source designs, copyleft creativity, and 3D printing all portend a world where the scarcity of many products might be overcome. New forms of computer simulation could rejuvenate economic planning and give us the ability to direct economies rationally in unprecedented ways. The newest wave of automation is creating the possibility for huge swathes of boring and demeaning work to be permanently eliminated. Clean energy technologies make possible virtually limitless and environmentally sustainable forms of power production. And new medical technologies not only enable a longer, healthier life, but also make possible new experiments with gender and sexual identity. Many of the classic demands of the left, for less work, for an end to scarcity, for economic democracy, for the production of socially useful goods, and for the liberation of humanity, are materially more achievable than at any other point in history. 19. Simply because a similar argument is being articulated today, of course, does not necessarily mean that the previous analysis, or the analysis as such, is correct. But the innovative and creative approach of many us Trotskyists of the 20th century is certainly indicated by the fact that pathways they envisioned would continue to have resonance half a century later. One Youth Report to 18th National Convention 20, 1959. Tim Wohlfarth. 149. The placing of this point on the agenda of the convention signifies that the party recognizes the importance of the creation of a revolutionary youth movement to our work today. In assisting the establishment of a youth movement, the party is basing itself on the experience of the Marxist youth movement from the time of Karl Liebknecht on. It was the early socialist youth movement which carried on the struggle in the pre-World War I period against militarism and the preparations for war. In so doing, the youth came into direct conflict with the general reformist drift of the social democratic parties, which culminated in the betrayal of the anti-war struggle in 1914. Virtually the whole socialist youth movement went over to the new Communist International in 1918 and helped not only to create the Young Communist International but also participated in the building of the communist parties in their respective countries. The formation of the Fourth International again attracted youth and young people, again raised the banner of Liebknecht. Our youth today are the legitimate inheritors of this tradition. The present forces which make up the young socialist movement grew out of independent movements within the radical youth forces in this country which the party responded to and helped along. First came the struggle within the Young Socialist League. The conception of an independent revolutionary youth movement was worked out by the YSL left wing as an alternative to the right wing's capitulation to the social democracy engineered by Schachtman. On the basis of agreement on this conception, the left wing began collaboration with the SWP, which led to the fusion of the left wing with the SWP youth. The fusion with the left wing was crucial to the development of a revolutionary youth movement, not so much because of the numbers, which were small, this added to the revolutionary youth cadre, but because the fusion gave the youth formation a broader independent stamp and thus made it a pole of attraction to other youth. The left-wing fight also gave the youth a political tradition, a political past. The documents written in the YSL struggle form the in defense of Marxism of the youth movement. These fused forces then turned their attention to the turmoil existing among the Stalinist youth, turmoil created by the Khrushchev revelations and the Polish and Hungarian events. By energetically pursuing a regroupment line towards these elements, we were able to further the crisis and thus postpone the consolidation of the Stalinist youth. To this day the crisis continues, and the possibility of the Stalinists to launch a national youth formation is put off for some time to come. We recruited some of the best people in this milieu to our youth movement and to the party. Finally, we created a milieu within which our youth forces could work, people for us to talk to and to explain our ideas to. The ability to develop a revolutionary youth cadre through fusion with the YSL left wing and then recruitment from the Stalinist milieu was made possible because of the energetic policy of the party. Without the SWP forces, this youth movement could not have been created. The political line of the party also was attractive to young people looking for a road out of their crisis. Finally, the organizational approach of the party was crucial. The party based its policy on a recognition of the organizational independence of the youth. It did not attempt to dictate to the youth. Without such a flexible policy, we would not have been able to fuse with the left wing or reach out to the young people formerly around the Stalinists. As a result of its support to the youth movement, the party has benefited. At our Detroit conference of the YS supporters, the majority present were either non-party members or party members, and this was the largest figure, who had joined the party since the beginning of youth work. Even more important, the youth experience has developed young party and non-party members so that we now have a functioning organization with its own press, its own internal life and its own skilled youth cadres, which acts as a companion movement to the party, reaching out to young people and winning them over to revolutionary socialism. The key to the progress we have made in the youth field has been our conception of the relation between the youth movement and the party. Basically, we can put it as follows: the content of party-youth relations in any period is political solidarity between the youth and the party, but organizational independence for the youth. The form this relationship takes varies from period to period. It may be expressed in open affiliation between party and youth, or in fraternal relations, or, as is presently the case, in informal cooperation. 151. The youth movement is neither an opponent organization within which the party members operate as a fraction nor a simple appendage of the party. The youth should rather be looked upon as a section of the revolutionary movement united with the party by bonds of political solidarity. However, the youth movement must have its own organizational life with its own leadership, internal discussions, etc. Its program must be worked out jointly by party and non-party members of the youth organization. No young person in his right mind, and these are the only young people we want, would join a youth group if its policies were determined by a caucus of that group composed of members of an adult party. The quickest way to kill the youth movement is to impose that type of discipline within it. It is precisely because of the independent nature of the youth movement that I am not presenting to this body a full report on the many tactical problems facing the YS that the YS National Plenum will be shortly discussing. I am emphasizing here those questions which relate to party-youth relations and party policy towards the youth. Our experience of the last 2 years has shown that wherever there is smooth working relations between the party and the youth, locally and nationally, both organizations benefit and grow. As a result of our aggressive participation in the regroupment process and our correct understanding of party-youth relations, we have been able to assist in the development of a functioning national youth movement. The youth now have a basic political and organizational cohesiveness worked out at our Detroit conference. We have functioning groups in 9 local areas with influence in an additional 11 areas. Our publication, The Young Socialist has the largest circulation among young people of any radical publication in the US. We all feel we have a period of modest but highly important growth ahead of us. Many of our worst difficulties are now in the past, and we are all united in our desire to start really building a fighting youth organization in this country. In order to ensure this development, we are proposing that the party continue its policy of 1. Favoring the development of an independent revolutionary socialist youth movement in this country. 2. Encouraging its growth with the forces, personnel, financial and otherwise, available to it. 3. On the basis of the political solidarity between the YS movement and the party, recognizing the necessity of organizational independence of the youth. In return, we can assure you that the youth will provide a constant flow of new forces into the party. It will act as a training ground for young party members. 152.3. And thus raise the quality as well as the quantity of new members. The youth will carry on a political campaign in opposition to bourgeois influences among youth, whether in direct form or indirectly through the Social Democrats, who are strong among youth, or the Stalinists. Finally, we will build a youth cadre that will be capable of building a mass revolutionary socialist youth movement under favorable objective circumstances, and thus ensuring the young working class forces necessary to build a party capable of bringing socialism in the US. 2. Africa's Bid for Freedom 21, 1960. Francis James. 153. The revolution of rising expectations in sub-Sahara Africa has startled the world with its speed and scope. Within the last 4 years, 7 African countries have acquired formal independence status. The enormous energy released by Negro Africa's fight for independence has rocketed the dark continent into the brilliant orbit of the mid-20th century's anti-imperialist movement. Arab North Africa has long been seething with wars for national independence. The Middle East is a whirlpool of anti-colonialist revolution. All of Asia, and indeed the entire world, has been struck with admiration and awe by the giant socialist revolution of 600 million people in New China. Now Cuba has taken the road of revolution against the US capitalist colossus and kindled new hope and self-confidence among the oppressed colonial people throughout Latin America. No wonder gloom and foreboding characterize the mood of Western capitalist spokesmen as they observe the turbulent African scene. Can it be that Africa is going the way of China, they ask. The question is highly pertinent. What has brought about this change in sub-Sahara Africa? And what chance do the African people have to realize their hopes and expectations? The political awakening of Negro Africa, first of all, is conditioned by the economic boom of the last 2 decades. This boom has transformed the economic and social structure of a large part of the continent at an almost unbelievable rate. The extent of the change is indicated by the fact that in the post-World War II years, exports from these countries have increased on the average of 4 to 5 times their pre-war level. The investment of foreign capital in the last 10-year period reached almost $6 billion. This is approximately equivalent to the total foreign capital investment in sub-Sahara Africa in a period of 70 years, from the discovery of the Kimberley diamond mine in 1871 up to the Second World War. London Economist, December 13, 1958. 21 James 1960. 154.3. Economic expansion in the Union of South Africa set the impressive record of nearly tripling its industrial production and more than doubling total national output of goods and services in the first post-war decade. In the Belgian Congo there were only 4,200 industrial enterprises in 1947. 10 years later there were 21,000. Kenya petroleum consumption between 1950 and 1957 rose by 500%, and consumption of electric power rose by 1,600%. Hydroelectrical projects of enormous capacity are planned or are already under construction in almost every part of the continent. The construction of dams, of course, is designed primarily to increase production of raw materials for export, rubber, cocoa, cotton, peanuts, etc. But it also affects subsistence farming on lands reserved for the African peoples. Africa de 9 Est, London, reports that in Kenya, Where production of cash crops on reserved lands was prohibited until only recently, there has been something like an agrarian revolution. In one province, scattered holdings have been consolidated as a model for others. Modernization of agricultural methods in southern Rhodesia's African farms has resulted in production of 8 to 15 bags of grain per acre where previously only 2 to 3 were produced. The production per acre on the European farms averages only 4 to 6 bags. Modernization filters down into the most remote villages. Progressive chiefs begin to seek ways and means of putting running water and electric lights in village housing units. The economic boom brings with it the African's desire and his constantly more forceful demand for a greater share in the continent's wealth. By far the most important product of Africa's boom, however, is the growth of the working class, a social force that could unite the people and resolutely lead the revolution to its logical goal, the establishment of a Pan-African Socialist United States. The demand for labor in the cities combined with the expectation, especially among the younger generation, of educational and cultural advancement, has resulted in an enormous population shift. The size of the major towns in northern Rhodesia, for example, was doubled from 1948 to 1950. John Gunther in 1957 estimated that 40 million rural inhabitants were moving away from tribalism toward urbanization. This growing proletarian force, living in terrible poverty, suffering discrimination, and filled with hatred for the white supremacist rulers, possesses some unique qualities. Foremost among these is its migratory character. Migrant labor is established by forcing the African into native reserves, then demanding he carry a pass in order to leave the reserve, work in mines, on white settlers' farms or in industrial centers. This is true even of the largest 155 urban centers and in the technically more advanced areas in Kenya, the Union of South Africa, the mining areas of the Central African Federation and the Belgian Congo. In Leopoldville only about 21% of the working population has broken with rural and tribal ties and is considered permanently city-dwelling. In the copper belt of northern Rhodesia only 65% of the workers have their families living with them. This semi-slave status of the African worker was designed to prevent organized resistance to the intense exploitation practiced by the white rulers. And for a time it had its effect. But today the situation is altering. Workers with experience in union and political struggles periodically return to their villages bringing with them the new ideas of militant freedom struggle. Despite the difficulty of organizing migrant labor and despite the added difficulty of a segregationist policy of the official union movement, African unions have grown to an estimated 500,000 members. Moreover, the very nature of the workers' problems, government-enforced color bars, legal limitations on job upgrading, etc., have compelled the unions to face political questions from the outset. This is why leaders of the trade unions, like Tom Mboya, head of the Kenya Trade Union Federation, become leaders of the Pan-African independence movement. Africa's industrial development was accelerated enormously by the war economy of the West. The economic and social impact of this process, combined with the influence of the colonial revolution at large, aroused hope and expectation among Africans that they too could build a new life and reap some of the benefits of industrialization. These hopes, however, cannot be realized without uprooting the whole system of colonialism and returning Africa to the Africans. Thus the fight for genuine independence. Thus the revolution of rising expectations. And thus Western capital has acted as the unwitting agent of its own downfall in Africa. The British, in their East and West African colonies, have long followed a policy of concessions to the rising independence movement to which the name has been attached, gradual self-rule. This policy permits, when the demand is strong enough, formal independence without loss of capital to British interests. British diplomats have explained that the secret of success of this policy is to give before the giving is demanded. Today, there is not a single British colony that is not already demanding. The French held to the French Union policy with all power concentrated in the Paris government. Last year the pressure of the colonial revolution forced a change in policy to the concept of autonomous republics within a French community. Threat of withdrawal of all economic aid, arms, police protection. 156.3. Technicians, etc. If a country voted non to remaining within the community kept all territories except Guinea within French control. Already, less than a year later, in the French colony of Dahomey, African political leader Aimé Pythy's party passed a motion demanding independence in 1960 and urging a referendum to consult the electorate, and the Mali government has made an official demand for independence as soon as possible. In the Belgian Congo, the political movement of the Africans in Leopoldville last January forced an end to the old policy of Belgian paternalism and moves toward future self-rule were conceded. So-called riots and increased political debate, organization, and conflict throughout the Belgian Congo have now won a promise of independence and immediate self-rule. Imperialist attempts to control Africa through concessions runs immediately counter to the wishes of the white settlers, colons, and mining interests. They, being a small minority holding political power over Africa's millions, know full well that concessions often sow the seeds of bolder demands. Even the most elementary bourgeois democratic rights would mean the complete isolation and ultimate ruin of the colons. They fear the mass of the African people and can conceive of protecting their privileges only through terror. The political and military strength of the colons in sub-Sahara Africa lies in the Union of South Africa, where apartheid, complete segregation, policy is projected as the white man's answer to African expectations. Increased colon power as an answer to the freedom movement is pushing upward from the Union of South Africa through East Africa and the Central Federation of the Rhodesias and Nyasaland. The colon power is attempting to destroy the African movement of Nyasaland through arrest of its leaders. Dr. Bunda and 500 others are now in prison. Britain sent troops to back up the colons in the emergency of last year. The United States, with its dollar diplomacy, i.e., economic control combined with the granting of formal political independence, presents itself more than any other single or combined power, as the new liberal imperialism. Last year a special subdivision of the US State Department was set up to handle African affairs with Assistant Secretary of State Joseph C. Satterthwaite in charge. Official policy toward the independence movement was stated by him as follows: insofar as these objectives are progressive, just, and constructive, insofar as the methods employed to achieve the objectives are nonviolent and equitable, our attitude, in accordance with our national history, character, tradition, should obviously be one of sympathy and support. State Department Press Release, October 8, 1958. Even such guarded words as these have brought a protest from European powers and accusations that the US is encouraging the nationalist movement. 157. Underlying the free world problems of political control lie the economic difficulties of the boom recession cycle of capitalism. The slump of 1957 resulted in a 10% average drop in raw material prices on the world market. The loss to Africa due to the drop is estimated to exceed the total of US and USSR aid to Africa for the last 5 years. Copper production in the Belgian Congo fell by 50%, resulting in mass unemployment in Leopoldville. The consequence of periodic recessions is by no means the sole economic problem facing capitalism in its drive to contain the African Revolution. Capital, in the form of government loans and private investment for industrial and development projects, is seen by the free world colonial experts as the only hope of maintaining political control. Yet in areas where the revolution rises to the heat of open conflict, capital tends to move out. This happened in the Central African Federation when the emergency was declared, and in the Belgian Congo concurrent with the strike wave and riots of January 1958. Still another problem for imperialism is the growing influence of the Soviet Union and China in Africa. The politically conscious forces in the independence movement are wary of the Kremlin, and this is not due entirely to their pro-American illusions. Many of them recall with bitterness the exhortations of Moscow to support the imperialist democracies in World War XI. They are still waiting for a little of this democracy for Africa. What the African leaders see immediately, however, is the contrast between the role of the USSR in supporting UN recommendations on the racial situation in South Africa and West Africa and the US abstaining from voting until recently. Moreover, the Soviet Union has loaned money to the independent African states totaling approximately the same as the US loans at about half the interest rate. The unfavorable situation confronting the US-dominated Cold War bloc has compelled it to moderate its tactics. Premature attempts at solving problems by purely military means and naked terror have been curbed. This tactical shift is of course closely linked to the objective of gaining a new foothold for imperialism by the use of two familiar devices: a. Split and atomize the movement and paralyze its capacity to act against the common foe. b. Gain control over sections of the leadership by means of economic pressure, bribery, threats, concessions, blackmail, and playing off one segment against another. These imperialist calculations have the following basis in reality: the African people are divided and fragmented along religious, tribal, cultural, and linguistic lines. Over 700 languages exist on the continent. Divide and rule has been the age-old policy of the colonial powers. They have allotted powers in the 158(3) reserves or labor contracts in the ports and mines to hand-picked tribal leaders or chiefs. They fostered tribal loyalties and made these loyalties economically significant. Behind tribal riots reported in the news lie many jurisdictional disputes over work opportunities, land tenure, and other economic issues. All these conflicts are continuously sharpened and encouraged by the white rulers. Another factor that favors the success of the new imperialist policy is the limited bourgeois and reformist program and outlook of the present leadership of the independence movement. This weakness is strikingly expressed in the illusion that a formally neutral but in reality pro-American orientation in the Cold War can serve the cause of the African freedom movement. Understandably, the African leaders want the aid of Western capital to help in the industrialization and modernization projects. The idea, however, that such capital can be secured by commitments to line up with the Cold War bloc is, of course, a deadly trap which the capitalist West has adroitly sprung on many occasions. While these factors are not to be underestimated and constitute a grave danger to the success of the struggle, there are important reasons why the independence movement resists atomization and will not easily lend itself to piecemeal destruction. There are also reasons why the movement is forced by the logic of its development to overcome the limitations imposed by its bourgeois reformist program and leadership. As we pointed out, the economic exploitation of Africa by Western capital has had consequences far beyond what the capitalist intended. The growth of industry, the proletarianization and urbanization of large sections of the population have served to enhance the interdependence of all areas of the continent. Thus the independence movement tends from its earliest manifestations to acquire a continent-wide scope and perspective. Here we witness not a mere historical repetition of the old nationalism that shaped the modem countries of Europe in the course of their bourgeois revolutions. In the concrete circumstances of the combined historical development of Africa, the tasks of the bourgeois revolutions of the 18th and 19th centuries must be solved in the middle of the 20th century. In the light of the world pressures imposed on Africa, as well as the peculiarities of the African national problem itself, the solution of these tasks requires an all-continental scope. The economic and technological problems the newly formed independent African states must face illustrate this conclusion. Take the hydroelectric plant projected for the Volta River in Ghana. It would supply power to Ghana, Togoland, Nigeria, and the French community countries of Dahomey and the Voltaic Republic. The plant on the Congo River will supply parts of the Belgian Congo. 159. Angola and the French equatorial countries. The problems of one-crop economies, coffee in Kenya, cotton in Uganda, cocoa in Ghana, cannot be solved by diversifying crops and developing internal markets within the narrow limits of each separate country. Economic cooperation in broad areas is a technological necessity. Already technical assistance programs exist in several areas. Ghana-Guinea being a significant case among the newly independent states. In the 1870s, when the European powers staked out their colonial domains in Africa, no concern was given to the social and political problems of the African people. Land tenure, language, tribal structure, religious groups, etc., were all ignored by the European land grabbers and are still ignored by them when labor needs have to be met in mines and on plantations. For example, the Bakongo people at the mouth of the Congo River were arbitrarily divided into territories controlled by French, German, Belgian, and British powers. Thus a narrow, nationalist struggle, such as the struggles that established the present national boundaries in Western Europe, is not at all congruent with the freedom and independence aspirations of the Bakongo people who live in 5 separate countries. The growth of a Pan-African concept is reinforced by the fact that European capital dominates the entire area. The African miner sees little difference between Belgian capital in the Congo or British capital in the Rhodesias, and the African peasant gets the same vile treatment from European farmers whether on British cotton plantations in Uganda or on Portuguese peanut farms in Mozambique. They all represent European exploitation of African natural resources and labor power for the benefit of foreign capitalists. As modernization and urbanization preceded the African National Congress movement sprang up around issues of education, work passes and voting rights. The leadership of these Congress organizations, in their early stages, came primarily from the tribal elders, chiefs, the educated elite and others who served the interests of colonial powers as a rule. Today, when independence has become the dominant and immediate issue, it is the leaders with a Pan-African outlook that are winning quite rapidly a dominant position in the Congress movement, the trade unions and in all African political organizations. The Accra Conference of 1958 and the permanent organization of the All-African Peoples Conference demonstrated that the initiative and the leadership in the immediate future lie in the hands of Pan-African leaders such as Dr. K. Nkrumah of Ghana, Tom Mboya of Kenya, Turi of Guinea, Dr. Bunda of Nyasaland, etc. What is most important, however, is not the momentary composition of the leadership but the debates over program that are seething in the whole politically active mass of the population. 163. Last year the African Congress movement in Northern Rhodesia split over the question of militant mass action versus the passive resistance methods of the old National Congress. Those supporting the use of violence when necessary in the struggle for freedom formed the Zambisa National Congress, which was almost immediately suppressed only to reappear as the United Independence Party. This party has just fused with a new split off from the old Congress movement to form the United People's Party, which demands secession of Northern Rhodesia from the Federation and self-government for Northern Rhodesia now by Africans. The issue of international trade union affiliation, International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, dominated by the Cold War bloc, versus World Federation of Trade Unions, supported by the Soviet bloc, or neutrality, broke into open conflict last May when Mboya called a conference in Lagos, Nigeria, to form the first All-Africa ICFTU organization. It was attended by union leaders from 21 countries. K. Nkrumah, who supported trade union neutralism, countered with the calling of a trade union conference in Ghana at the same time. This conference had delegates only from Guinea, Morocco, and the United Arab Republic. These programmatic and organizational clashes reflect the strivings of the African independence movement to achieve clarity in its concept of where the struggle is going and how it is going to get there. The concept of Pan-Africanism, so overwhelmingly dictated by the course of Africa's historical development, still leaves open the questions: what class in African society can realize a continent-wide organization of the economic struggle to industrialize and modernize? Can such a struggle be led to victory by any group that isn't ready to break with the capitalist exploiters internationally and take the road of building a planned socialist economy in Africa? Those who would reject the socialist road for Africa on the grounds that Western capital is required to make progress, fail to take some weighty facts into account. Western capital cannot be obtained by political subservience to Western capitalism without accepting exploitation. On the other hand, if through the promising development of the African working class, a Marxist program and leadership can be forged that will take the road of socialist revolution, that would indeed contribute immensely to solving the problem of Western aid. The African Revolution, taking the Chinese path of expelling imperialism and overthrowing the exploiters, would strike a mighty blow at world capitalism. It would speed the day when the British, French, Belgian, and American workers would establish their own power and thereby form an economic and political alliance with Africa and with all the oppressed to build a world socialist society. 3. Theory of the Cuban Revolution 22, 1961. Joseph Hansen. 161. No revolution has ever anywhere wholly coincided with the conceptions of it formed by its participants, nor could it do so. Leon Trotsky. Listen, Yankee. The Revolution in Cuba by C. Wright Mills. Ballantine Books, New York. 1961-92 pp. 50 cents. Cuba, Anatomy of a Revolution by Leo Huberman and Paul M. Sweezy. Monthly Review Press, New York. 1961-76 pp. $3.50. In the first stages of the Cuban Revolution, not much appeared about it in the way of searching analysis. Publicity was largely agitational, whether for or against. Consequently, the worth of most early writings hinges largely on the accuracy of the reporting and the extent to which documentary material is included. This is especially true of some items, highly laudatory of the revolution and its leaders, by authors who have since gone over to the counter-revolution. The situation today is quite different. The character and meaning of the Cuban Revolution, of the government that displaced the Batista dictatorship and of the state now in power are under intense discussion throughout the radical movement on an international scale. The theoretical questions have come to the fore. This reflects the course of the revolution itself. It began as an ill-reported and ill-understood revolutionary democratic movement in a small island ruled. 22 Hansen 1961. 162-3. By one of a dozen strong men in Wall Street's empire. Today it stands as a colossal fact in world politics, the opening stage of the socialist revolution in Latin America, the beginning of the end of American capitalist rule in the Western Hemisphere. The 2 books under review are among the best in a new literature appearing about the Cuban Revolution, a literature written by serious thinkers accustomed to probing for the deep-lying forces and trends in modern society. These thinkers are fascinated by what this revolution has revealed, for they feel that perhaps here may be found clues to titanic revolutionary events now drawing near. As Huberman and Sweezy express it, in Cuba they are actually doing what young people all over the world are dreaming about and would like to do. Emphasis in original. Let's begin with Listen, Yankee. In writing this book, C. Wright Mills displayed considerable courage. The author of The Power Elite and White Collar, to mention his best-known books, staked a big reputation and high standing in academic circles when he decided to support the Cuban Revolution with such forthrightness. That he weighed the issues is evident from the following statement. Like most Cubans, I too believe that this revolution is a moment of truth, and like some Cuban revolutionaries, I too believe that such truth, like all revolutionary truth, is perilous. Any moment of such military and economic truth might become an epoch of political and cultural lies. It might harden into any one of several kinds of dictatorial tyranny. But I do not believe that this is at all inevitable in Cuba. And I do believe that should it happen it would be due, in very large part, to the role the government of the United States has been and is continuing to play in Cuban affairs. The policies the United States has pursued and is pursuing against Cuba are based upon a profound ignorance, and are shot through with hysteria. I believe that if they are continued they will result in more disgrace and more disaster for the image of my country before Cuba, before Latin America, and before the world. Emphasis in original. To help enlighten his fellow Americans and as a service in countering the hysteria, Mills presents the Cuban revolutionary case. As a succinct presentation of the main facts that led to the revolutionary explosion, of the achievements since then, and of the aims, attitude, and outlook of the main rebel forces, the book is a remarkable accomplishment. I cannot recommend it too highly to anyone seeking a quick briefing, particularly as a knowledgeable Cuban. 163. Revolutionist, leaving aside diplomatic considerations, might give it to you on a visit to the island. It's not Stalinist. The salient feature of Listen, Yankee is the clarity with which it presents the anti-Stalinist aspect of the Cuban Revolution. Most readers of the International Socialist Review will understand at once, I am sure, that this has nothing to do with the anti-communism of the House Un-American Activities Committee or similar bodies of witch hunters and counter-revolutionaries. Even in most communist parties where the cult of the late dictator was once the first commandment, it is generally accepted today since Khrushchev's 20th Congress revelations about Stalin's crimes and paranoia, that to be anti-Stalinist does not automatically put you in Hitler's camp. An understanding of the attitude of the Cuban revolutionists towards Stalinism is particularly important. The Cuban Communist Party supports the revolution. The government, in turn, has respected its democratic rights, as it has the democratic rights of other radical groupings. It has refused to engage in any witch hunting and has denounced anti-communism as a divisive weapon of the counter-revolution. This, plus the aid solicited from the Soviet bloc countries, which undoubtedly saved the Cuban Revolution from going down, has been utilized to falsely picture the Cuban government as having succumbed to Stalinism. The issue happens to be crucial in the United States for winning support for the Cuban Revolution in sectors of the trade union movement, among intellectuals, and on the campus. It is not just a matter of attempting to overcome hysterical Stalinophobia. In these circles the truth is widely known about Stalin's suppression of proletarian democracy, his frame ups of working-class political opponents, mass deportations, and assassination of socialist leaders. Many rebel-minded people in the United States, who offered their support to the Soviet Union, felt betrayed on learning the facts about Stalinism. Consequently, out of fear of being burned again, they are cautious. On the other hand, the appearance of a genuinely democratic socialist revolution could reanimate them. Besides constituting the only sectors of the population ready at present to give a fair hearing to the Cubans, they are an essential link in rebuilding a mass socialist movement in America. Mills gives the question the importance it warrants, citing many facts to indicate the profoundly anti-Stalinist nature of the revolution. Among these he notes the stress placed on immediate benefits for the people, the readiness. 164.3. To listen and learn in all fields, the freedom that makes Cuba so exhilarating to radicals, above all those on vacation from the stifling atmosphere of McCarthy land. On the decisive political fact of leadership, Mills has his Cuban protagonist write an entire letter, number 5, explaining why the Communist Party is not in power in Cuba and why it is highly unlikely even to seek power. The plain fact is, our revolution has outdone the Communists on every score. From the beginning up till today, always at every turn of event and policy, the revolution is always faster than the Cuban Communist Party, or individual communists. In all objective facts, then, we are much more radical, much more revolutionary than they. And that is why we are using them, rather than the reverse, they are not using us. In fact, they are being very grateful to us for letting them in on the work of the revolution. In fact, this is the case generally with local communist parties in Latin America. In a real revolution today, in Latin America at least, the local communists are to the right of the revolution. Here in Cuba, certainly the revolution has outpaced them and does on every front. They always arrive too late and with too little. This has been the case in Cuba and it still is the case, they lag behind our revolution. Emphasis in original. The truth is that Stalinism proved to be an insuperable handicap for the Communist Party of Cuba, no matter how revolutionary-minded its ranks were, and it was bypassed by Castro's July 26 movement. Capitalist base destroyed. On the theoretical assessment of the Cuban Revolution as it stands today, Mills offers some interesting opinions. The Cuban Revolution, he observes, has swiftly destroyed the economic basis of capitalism, both foreign and Cuban. Most of this power was foreign, in fact, North American. It has now been destroyed with a thoroughness unique in Latin American history. In his sociological estimate, Mills says, the Cuban revolutionary is a new and distinct type of left-wing thinker and actor. He is neither capitalist nor communist. He is socialist in a manner, I believe, both practical and humane. and if Cuba is let alone, I believe that Cubans have a good chance to keep the socialist society they are building practical and humane. If Cubans are properly helped, economically, technically, and culturally, I believe they would have a very good chance. Emphasis in original. 165. As to political power, in Mill's opinion, the government of Cuba is a revolutionary dictatorship of the peasants and workers of Cuba. It is legally arbitrary. It is legitimized by the enthusiastic support of an overwhelming majority of the people of Cuba. In letter number 6, the Cuban spokesman specifies that it is not a Stalinist-type dictatorship. In the most literal sense imaginable, Cuba is a dictatorship of, by, and for the peasants and the workers of Cuba. That phrase, dictatorship of workers and peasants, was turned into a lie by Stalin and under Stalinism. Some of us know that. But none of us is going about our revolution in that way. So, to understand us, you must try to disabuse yourself of certain images and ideas of dictatorship. It is the pre-Stalin meaning of the phrase that is accurate for Cuba. It is in the political area that Mills expresses the greatest worry for Cuba. I do not like such dependence upon one man as exists in Cuba today, nor the virtually absolute power that this one man possesses. However, Mills believes that, it is not enough either to approve or to disapprove this fact about Cuba. That is much too easy, it is also politically fruitless. One must understand the conditions that have made it so, and that are continuing to make it so, for only then can one consider the prospects of its development. The conditions include the form of struggle needed to overthrow Batista, the enormous counter-revolutionary pressure of the United States, and the fluidity of the present situation in which democratic forms have not yet been worked out in the living experience of the revolution. Castro's leadership in the difficult revolutionary struggle brought him this exceptional personal power, but it is Mill's conviction that Castro is opposed to any leadership cult, is aware of the danger and will help the revolution to pass through it. In my judgment, says Mills, one must take seriously this man's own attempts to shift roles, even in the middle of his necessary action, and his own astute awareness of the need to develop a more systematic relation between a government of law and the people of Cuba. Anatomy of a Revolution. Let us turn now to the book by Leo Huberman and Paul M. Sweezy, the editors of the Monthly Review. They wrote this after a 3-week visit to Cuba in 166-3. March 1960, publishing it as a special edition of their magazine. Events soon dated parts of it. The authors took another trip to Cuba and have now published a supplement, Cuba Revisited, December 1960 issue of the Monthly Review, which, I understand, is to be included in a new edition of the book. The strong side of Cuba, Anatomy of a Revolution, is its emphasis on economics. The authors do a good job of summarizing the main facts about Cuba under Batista, available in such books as Lowry Nelson's Rural Cuba, then Tum to Current Problems, where they offer the results of their own investigations on the scene. The facts they have assembled are encouraging indeed. Instead of collapsing, as the capitalist press has been predicting, the Cuban economy has grown stronger. Consider, for instance, the main crops, which have been the center of a planned expansion drive. Their total volume increased by almost 1/3 in the first year of the revolution, and there is no doubt that a comparable rate of expansion is being maintained this year. China, it seems, is not the only country capable of big leaps forward. But what other country has ever staged such a leap forward in the very first year of a revolution and in the midst of a far-reaching agrarian reform? It can be said without exaggeration, in the Cuban Revolution the world is witnessing a process of socio-economic transformation and vitalization that is in many important respects without any precedent. Let the world look hard and draw the appropriate conclusions. Emphasis in original. When the agrarian reform was put through, predictions were freely made in the big press that the Cubans, with their lack of know-how, would speedily bring the cattle industry to ruin by slaughtering the breeding stock, some of it of top quality. The spiteful forecasts of the dispossessed cattle barons were not borne out. Huberman and Sweezy cite a representative of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization who said that while no figures were available for the island as a whole, Havana was eating 60 to 70% or more beef in March, 1960, than the previous year, while the supply of beef cattle had also been sharply stepped up, chiefly owing to better feeding methods. The authors conclude, there could be no better evidence than this that, 1. The revolution has already transformed the standard of living of the Cuban masses, and, 2. This new and higher standard of living has come to stay. 167. Some flaws. In political matters, Huberman and Sweezy in general leave much to be desired, in my opinion. A few indications: they manage to credit the administration of Franklin D. Roosevelt with having abrogated the Platt Amendment. They also criticize the same administration for withholding recognition of the Grau government and granting it to Batista, but the political necessity of tipping their hats to the FDR myth blocks them from seeing Roosevelt's role in establishing the foul Cuban dictator and maintaining his brutal rule. In lauding the readiness of the Cuban peasantry to go directly to agricultural cooperatives, Huberman and Sweezy refer to the views of bourgeois land reformers who have aimed at breaking up large landed estates into small peasant holdings. More radical thought, at least from the time of Marx, they say, has generally rejected this aim on the dual ground that small-scale peasant cultivation of the soil is hopelessly inefficient and that a small peasantry is inevitably a reactionary, counter-revolutionary force. However, the Russian Revolution showed the difficulties which confronted any attempt to go directly from a system of latifundia to some form of collective agriculture. In spite of themselves, the Russian Bolsheviks were forced to distribute the land to millions of small peasants, and it was only much later, after fierce and bloody social struggles and frightful agricultural losses, that they succeeded in establishing the system of collective and state farms. Thus they amalgamate Lenin's adherence to the political position of Engels with its direct opposite, that of Stalin. Engels held that collectivization in agriculture, despite its obvious economic advantages, could proceed only in accordance with the will of the peasants themselves. A revolutionary government could seek to convince them by argument and examples, but in no case force them. That was how Lenin proceeded. Stalin, after first pandering to the rich peasants, collectivized Soviet agriculture by force. The catastrophic consequences still plague the Soviet Union. If a real lesson is to be drawn from the Cuban experience, it is the advantages to be gained by following the method worked out in theory by Engels and put into practice by Lenin, in contrast to the brutal method used by Stalin. Huberman and Sweezy credit Cuba's success to Castro's knowledge of the peasantry and sensitivity to their deepest wishes. If Castro is not aware of the theoretical and historical background, the confirmation of the Marxist view is all the more notable. A serious political error which Huberman and Sweezy themselves admit in their postscript to the book was the estimate that Washington would not slash 168.3 the Cuban sugar quota. We remain uncertain as to why they made the error. Did they calculate that it was not in the best interests of capitalism to do this and that the powers that be would recognize this? Or did they underestimate the deeply reactionary character of both the Democratic and Republican machines? Fortunately, the politically astute Cuban leaders were not caught by surprise. As Castro indicated in his speech at the United Nations, they are well aware of the true relationship between the shark and the sardine. I mention these items with no thought of disqualifying Cuba an étonnerie of a revolution. They are minor, if annoying, flaws in an excellent report and strong defense of the Cuban Revolution. My intent is to suggest that if the authors have any predilection, it is in the direction of the Communist Party. This gives certain of the things they say about Cuban politics much greater weight than they would otherwise have, for, representing a break with their predilection, these views were undoubtedly pondered many times over before being expressed. Made by non-communists. From the origin of the July 26 movement in 1953 until the rebel army was well on the way to victory, Huberman and Sweezy declare, the Cuban CP was cool to and sometimes critical of Castro's organization. The leadership of the revolution owed absolutely nothing to the communists. Only Castro, if he should join the Communist Party, could persuade any of the others to follow him. Since no responsible observer, to the best of our knowledge, has ever suggested that Fidel has done any such thing, we conclude that the hypothesis of communist infiltration of the leadership is a pure figment of the anti-communist imagination. Can the communists get into position to wrest leadership of the masses, of the revolutionary movement itself, out of the hands of Fidel and his colleagues in the army and government? Huberman and Sweezy ridicule the possibility, pointing to the smallness of the Communist Party and its lack of standing as against the size of Castro's following and their revolutionary record. The authors go even further. In our judgment, for what it is worth, the Communists could make no bigger mistake, now or in the foreseeable future, than to challenge Fidel and his close associates for the leadership of the revolution. They would lose, and in losing they might easily do irreparable damage to the cause of the revolution, which of course is also their cause. On the other hand, if they continue to pursue their present course, they may play an important, and 169. In some respects perhaps an indispensable, even if subordinate, role in the building of socialism in Cuba. To make their meaning still clearer, they compare the Cuban communists with the American communists in the New Deal period. They worked hard and often effectively, trying of course always to push matters somewhat further to the left than they would otherwise tend to go. While they won control in some unions, they were never in a position to make a bid for political leadership in the country and never caused any serious problems except in the minds of the right-wing lunatic fringe. In short, although the authors do not say it, since the 30s neither the Cuban nor the American communists have played the role of revolutionists. All the charges and accusations concerning the alleged communist character of the Cuban government and/or revolution tend to hide what may turn out to be historically one of the most important facts about the Cuban Revolution. This is the first time, ever, anywhere, that a genuine socialist revolution has been made by non-communists. Emphasis in original. Castro and the rebel army, calling themselves neither socialists nor communists, in fact without any clearly formulated ideology, seized power in Cuba after 2 years of bloody civil war and proceeded with élan and dispatch to do what needed to be done. No one can now foretell the full implications of this startling fact, Huberman and Sweezy believe, but no one need doubt that it will open up new vistas not only in the realm of social thought but also in the realm of revolutionary action. Although there is considerable difference in the angle of view, in emphasis, in political inclination, and in the way they express what they observed, it is clear that the impressions which the revolution made on C. Wright Mills on the one hand and Huberman Sweezy on the other were not greatly different. The similarity extends to other fields. What kind of social order does Cuba have? For our part, declare Huberman Sweezy, we have no hesitation in armouring, the new Cuba is a socialist Cuba. Emphasis in original. How did it get that way? After the seizure of power, the aspect which the Cuban Revolution first presented to the world was that of a quite respectable middle-class regime. This gave rise to many misunderstandings. However, the 173 real power remained in the hands of Castro. A sort of dual system of government began to emerge, with Fidel on one side and Urrutia and the cabinet on the other. The paradox between the essentially revolutionary character of the regime and the predominantly liberal to conservative personnel which represented it before the world was resolved by March 1960. Two of the landmarks were Castro's resignation in July 1959 to force the resignation of Urrutia and Che Guevara's assumption of the presidency of the National Bank in November in place of Felipe Pazos. The Castro regime carried the revolution through to the establishment of a planned economy. Communist Party viewpoint. Cuba in a tenre of a revolution was saluted with vexed criticism from spokesmen of both the Cuban and American Communist parties. At this writing they have not yet got around to reviewing Mill's book. The CP finds it obnoxious to think that the label socialist should be applied to Cuba. It's a national democratic revolution, you see, in which the national bourgeoisie still plays an important role and in which the need for unity is foremost. In addition, Huberman Sweezy slight the role of the Communist Party in the revolution and the increasingly important role it will play after the proletarian stage opens. The two derelict authors answer the criticism somewhat disrespectfully with a footnote in their postscript. Now that the big majority of the means of production are in public ownership, and the regime is rapidly developing a consciously socialist ideology, the communist argument against classifying Cuba as socialist appears more and more clearly as mere verbal gymnastics. The reason for the communists adopting this position, however, is straightforward enough: they don't want to admit that it is possible for socialism to be built under non-communist leadership. One wishes that Huberman and Sweezy would venture to analyze this reluctance of the communists. The question would seem not unimportant and very definitely related to their own belief that the Cuban Revolution has opened up new vistas not only in the realm of social thought but also in the realm of revolutionary action. Isn't the failure of the Cuban Communist Party central to this far-reaching conclusion? Wouldn't a knowledge of the reasons for the failure be of considerable value to other communist parties, to the revolutionary-minded rank and file, if not to leaders who never cause any serious problems? 171. In the dispute between the communists and the editors of the Monthly Review, it appears to me that Huberman and Sweezy have the stronger case. In fact, they hanged the Communist Party theoreticians with their own terminology. I fetch of the countries in the Soviet bloc, including Albania, is socialist, then why should this term be denied Cuba, which now has a planned economy, and far greater freedom than any of them? The fact is that socialist was used by Stalin in the years of his psychosis as a mislabel for Soviet society. It was a way of proving that you can build socialism in one country. This played into the hands of the worst enemies of the Soviet Union, for they never tired of agreeing and even emphasizing that socialism was what the Soviet Union had all right, and therefore Stalinism and socialism were one and the same thing, and if America went socialist you'd lose democracy and get frame-up trials and concentration camps here, too. To confer the badge socialist on Cuba may thus, unfortunately, be taken as a somewhat dubious honor. The repugnance the Cubans feel for much that goes by the name of theory is not without good political justification. In the early days the Soviet Union was called a workers' state, with bureaucratic deformations, Lenin added. It was socialist in tendency, that is, it was a transitional formation on the road to socialism, but not there by a long shot. Nor could it reach socialism on its own resources. Such a concept, had anyone suggested it in Lenin's time, would have been dismissed as self-contradictory. The Soviet power was a working-class conquest in the international struggle for a worldwide, scientifically planned society built on the foundation of capitalism as a whole, or at least on the combined resources of several industrially advanced countries. The concern the Bolsheviks felt for terminology was not due to an aesthetic pleasure in splitting hairs. Precision in applying labels reflected their concern over knowing exactly where they stood in relation to the goal still to be achieved. It was a good tradition, well worth emulating, like much else in Leninism. What else it? If Cuba is not socialist and is highly unlikely to achieve socialism by itself on one small island, what is it? The Cubans themselves have been reluctant to say. Professing some disinterest in abstruse questions of theory, they have politely invited those of their supporters and well-wishers who are better informed in such matters to have at it. Meanwhile they propose to move ahead, with or without labels, to work out 172.3 problems that permit no delay and that have kept their limited personnel going 24 hours a day. As their own guide, they find it sufficient to follow the broad generalizations of a humanism concerned with the fate of the humble. If you can tell Aguajiro from an imperialist and hold government power, it seems to work out all right. This pragmatic approach has added to the theoretical puzzle. If the Cubans don't know whether Cuba is socialist or not, how is anyone else to know? Jean-Paul Sartre, on visiting Cuba, came away with the conviction that the world was witnessing something completely novel, a revolution impelled by blows from an imperialist power to respond with counter-blows, each more radical than the previous. Would a revolution driven forward by such a process create its own ideology? That remains to be seen. In any case, Sartre found it a refreshing contrast to what he considers the sectarian approach, applying a preconceived ideology to a revolution. Others, stimulated like Sartre by the Cuban Revolution, have decided that even Marxist theory breaks down before such phenomena. What provisions are there in Marxism for a revolution, obviously socialist in tendency but powered by the peasantry and led by revolutionists who have never professed socialist aims, indeed, seem to have been limited to the bourgeois democratic horizon? It's not in the books. If Marxism has no provisions for such phenomena, perhaps it is time provisions were made. It would seem a fair enough exchange for a revolution as good as this one. On the other hand, what books do you read? Paradox of Russia. The Cuban Revolution is not the first to have given the theoreticians something fresh to consider. The Russian Revolution exceeded it in that respect. In 1917 the entire world socialist movement was caught by surprise, including the Bolshevik Party, not excepting even Lenin. Socialists wielding power at the head of the workers and peasants in a backward country like Russia. It wasn't in the book. Well, most of the books. The Russian Revolution was fortunate in having a leadership as great in theory as in action. 4 decades ago it was common knowledge in the socialist movement that one at least of the Russian leaders had accounted in theory for the peculiarities of the Russian Revolution in all its main lines, some 12 years before it happened. His name was Leon Trotsky. Trotsky's theory of the permanent revolution greatly facilitated the Bolshevik victory by giving the revolutionary cadre the clearest possible 173. Ception of the import of their action. But if Trotsky had not been there, had not made his great theoretical contribution, we may be sure that Lenin, consummate socialist politician and man of action that he was, would have led the Bolsheviks to power just the same, and an accurate reflection in theory of the revolution would have come later. I mention this not only to defend the right of the Cuban Revolution to have its own peculiarities but to draw from Bolshevik theory to attempt to explain certain of these peculiarities. The main power in the Cuban Revolution was the peasantry, as in Russia. But this peasantry shaded into the powerful mass of agricultural workers, which, because of the role of the sugar industry, constituted the most dynamic section of the Cuban proletariat. The agricultural workers solidly backed the revolution. The city workers favored the revolution but were not in position to head it, unlike Russia, for 2 reasons. 1. The unions were strapped in the straitjacket of mutualismo, that is, a bureaucracy tied directly to the Batista dictatorship. 2. The political leadership was held by the Communist Party, an organization devoted to peaceful coexistence, people's frontism, and the cult of Stalin, an organization which, as Huberman and Sweezy put it diplomatically, never caused any serious problems. The CP leaders actually went so far avoiding causing any serious problems for Batista that they pictured him as a man of the people and took posts in his government. The main demands of the peasantry were an end to hunger, an end to Batista's savage killings, and agrarian reform. In Russia, bread, peace, land. These demands became the slogans of the July 26 movement. By all the criteria of origin, aims and social following, the July 26 movement was a petty bourgeois formation, but an extremely radical one. It had one plank in its program which separated it from all similar groupings and which was to prove decisive. It made a principle of armed struggle without compromise against the Batista dictatorship. To carry out this aim, it organized a peasant guerrilla movement that has been compared to Tito's and Mao's. Parallels can also be found, however, in the rich revolutionary experience of Latin America, including Cuba itself. Its formation was not as novel as its success. Character of government. On coming to power, the July 26 movement set up a coalition government that included well-known bourgeois democratic figures, and not in secondary posts. In retrospect these may have seemed middle-class decorations or 174.3. Mere camouflage hiding the real nature of the government. It is more accurate, I think, to view this government as corresponding to the political aims of the revolution as they were conceived at the time by its leaders. But such a government stood in contradiction to the demands of the insurgent masses and to the commitment of the July 26 movement to satisfy these demands. The revolution urgently required far-reaching inroads on private property, including imperialist holdings. As Castro and his collaborators moved toward fulfillment of the agrarian reform, they met with resistance from their partners in the coalition, a resistance that was considerably stiffened by support from Wall Street, which viewed them as the reasonable elements in a regime packed with bearded wild men. As Huberman and Sweezy correctly observe, a sort of dual-system government began to emerge. The displacement of Felipe Pazos by Che Guevara in November 1959 marked a decisive shift and the resolution of the governmental crisis. Whatever hangovers from the coalition still remained. The government that now existed was qualitatively different from the coalition regime. Its chief characteristics were a genuine interest in the welfare of the bottom strata of the population, readiness to entrust the defense of the revolution to them by giving them arms, clear recognition of the identity of the main enemies of the revolution and resoluteness in disarming and combating them. It was even free from fetishism of private property. Yet it did not think of itself as socialist. It did not proclaim socialist aims. What should we call such a strange government? Among the great discussions organized by the Bolsheviks in the first four congresses of the Communist International was one precisely on this question. Deeply buried under landslides of Stalinist propaganda, the minutes and resolutions of that discussion are not readily available. When you unearth them, your feeling is one of shock at their timeliness. Did the Bolsheviks really discuss such a question 4 years before Castro was born? The Bolsheviks analyzed several varieties of workers' and peasants' government, that is, radical petty bourgeois governments, indicating differences that would cause a revolutionary socialist party to offer support or to refuse support. They also left open the possibility in theory of variants they could not readily foresee at the time. The general label they used for such regimes was workers' and farmers' government. Here we must expostulate a bit with the Bolsheviks. They also called the dictatorship of the proletariat a workers' and farmers' government. A representative from theoretically backward America might have asked for distinctive labels so he could more easily tell them apart. But the Bolsheviks discussed this point, too, and felt that it would not be confusing so long as everyone was clear on the difference in content, since the first 175 kind of government would likely prove to be only a transient form preliminary to the latter type. Of course, the communist delegates in 1922 could not visualize such a change without the helpful presence of a genuine revolutionary socialist party such as the Russian workers had in the Bolsheviks. A key question requiring our attention, therefore, is the absence of this factor in Cuba. To find the answer we must come to the world situation in which Cuba is locked. Death agony of capitalism. The most prominent conditioning force in international politics today is the deep decay of the capitalist system. Leaving aside the effect of such general threats as another major depression or atomic annihilation in a third world war, Cuba has experienced the decay of capitalism in two specific ways. 1. The deformation of national life through imperialist domination, monoculture, super profits, hunger, disease, ignorance, dictatorial rule, etc. 2. The economic and diplomatic strangulation of power like the US applies to a colonial nation seeking independence. The moves emanating from Wall Street and the State Department, as many observers have noted, powerfully accelerated, if they did not make inevitable, the radicalization of the Cuban Revolution. Eisenhower lost Cuba much the way Truman lost China. Next in importance to the death agony of capitalism is the existence and the growing power of the orbit where capitalist property relations have been transcended and planned economies constructed. Showing what can be achieved in economic, scientific, and cultural progress, not to mention sovereign standing, these countries serve as practical object lessons. Their tendency to magnetize attention, especially in the underdeveloped areas, has become an active political factor that is now powerfully strengthened by the possibility of securing material aid from this source. The Soviet Union, by its mere existence, has always been, even in the terrible years under Stalin, a radicalizing force among oppressed peoples. The attraction was enormously increased by the Chinese Revolution and the fresh example which China has provided of how to break out of age-old stagnation and imperialist oppression. Cuba has been affected by all this in the most vivid and concrete way. The third feature of world politics is the long default of the communist parties in providing revolutionary socialist leadership to the working class. For decades this signified betrayal and defeat in the most promising of revolutionary situations. Today it has finally begun to signify the emergence of alternative leaderships, the masses in the underdeveloped areas, having lost fatal 176.3. Istic acceptance of hunger, misery, ignorance, and ruthless exploitation, have become impatient and are pushing forward whatever leaderships are at hand. Nationalists have filled the vacuum at least temporarily in many areas, but the tendency is toward much more radical currents. Nowhere is this to be seen with greater clarity than in Cuba. Finally, there is a tendency among the nationalist movements and newly emerging countries in the Far East, the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America to seek mutual encouragement and support. The Cuban revolutionists, for example, are in close touch with the Algerian freedom fighters. They have diplomatic relations with Yugoslavia, India, Ghana, etc. Sékou Touré and Soy Carnot have been honored guests in Havana. Lumumba is a hero in Cuba. A radical move taken by any of them that proves successful has big impact on all the others. For instance, Nasser's seizure of the Suez Canal when Egypt suffered the combined attack of Britain, France, and Israel made a lasting impression. In the light of this international background, the series of countermeasures taken by the Cuban government under pressure from the State Department are seen to have an ideological origin that does no violence to Marxist theory. In fact, these countermeasures are explainable only by a theory grounded in the international class struggle. Character of the state. Whatever the consciousness of the Cuban revolutionists may have been, not a single major measure undertaken by them was unique. Intervention of the latifundia and domestic and foreign capitalist holdings was undoubtedly as Cuban as the royal palms, but it finds a precedent in the control exercised over private enterprises under the Bolsheviks prior to the establishment of workers' management of industry. A similar stage appeared in the Chinese Revolution. The expropriations and nationalizations are likewise far from novel. A government monopoly of foreign trade is in the Russian tradition, and the planned economy which Cuba has now begun is, of course, recognized by everyone as in the pattern initiated by the Russian workers and peasants. In the October 1960 issue of Politica Affairs, James S. Allen, a spokesman of the Communist Party, labels these as measures of a state capitalist type. This effort to avoid the label socialist, as advanced by Huberman and Sweezy, is not very satisfactory. Are the measures of similar kind in the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, Yugoslavia, Albania, and China also to be labeled as of a state capitalist type? Evidently not. 177. Aside from this, Allen's position has another flaw. What about the state? Is it capitalist? Can a capitalist state carry out such measures and still remain capitalist? Judging from the shrieks of the counter-revolutionaries and the froth on Wall Street's mouth, it is not possible. The fact is that the state structure began to undergo alteration upon Castro's coming to power January 1, 1959. For good and valid political reasons, Castro insisted on smashing both the old army and the old police force. The lesson of Guatemala had been well absorbed by the July 26 movement. A new army and a new police, based on the rebel forces, replaced the old. A nationwide militia was organized. One could have decided that this was enough to require us at the time to call Cuba a workers' state. But the premise for such a conclusion is that the conscious aims of the leadership are revolutionary socialist, openly proclaimed, so that it remains only a question of time until the entire state structure is altered to conform to the needs of a planned economy. This political premise, of course, did not exist. It remained to be seen what course the pragmatic leadership would take and whether their proclaimed political aims would become altered as they sought to put into effect the reforms they advocated, or whether in sticking to their political positions they modified or gave up their social and economic aims. The outcome could only be determined by the struggle itself. The results are now in. In the 2 years since the victory, the holdovers from the old state have been sloughed off in the key positions, although they may still hold authority in some sectors. With the completion between August-October, 1960, of the nationalizations in the major areas of Cuban industry, a new state had come into being so deeply committed to a planned economy that Cuba's course in this direction cannot now be changed save by an imperialist invasion and a bloody civil war. Since the transcending of capitalist property relations and the construction of a planned economy correspond with the economic interests of the working class and are objectively socialist in tendency, we must, if we are interested in exact terminology, call this a workers' state, signifying that it is a state committed to the task of carrying Cuban economy and society forward through the transition from capitalism to socialism. Proletarian democracy. It is true that this workers' state lacks, as yet, the forms of proletarian democracy. This does not mean that democracy is lacking in Cuba. Far more democracy exists today in Cuba than ever existed under any previous regime. It does mean 178.3. That a government based on workers, peasants, and soldiers' councils, or some form of councils in democratic control of the government, has not yet been worked out. Mill's observations about the concentration of power in one person are accurate. Marxist theory admits the possibility of situations in which no alternative exists save such concentration of power. However, it regards this as exceptional and dangerous to the revolutionary interests of the workers and peasants. It is a sign of weakness in the organization of the struggle. The norm is the extension of democracy into all phases of the nation's life. It is not just a question of democratic rights but of organizing the most powerful defense and bringing the maximum power to bear in carrying out the structural changes and constructing the planned economy. Consequently, while defending the present Cuban government from attack from all quarters, Marxists advocate the earliest possible development of proletarian forms of democracy in Cuba. It would seem self-evident that this would add greatly to the political defense of the revolution, above all as an example to be emulated in other countries. This is the tendency in Cuba, as Mills notes, and one must join him in ardently hoping that the ferocious pressure from American imperialism will not lead to retrogression. What next? A new stage in the Cuban Revolution is now opening up of the greatest interest and importance. The leaders have convincingly demonstrated that they really meant it when they said they were prepared to carry the revolution through to its necessary conclusion no matter where it took them. What have been the consequences in their thinking? Looking back, they must note with some astonishment, I imagine, that it proved impossible to carry through simple humanistic aims, all of them long proclaimed by the bourgeois society that toppled feudalism, without taking measures that transcended capitalist property relations. Capitalism doesn't work for the poor. To fulfill their desire to turn the promise of a better life for the humble into reality, these men of powerful will found they had to put Cuba on the road to socialism. They discovered this through practical experience and not through preconceived notions. It is almost like a laboratory test. What theories did it confirm or disprove, or must we wipe the slate of theory clean and start fresh? Is this experience not worth evaluation? Wouldn't the way be smoothed for revolutionists in other Latin American countries, for example, if they knew the 179 reasons for the course that had to be taken in Cuba? Surely the experience will be similar elsewhere in Latin America and other continents as revolutionists follow the example of the Cuban vanguard and bring their peoples into the mainstream of history. Up to now the Cuban leaders have appeared as great revolutionists of action. Perhaps some of them may now venture into the field of theory with commensurate contributions. It is time, we think, to attempt to bring the theory of the Cuban Revolution up to the level of its practice. From such a development all the friends and supporters of the Cuban Revolution stand to gain, not least of all in the United States, where the success of the July 26 movement has brought new hope and inspiration to the radical movement. 180. For Still a Man's World 23, 1962. Hedda Grant, Hedda Garza. 3. The Second Sex by Simone de Beauvoir. Translated from the French and edited by H.M. Partially, 705 pp. New York, Bantam Books, 1961. 95 cents. Although there are no segregationist laws in the state of New York, few people would deny that the Negro is subjected to unequal treatment, and that out of those inequalities in education, employment, housing, social status, etc., the Negro emerges less educated, in menial jobs and with less social status. Though much subtler and ambivalent too, woman's struggle does take similar lines to the Negro struggle, except that women have not organized. They have identified instead with the various struggles of their men. Thus the Negro woman must first battle white men and white women to attain her racial equality, before she can join with her white sisters to battle for her sex equality. Yet Simone de Beauvoir says, there are deep similarities between the situation of woman and that of the Negro. Both are being emancipated from alike paternalism, and the former master class wishes to keep them in their place. There are many people who would deny that in 1962, women are still the second sex. It is easy for Americans to see the crushing anti-feminist laws and traditions of backward countries, but in countries where women have the vote and the automobile, it is harder to see the subtle indignities that corrode and change even the basic character of women. This is a task that Simone de Beauvoir pursues with great intensity in The Second Sex. It stands out as a brilliant pioneering effort among books written on the subject of women. There are available many earnest and scholarly works in specialized fields, i.e., women in history, biology of women, anthropology, feminist struggles, etc. There are also many books which attempt to mutilate any feeble effort on the part of women to become at par with the first sex. Yusu. 23 Grant 1962. 181. Ally written by men, often with the assistance of women. There are Uncle Toms in The Second Sex too. They urge the undefeated woman back to her kitchen, implore her to once again be womanly, like telling a Negro to keep his place and be a good dark kid. Even the author of America's 60 Families, Ferdinand Lundberg, wrote one of the most vicious pieces on the subject of women, Modem Woman, The Lost Sex, in which he proposes laws prohibiting single women from working, thus forcing them into marriage. The works of feminists are sincere, but often limited by a misunderstanding of the causes or nature of the dilemma. They often waste their energies insisting that women have been, and always were equal to men, and trying vainly to document their claim. It is true that Behel wrote a stirring protest against the treatment of women. Virginia Woolf also penned a moving plea to women writers to leave their parlors and write in broader arenas. But neither she nor he could tell them how they got into the parlor in the first place or how to get out of there. But Simone de Beauvoir examines the problem from every conceivable aspect. The reader emerges with a knowledge of the nature of the problem, in a position to understand even the most despicable and backward aspects of womanhood. Madame de Beauvoir does not either apologize for or champion women, but describes them as they are and reveals the historic origins of their predicament. Her basic viewpoint is that women, in all societies, and continuing into the present, have been the other rather than another. Even when women have had prestige, it has often been in the negative sense, as symbols, as idols, as heroic mothers. The devastating effect this has had on women still has not caused them to consistently and concretely struggle against their invisible bondage. Not content merely to do a complete study of the subject, this brilliant author attempts to analyze and criticize almost every major theory pertaining to women. Freud and his theories of women's basic longing to be men are refuted, Engels' theory of the matriarchy is partially disputed. Her challenge is not made in terms of ridiculing or total rejection, but rather from the point of view of a rigorous critique of these thinkers. A careful study of the laws, myths, literature, and economic reasons relating to woman's lot is presented in the first volume. The second volume covers women today, both serving to back up the author's portrayal of that subtle form of discrimination that creates a creature without projects of her own, a creature that has been and still largely is the mirror of men and the mirror of their ideas. A man's fondest projects are but a woman's hobbies, love and marriage and children become her projects, supported by the myths of maternal instinct and womanly role. 182-3. The independent woman, who instinctively or consciously shuns this role of other, faces a terrible struggle. Often she turns to lesbianism, or woman of the worldism, both negative approaches that defeat her entirely. Madame de Beauvoir demonstrates this in careful chapters devoted to women in marriage, in love, in childhood, i.e., in her many relationships, coming up with a total portrait that is hard to dispute. It is true that the basic philosophy and much of the language of the book is existential. But existentialism is in flux. The terminology, easily translatable into ordinary words, seems uncontradictory to Marxist thinking, her concept of the existent easily translated to the concept of the total person who can only develop to full potential under democratic socialism. One may dispute Simone de Beauvoir's analysis of the original causes of woman's situation, but her description of the dilemma and her solution seem beyond genuine argumentation. The author's perspective for the future, her assurances to the male world that real women with their own projects will make better friends, better lovers, her declaration of the need for an end to capitalism as the only permanent solution to the problem, and yet her insistence that the struggle must start now, all are in tune with revolutionary socialist thinking. But it is in the factual and careful presentation of many things that have been unclear to both men and women, that the second sex can be called a significant contribution that belongs in the realm of must knowledge of every serious thinker. 5 Women Who Work 24, 1962. Melba Baker, Melba Weindajafer. 183. The material conditions for the complete emancipation of woman have long existed. But it has been only in the last few decades that woman's strategic position, her assimilation in industry, has so altered as to make that emancipation an urgent necessity. For many centuries, the separate, private labor of the woman was essential to the well-being of the family unit. She rendered fat, dipped candles, made the soap, prepared the food, wove cloth, and made clothing. Her labor was socially necessary. But her productive activity was largely restricted to the household and was remunerated only through her husband's pay. Man's labor developed in the broader arena of society. He bargained for his pay. His economic and political dominance was fixed by law. Modern industry, however, made much of woman's labor not only unnecessary but uneconomical as well. A wire brings in the light. A simple touch of the switch turns it off or on. Bread is baked in great continuous mix factories. The arduous and most unpleasant part of food preparation is performed by truck gardeners and food processing plants. It is pre-measured and pre-cooked. Giant machines, operated by relatively few men and women, can make, launder, clean, press and mend the clothes of hundreds of families. This simplification of the labor of the household, its potential elimination, has destroyed the challenge and creativity it once offered. It has left housework empty, dull, and monotonous, almost an insult to the intelligence and ingenuity of the modern woman. Childcare is a challenge to an individual who has specialized in the well-being and development of children. But it is not that to the vast majority. For most mothers, trapped alone in the house all day with small children, childcare is a prison sentence in which association is restricted to her social and intellectual inferiors, the children, relieved only by the more sensible collective education of the child in the public school. 24 Baker 1962. 184-3. Ashley Montague, in the book The Natural Superiority of Women, expresses the view that the mother alone with kids all day becomes a non-social, often antisocial being, and therefore, a bad parent. Housework claims her time, more than the child's needs. And the latter in today's complex world demands extensive professional training to understand. It is the quality of mothering that counts and not the quantity. If a mother looks forward to going to work and to coming home to her children, she will be a happier person and contribute more to the happiness of her family, so said Dr. Edith S. Taylor, psychiatric director of the Jewish Social Agency's Nonsectarian Child Guidance Clinic, in a recent interview. Motherhood is not the glorious end-all for a woman. It is one aspect of her life, just as fatherhood is for the man, and the kind of mother she is depends upon the kind of person she is. It happens to demand more biologically from the woman than from the man, but the pleasures and the problems of each new generation are the responsibility of both sexes. The growth of capitalism, the development of industry, has reduced the necessity for woman's labor in the home. And the decline of capitalism, World War II and the continuous war economy since, has forced open the door to the social employment of women on a mass scale. Women have replied to the old reactionary formula that a woman's place is in the home, by walking through that door to escape the household tedium and win at least a measure of economic independence and freedom. The U.S. Department of Labor survey in 1960 found that 1 out of every 3 workers in the United States was a woman. Under capitalism, however, social progress is not rational, the result of a plan. Profit is the motor force. Progress is only a byproduct, appearing, when it does, in uneven stages, often raising new problems and imposing new burdens before the old ones are eliminated. Women are still under pressure to maintain the primary responsibility of the household, and at the same time, their labor is demanded in industry. Her burden therefore is increased. Frederick Engels wrote in The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, the emancipation of women will only be possible when woman can take part in production on a large scale and domestic work no longer claims anything but an insignificant amount of her time. And not only has that become possible through modern large-scale industry, which does not merely permit the employment of female labor over a wide range, but positively demands it, while it also tends toward ending private domestic labor by changing it more and more into a public industry. Although modern industry has made possible the complete abolition of the duties of the housewife, as we now know them, the majority of women still poor. 185. Form many traditional tasks and maintain their traditional role. They have not yet realized the benefits of modern industry. Women find themselves in a dual position. With one foot they are stepping into the future while the other foot is trapped in the past. For most women, ours is a period of transition, filled with doubts and misgivings. Is she an unnatural mother? Is she failing in her duty as a housekeeper and wife? She feels damned if she does and is damned if she doesn't. This partial freeing of women from domestic labor has brought a large section of them into the working class, and in addition has freed another large section to participate in politics and community projects of one kind or another. The very participation of women in many of these areas is a recent historical development. Women who work may also participate in a number of community organizations of one kind or another, as well as in politics and to a more limited extent in labor organizations. Their political activity is generally limited to the lower echelons, as is their participation in fundraising, community efforts, church activities, etc. The bulk of the Jimmy Higgins work is done by women. Many of these activities were denied to the great majority of women not so very long ago. Today virtually every woman is in some activity that takes her out of the home for varying periods of time. The woman going to work and going into public life has found a new self. She is becoming a new personality. She is becoming a socially conscious individual, more aware of the economic and cultural realities of life, and developing a new interest and new confidence in herself. 23 million women are today at work in the United States on a full-time basis. Another 6 million work part-time, making for a total workforce of 29 million women. 1/2 of these working women are married. Of the single women in the United States, from 20 to 64 years of age, about 75% are working. The work pattern of the single working woman is generally the same as the working man's. The married woman may lose time for childbirth and the care of small children. These women are involved, to a greater or lesser extent, in the class struggle which goes on all the time in one form or another. During the last 20 years, when the class struggle has been relatively muted, the only section of workers who built a new union were the telephone workers. They built their union from a company union. In the best traditions of union militants, they withstood attacks by firemen with high-pressure hoses, police clubs, company intimidation, and trips to the local jails. In the process they developed new methods of fighting, peculiar to their industry. This union was brought into existence by that section of society that has 186.3. Always been considered impossible to organize. These workers were primarily young women who, it was said, were only interested in getting married and settling down with some man to support them. Many of these young women still lived at home and were not under compulsion to provide themselves with the necessities of life. In fact, they were supposed to have it pretty good. But they just didn't like Ma Belle and her low wages. Women constitute about 1/4 of all manufacturing employees. This number includes the women working in the factory offices as well as the production workers. In the lighter manufacturing industries, such as textiles and apparel, more than 9/10 of the workers are women. The largest employment of women in the durable goods industries is in the electrical machinery industries. 2/3 of the women who work are engaged in the distribution of goods and services, with the greatest concentration of women in business services. 94% of all stenographers, typists, and secretaries are women. The next largest section of women workers are bookkeepers and telephone operators. About half of the women workers are concentrated in 28 occupational groups. In 12 occupations, women supply 9/10 of the labor power. The women who go to work are reaching out toward the future. They find an identity with their fellow workers along class lines. Having gone to work, the problems of women are recognized as basically social problems. This makes it easier to seek a means to solve them in common. Of course, the woman who goes to work is not on easy street. In fact, she takes on a new load that is, for the most part, added to her old burden of kitchen and cradle. Some in despair come back to the protection and shelter of four walls and a husband. To them, the struggle for emancipation is too difficult, they will settle for the status quo. Others lack the physical energy necessary or the emotional stability to form consistent work habits or the ability to work in an organized unit with other people. Some, of course, play the same part as the Uncle Toms play in the movement of the Negro people. Some are so demoralized as to be content with social parasitism. And others are pushed out of a labor force that is put to use only when profits are high. The first thing a woman discovers when she enters the marketplace with her labor power, is its value. Even though she comes with a skill, such as typing or bookkeeping, her labor power is valued lower than that of a male worker, and many times this is in relation to a male worker without a skill. In general, labor unions have concentrated on organizing men, and usually the more skilled men. This concentration resulted in a higher general wage scale for men as against women. 187. With the large influx of women into industry in the last 2 decades, the unions have defaulted in relation to women. Although 1/3 of the present labor force is composed of women, only 15% of them are organized into unions. A good number of unions make little or no attempt to organize the white-collar workers, who are predominantly women. This callous disregard of the needs of the women workers is a direct concession to management by the union bureaucrats. They go one step further and add insult to injury by using the boss's age-old argument that women are only working for pin money. This was the fiction invented to excuse the low wages paid to women and children by factory owners at the dawn of the manufacturing period. It still is a good excuse for employers eager to make more profit, but a very bad reason to be accepted by a union. In a number of industries that are primarily composed of women workers, there is often a union settlement of the contract on the basis of outright sex discrimination. The practice of settling for 10 cents an hour more for men and 3 cents an hour more for women is very common. The result is that over the years the spread becomes greater and greater. Needless to say, the employer with 100 women and 10 men in his workforce is very glad to make a deal of this nature, after a little shadow boxing of course. There is a very accurate measure of the value of discrimination and prejudice to the employer that is apparent at a glance in the wage scale of different sections of the population. Group: white, non-white. Wage and salary income of white and non-white men and women for the year 1958. All workers. Women: $2,364, $1,055. Men: $4,569, $2,652. These figures from the US Department of Commerce give the dollar value of discrimination and prejudice. The non-white male is somewhat better off than the white female, but the non-white female worker pays the highest price for her color and sex. Her yearly income is at the bare point of existence. In relation to family head, it is automatically assumed, of course, in our equalitarian paradise, that it is the man. The figures are equally unpleasant. 188.3. Families with males at the head received a median yearly income in 1958 of $5,292. 1/10 of the families in the United States have females at the head, and they had a median yearly income in 1958 of $2,741. Thus the family headed by a woman has just half as much food, clothing, shelter, recreation, health benefits, etc., as the one headed by a man. When the union officials speak of vast sums of money to organize the unorganized, they rarely mention the women workers. It is almost as if this group of workers did not exist. And their silence is not difficult to understand. To organize women workers would present the union officials with a problem they do not want. It would upset the status quo to bring this great section of exploited workers into the general stream of organized labor. To equalize the wage scale would require battles of major proportions. In addition, the unions would find themselves grappling with much broader problems than just economic ones. There would of necessity arise renewed and greater pressure from the ranks for independent political action to meet the general social problems of child care, peace, slums, etc. The low pay of women is linked with the low pay of national and racial minorities. Certain classifications of work are commonly done by women or by men and women of these minorities. Discrimination is rampant in job classification as well as in rates of pay. Of the 28 occupation groups for women in the United States, a good number are virtually closed to women of the minorities who find their job openings primarily in the lowest paid categories. 45% of the non-white women work outside the home and constitute 1 out of every 8 women working. They work generally in 3 fields: private household workers, other service workers, and operatives in factories, laundries, and other workplaces. Economic necessity is greater in this group and undoubtedly accounts for 45% of the non-white women working as against 35% of the white women. In 20 states there are laws demanding equal pay for equal work, but most of these states insert 2 exceptions, for domestic labor and for agricultural labor. These are areas where the greatest exploitation and also the most miserable working conditions exist. 23 states and Puerto Rico have minimum wage laws. Here again, exceptions are made with regard to agricultural labor and domestic labor. 40 states have laws that regulate hours of employment and days of rest, meals, rest periods, night work, etc. 20 states have a maximum of a 6-day working week to protect the health of women workers. However, these laws all are strangely blind to the plight of agricultural workers. 189. While many of these laws look good on paper, they have no real significance unless there is a union organization to enforce them. If each woman, as an individual, is compelled to demand the enforcement of the legal provisions that are supposed to protect her, they will not and cannot be enforced. In most cases, the woman does not even know about protective laws. The bosses have legal staffs to advise them. Small businessmen generally belong to trade associations that provide legal service or information. But what working class family has access to this general information outside of the trade union movement? One of the largest unions of women workers in this country is the International Ladies Garment Workers Union. This bureaucratically run union still allows the piecework system. Each woman is forced to work to the limit of her strength for the bare necessities. Many of the food processing unions allow the operation of the same principle, or permit a quota system that introduces speed up. The unions generally have permitted speed of the belt system in mass production to be determined by the boss. In the 1930s, the workers fought to have their say in the tempo of their labor. Women are also blocked in their hope of advancement to higher pay categories of labor. This problem is another reason the male-dominated unions are reluctant to organize women. They would also have to make at least a token effort to fight for their advancement. This would mean many women would reach higher-level job categories than men, and those men who are reluctant to give up their illusion of superiority would resent this. A male B mechanic in a crew under a female A mechanic would find his ego a bit bruised. Union officials are undoubtedly uncomfortable in the presence of skilled women workers who won't be treated with the old arrogant and condescending paternalism. Nation's Business for September, 1961, gives some interesting figures on women's place in the business world. In 1944, 4% of the executives in the United States were women. In 1950 this figure rose to 5%. It was still at this level when the 1960 census was taken and is believed to be only slightly higher at the present time. This must be compared to a 1960 workforce of 23.5 million women, estimated as close to 25 million in 1961. Nation's Business goes on to say, most firms feel women are too much of a risk to put into administrative jobs. Many companies shy away from giving women top jobs because they fear the effect this will have on other employees, particularly men. Of the nation's approximately 7 million managers, officials, and proprietors, only 1.1 million are women, and about half that number are self-employed. 193. This means that about half of the 1.1 million women executives are owners of beauty shops, restaurants, child care centers, boarding houses, nursing homes, etc. Women are also excluded from top posts in fields of work that are traditionally theirs. For example, in the library field, women fill a very large proportion of the staff positions but a very small proportion of the administrative positions. Likewise, in the field of education, there are relatively few women in the administrative staffs of the schools. In elementary schools, 9/10 of the teachers and half the principals are women. In secondary schools, where women fill about half the teaching posts, they represent about 9% of the principals. Women constitute over 1/4 of the administrative staffs in colleges and universities, but they are concentrated in women's colleges. Less than 1/10 of all college board members in coeducational colleges are women. The 20,000 women teachers in colleges and universities comprised about 1/5 of the college faculty in 1959 to 60. Of the college instructors, about 1/3 were women, and of full professors, about 1/10 were women. The discrepancy between men and women in administrative bodies of unions appears to be even greater than in the business or professional world. Material available in the Seattle Public Library failed to reveal any woman in any policy-making body of any union. The universal discrimination against women tends to unite them in the struggle for equality. But even more of a unifying factor is the problem of child care, which all women share, actually or potentially. The extent of the problem in its actuality can be seen in the fact that 1 out of every 7 mothers in this country is in the labor force. 1 out of every 2 mothers in the labor force has a child or children under 12 years of age. Apart from the public school, there is no general provision for the care of children of working mothers. The public school is the only area in which society intervenes in any organized fashion in the welfare and development of the child. Today, 7 million women are attempting to solve the same problem of child care, each in her own individual way. Needless to say, this is not the best way for the emotional and physical development of the child or for the peace of mind of the mother. The task of finding a babysitter is an arduous one, not to speak of the expense. An individual mother must read newspaper ads, solicit friends, relatives, neighbors, and fellow workers. In general, the women who are available for babysitting and housework are those who for one reason or another are excluded from industrial work. Most. 191. Often this is due to discrimination in relation to age, health, color or nationality. These women are forced into this occupation. It is not a vocation which they freely selected and for which they have been specially trained. But all too often, the babysitter is an emotionally unstable woman. A scandalously high percentage of damage is done to children by emotionally sick individuals. Only a most fortunate few working mothers can afford the luxury of trained babysitters and housekeepers to relieve them of these tasks and worries. The United States Children's Bureau regards the most fortunate child of all is the child of the working mother who has the good fortune to attend a good group child care center. But this is the privilege of only 1 out of every 4 children of working mothers. The majority of children are cared for by neighbors, relatives, and friends. About 1 child in every 13 is expected to look out for himself. This problem, again, is the most severe at the lower income level of working women. This is the bracket of non-white working mothers. When we add job discrimination to their extremely low wage scale, and the fact that she may also head a family, the magnitude of the problems she faces in this society is one of truly staggering proportions. Technically, all of these problems can be solved. Social labor is productive enough to be able to provide child care centers staffed by full-time professionals. And there is no reason why the housework that remains to be done cannot be done by a section of the working class sufficiently equipped and trained to do it in the most economical time, as office buildings are now scrubbed, dusted, and put in order for the next day's work. Ashley Montagu proposes the 4-hour working day for those who are married, so that both parents can be equally parents and wage earners to the advantage of all. He goes on to say, "Women's going to work has forced the father back into the family, and this is good, for his responsibility to his children is no less great than his wife's. When men abandon the upbringing of their children to their wives, a loss is suffered by everyone. In whatever specific way women will solve their problems, the first essential, if one is not naive, is to win a society that poses all questions for rational solution. That means, above all, the elimination of capitalism where profit alone is the determinant, even when it means the waste of human labor power of millions of human beings and billions of working hours. Women can, and will, play a key role in this general historical task. They can. 192-3. Not expect to solve their problems without a struggle. Freedom will not be given them as a gift. It must be fought for and won as a human right. The super-exploitation of the women workers adds fuel to the fires of revolutionary struggles everywhere. These women, new to the direct clash of social forces, will supply militants and leaders to the working class in its struggle for freedom. They will give impetus to independent political action. The labor movement will find itself greatly reinforced, not only with the working women but with other sections of the female population who will be in sympathy or will feel the need for the demands of the women workers. Men and women who have already begun to learn to work together, will also learn how to fight together for the complete emancipation of all. This is the inevitable historical trend. And in the struggle itself, the confusion, the doubts that plague women in this transition period will dissolve in the newfound hope for the future. 6 Kennedy, The Candidate and the President 25, 1962. Myra Tanner Weiss. 193. At the close of the 1960 election campaign, a small item appeared on the front page of the New York Times. An authoritative source announced, "The Pentagon is expanding its plans to develop bacteriological and chemical weapons for use in limited war situations." According to an authoritative source, plans call for the use of the weapons in brush-fire hostilities, short of all-out nuclear warfare, in an effort to achieve conquest without destruction of life and property. The Air Force budget for the fiscal year beginning next July 1, now being prepared, will call for the first time for equipping airplanes with nozzles and sprays to deliver non-lethal blows against military installations and population centers, the source said. November 2, 1960. At the time this item appeared, a battle was raging in the United Nations over Cuban charges that the United States was preparing an invasion of its tiny island neighbor. James J. Wadsworth, representing the US, denounced these charges as monstrous distortions and downright falsehood. New York Times, November 2, 1960. Subsequent events, of course, demonstrated conclusively that Foreign Minister ROA of Cuba spoke the truth and that Wadsworth was either not informed enough to answer the charges or he was lying. There is probably no way for the average American to know if the Air Force actually equipped its planes with nozzles for use of chemical and bacteriological weapons, or if the release in the New York Times was just designed to frighten Cubans, and any other people interested, with the thought that they could be beaten simply by being put into a mass state of vomiting or sleep. 25 Weiss 1962. 194-3. The idea seems to come straight out of science fiction, where some occupants of another planet with a superior technology take over the Earth by slipping into the human unconscious mind. But if our real world is taking on the character of science fiction, perhaps we can use our imaginations to see a little more of the reality of American politics. Let's imagine that Cuba had an air force equipped with nozzles and chemical weapons. Let's imagine that the weapon selected for its big neighbor on the continent was a truth gas that compelled all candidates in election campaigns to tell the whole truth, and furthermore, that this wonderful gas gave its inhaler the knowledge of what he would do when elected to office. About a year has gone by since Kennedy was elected, so it will be easy now to imagine what his campaign speeches would have been like if such a truth gas had hit his nostrils. Election year begins. In the beginning is the word, quoted Mr. Kennedy, January 1, 1960, in the opening statement of his book, The Strategy of Peace. And he continued, surely, then, the first duty of an officer in a democratic government is to uphold the integrity of words used in public debate, and to do this by himself using them in ways where they will stand as one with the things they are meant to represent. From the Bible to the American political scene. That's a pretty good start. But if Kennedy had been hit with our imaginary truth gas, he would have added, when I am President of the United States, Mr. ROA will again charge us with preparing an invasion of his country. I shall denounce this as a lie. My appointee in the United Nations, Adlai Stevenson, will also denounce this charge as a lie, and he will back his stand by quoting me as saying, I wish to make it clear also that we would be opposed to the use of our territory for mounting an offensive against any foreign government. But in a matter of days the world will know that I and the CIA, using Cuban exiles, equipped, trained, and financed by the United States, organized the invasion. In doing this, I will of course violate my country's pledge to respect and defend the right of self-determination of nations, and I shall violate the laws of my country. My brother, Bobby, will then be the Attorney General, and he will list these violations. Cuban sands will soak up human blood, and Castro will shame my country before the world by exposing our role in discussions with captured invaders on national tele. 195. Vision broadcasts. All this is what I mean when I promise to uphold the integrity of words used in public debate. The promise of peace. The dominant theme of Kennedy's election campaign, however, was not integrity, but peace. He undoubtedly won the support of the largest of the minority groups of American voters by virtue of his speeches on the need for peace. One of his major campaign weapons was his book, The Strategy of Peace. On this issue he voiced some of the yearnings of the American people for an end to the incessant threat of war. The New York Times, September 15, 1960, reported on Kennedy's visit to New York City, hitting hard at every stop. The Democratic presidential nominee called for a march toward peace to replace the drift toward war. On the same day the New York Times reported that Kennedy told 2,500, mostly women, that his program would take the United States far on the pathway to peace. On September 7, 1960, in Portland, Oregon, Kennedy assailed Eisenhower's foreign policy. Many peoples, Kennedy said, sincerely wonder how strongly America desires peace. They are afraid of diplomatic policies that teeter on the brink of war. They are dismayed that our negotiators have no solid plans for disarmament. And they are discouraged by a philosophy that puts its faith in swapping threats with the Russians. For they know it can lead in only one direction, to mankind's final war. Kennedy likened the administration's massive retaliation defense system to a fire department that can put out a fire only by blowing up houses. Kennedy, the candidate, was astutely aware of the growing concern, in this country as well as elsewhere, for the radioactive contamination that increases with the nuclear weapons race. At that time there was a de facto ban on nuclear tests due to Russia's unilateral ban on tests, violated only by France. Kennedy promised his audiences that he would provide the leadership that would end the menace of radioactive fallout. At UCLA, November 2, 1959, he said, "No problem in a world full of problems calls for greater leadership and vision than the control of nuclear weapons, the utter destruction which would result from their use in war, and the radioactive pollution of our atmosphere by their continued testing in peacetime." 196.3. In Portland, Oregon, August 1, 1959, he said, "There is no serious scientific barrier to international agreement, despite increasing difficulties in problems of inspection and implementation. The only difficult barriers now are political and diplomatic. If we could mobilize the same talents and energy and resources to meet this challenge that we did to split the atom in the first place, then we should be able to persuade friend and foe alike that continued neglect of this problem will make the world a loser." It is safe to presume that a few, at least in his audience, worried about the strontium go accumulating in their bones, vowed to pull the cord in secret polling places and vote for the political and diplomatic leadership that would mobilize the needed talents and energy and resources to end radioactive fallout. But if our imaginary truth gas had hit the candidate, this is what his listeners might have heard. "Within a year, my new frontier will begin to take shape. For most of you this will mean, not progress west, nor east, nor up into space where a Russian will be first to travel. Our frontier will be down, under the ground. The big question Americans will discuss will be how deep to dig, what to store, and if Christian morals permit shooting a neighbor or his children if they should come to you for shelter. Welfare promises." As a candidate, Kennedy created the image of a man who was deeply sensitive to the sufferings of Americans less fortunate than himself. He promised aid to the aged, who could be utterly ruined by the soaring costs of doctors, medicines, and hospitals, to the unemployed, condemned to idleness and poverty in this richest of all lands, to those Americans who, because of race or religion or national origins, were daily robbed of their dignity as human beings, discriminated against, segregated and even submitted to terror in this land of free men and women. To an estimated audience of 4,000 older citizens who had gathered hopefully in New York City, Kennedy appeared and promised, New York Times, September 15, 1960, that if elected he and a Democratic Congress would put through a medical care program that would be part of the Social Security system. 197. In Detroit, on September 5, 1960, Kennedy eloquently ridiculed the Republican slogan, "You never had it so good." He replied with a show of feeling. "But let them tell that to the 4 million people who are out of work, to the 3 million Americans who must work part-time. Let them tell that to those who farm our farms in our depressed areas, in our deserted textile and coal towns. Let them try to tell it to the 5 million men and women in the richest country on earth who live on a surplus food diet of $20 a month." In a television broadcast in Texas on September 12, 1960, Kennedy included in his list of important issues: "The hungry children I saw in West Virginia, the old people who cannot pay their doctor's bills, the families forced to give up their farms. These are the real issues which should decide this campaign." And on September 2, 1960, the New York Times reported, Mr. Kennedy centered his news conference on the civil rights issue and a promise to put the power of the White House, if he is elected, behind a fight to get the broadly liberal Democratic plank passed early in the next Congress. Kennedy was no novice as a capitalist politician. He was aware that many voters have become cynical about campaign promises over the years. So part of Kennedy's campaign strategy was to put before the voters the image of a man who not only made promises, but one who had the energy, the youth, and the determination to keep his promises. The New York Times, September 10, 1960, reported Kennedy's promise in Los Angeles that he would not content himself with drafting programs and transmitting them to Congress, but would actively fight for their enactment, taking his case to the people if Congress was slow in acting. He spoke of the crucial period in a new administration, its first go days. In this context, on domestic issues, he told an audience in Washington, "The next President of the United States must be prepared in the first 3 months of his office to send to the Congress messages that will deal 198.3 with wiping out poverty here in the United States, which will deal with the problem of full employment." Kennedy, the candidate, appeared to meet all needs. He was sensitive, he cared about the welfare of the American people, he thought something should be done about it, and he was ready to go to extreme measures to see that something was done about it. But if Kennedy had taken a whiff of our imaginary truth gas, this is what he would have told his attentive and hopeful audiences, to the aged and ill. "Many of you may survive my first year in office as president. But you will not get any help from my administration for your monstrous medical bills. What savings you may have toward a pleasant and secure retirement will continue to disappear if you get ill. But do not give up. After my first year in office has passed, I shall solemnly extend my promise to my second year in office. For some of you, this help, if it comes, will come too late. This is most regrettable. But there are more important things for the president to do." To the unemployed, Kennedy would sniff our truth gas and say, "After my first year in office, most of you will still be without jobs. Unemployment will decrease less than 1% of the civilian labor force. And this despite a successful effort to get the biggest military budget passed in peacetime history. And despite the fact that I shall take off their jobs over 100,000 reservists and put them back in the army to show the Russians that we mean business in the Berlin crisis. I shall attend the AFL-CIO convention in December of 1961 and express my continued concern. But my administration will pit its full strength against any attempt to find jobs for the unemployed by introducing a shorter work week or a shorter working day without a cut in pay. That might spread the jobs that still exist, but it would cut into profits. We who get profits wouldn't like that. I shall especially express concern for the 1 million or more youths who can't find jobs. American youth is in a bad way. And they are the ones who must do the fighting in the wars we are preparing. In December of 1961 I shall urge the youth to become fit. I shall point out that to get 2 soldiers, the United States Army must call up 7 men. Of the 5 rejected, 3 are turned down for physical reasons and 2 for mental disability, and the rejection rate is increasing each year. But I won't. 199. Give them a chance to work. Nor will I subsidize athletic activities, that would be socialistic. But I will continue to pass out surplus government food, it's too expensive to store, anyway, and I shall extend unemployment compensation payments, which may not save a worker's house, or the fund for the kid's education, but will keep him off the dole. And I shall pass legislation to make loans available for the development of industry in depressed areas. That's the free enterprise way. To those who are fighting for freedom in America, Kennedy would sniff the truth gas and say, "Although freedom is a word I use almost every time I open my mouth, when I am president of this country, the filibuster in Congress will continue to tie my hands. That will prevent me from delivering my promises on civil rights, as it prevented those who went before me. Brave youth will continue to risk their lives for freedom in the South. They will continue to be beaten bloody and put in jail. Their fight will continue to make gains, but I will be too busy with important affairs of state to join them in their struggle, or take their case to the American people. As for those civil liberties that constitute the basis of the freedom that's always on my lips, the right to form political parties and run candidates freely for public office, these liberties will be seriously impaired in the first year of my administration. It will be my job to enforce laws passed previously to outlaw the Communist Party. If we succeed, and we shall try, it will be the first time any political party has been legislated out of existence. That will be quite a first for any administration. As far as the law is concerned, all a political party in power will have to do is to claim that a rival party is controlled by a foreign government. Even if this is denied, even if it can't be proved, that party can be forced to register its members as agents of a foreign government or go to jail. It's not enough that the capitalists own all the means of communication, daily papers, television, radio. It's not enough that we can afford to spend hundreds of millions of dollars in one election campaign to get our candidates elected. We also must persecute one of the small working class parties in opposition. Russia may be emptying its prisons of political prisoners, but us prisons will continue to fill up with those who are jailed for opinions, for opposition to those in power. This may be confusing to some when we talk about risking human existence for freedom. But then, that's because they really don't understand what kind of freedom I, and millionaires like 203 me, are talking about, the freedom to invest our capital and take our profits anywhere in the world. Kennedy, the president. But no truth gas existed in the 1960 election campaign. Kennedy successfully created the image of a man of peace, concerned primarily with human welfare. And he became the President of the United States. Does this mean that Kennedy was just a cheap liar, deceiving the electorate with the usual empty campaign promises in order to fulfill a personal ambition? The matter is not that simple. To understand Kennedy both as a candidate and as president, it is necessary to begin with the self-evident fact that he is a capitalist politician. He probably believes that peace, full employment and broad economic progress can be realized under capitalism. The deception of the voters was also a self-deception. Kennedy, like most historically conscious proponents of capitalism, sees an ideal economic system, one that has overcome its recurrent and incessant crises through wise government guidance, thus permitting continuous enrichment of the deserving few without the impoverishment of the majority. In this thinking there are big blind spots born of self-interest. It is clear that since the Great Depression, the government has succeeded in maintaining a relatively steady rate of economic growth. To the liberal capitalist, the cyclical problems of capitalism have been solved. But there is the equally obvious fact that it took World War II and a continuous war economy ever since to maintain that growth. The capitalist crisis merely changed its form. From a permanent depression, America moved to a permanent war economy from which there is no escape except back to the permanent depression. However, the subsidization of capitalist economy through militarism is not a solution. It requires that the capitalist state borrow on the future labor of society for its holding operation today at a continuously increasing rate. And even so, the crisis asserts itself through inflation, which has quantitative limits beyond which monetary and class stability are both impossible. The realities of the capitalist crisis are confronted by Kennedy as president. Peace, full employment and other desirable objectives have to be pursued, not directly but through the assuring of markets and profits to the capitalists, leaving human welfare to appear, if it will, as a byproduct. Basically a capitalist politician, Kennedy also is the son of a millionaire. The profit system has been very good to him. He never knew the poverty, hunger, and insecurity that most of the human race knows or has known at some time. 201. He is confident to the point of arrogance. He is rash. He is anxious for quick victories, impatient and accustomed to getting what he wants. He is petulant when frustrated. And as president, he is dangerous, for he is fighting for a cause that can't be won. The real Kennedy pierced through the image in the first crisis of his administration. After his criminal and stupid attempt to carry out the plans for an invasion of Cuba, he spoke to American editors gathered in Washington. He spoke quite frankly of the sobering lessons of the Cuban fiasco. His final words, spoken with evident emotion, were, "Let me then make clear as the President of the United States that I am determined upon our system's survival and success, regardless of the cost and regardless of the peril." In this peroration, he dropped his usual use of the diplomatic, euphemistic term freedom, and made his meaning amply clear with the brass-knuckle term system, i.e., capitalism. Kennedy's leadership. Kennedy's real occupation in the White House was revealed in his speech to the National Association of Manufacturers on December 6, 1961. Here the president and the millionaire were merged into one. He was at ease. He spoke well, permitting himself impromptu departures from a prepared text. And he was far more frank than older, more experienced men like Franklin D. Roosevelt would ever have permitted themselves to be. The burden of this speech dealt with the immediate critical problems of capitalist economy. Kennedy talked about the payments balance between the US and the rest of the world, especially Europe. He pointed out that US businessmen now own about $45 billion in capital invested abroad. In 1960 the long-term outward flow of capital funds was $1,700 million. The return was $2,300 million. So far so good, for us big business. But the American people, with their tax money, spend annually about $3 billion abroad for military bases designed to protect this capital and keep the profits rolling into the pockets of the American rich. As a result of this and other factors, the US has suffered a payments deficit of nearly $4 billion a year, with a net loss in US gold reserves of $5 billion over a 4-year period. Let no one propose to look for a solution of the US payments problem to the underdeveloped sector of world economy. The take from there of $1,300 million for an investment of $200 million is already so balanced to the US benefit that revolution is now the problem. It is better to deal with a potential than an actual revolution. 202.3. Kennedy proposes to change tax and trade policies in order to stop, or slow the flow of capital to Europe. And he proposes to soften the blow that will be dealt European economy by having the US workers and small businessmen, those who lacked enough capital to get on the European gravy train, share the blow by submitting to direct competition with lower European costs of production. It also happens that Kennedy's proposals answer the immediate problems of US capital in Europe. US industrialists moved into Europe after World War II on an unprecedented scale, and asserted their domination by unifying Europe into the European Economic Community. But this expansion and growth within Europe is reaching its apex. There is no longer room for all to make an honest buck. Competition is growing acute and Europe, under US domination, must once again expand outward. Where? Kennedy's answer, to the United States. Cars produced in Europe by General Motors, for example, will then compete with cars produced in the US by General Motors. General Motors is the winner, no matter what the outcome. The ultimate effect of this competition will be to lower the wage differential between the two continents. Having conquered Europe economically, US industrialists hope to conquer the US, using its lower labor costs in Europe as the battering ram. Certainly Kennedy's program contains risks, sacrifices, and requires courage. If he succeeds in stopping or even slowing the flow of capital to Europe, the stabilization of capitalism in Europe will be disrupted. And there the working class is powerfully organized as an independent political force. At the same time, class relations in the US will be disrupted. The immediate peril that Kennedy confronts therefore, is that the axis of the world revolution will shift back from the undeveloped areas of the world to the industrial heart of world capitalism, the US and Europe. He hopes that class collaborationist control of both labor movements can be maintained. But in any event, the gamble must be made. Kennedy will have some more sobering experiences in the period ahead. He will learn that the American working class will not take kindly to a lowering of its living standards. he will be reminded that the American workers have never been defeated in struggle. He will discover that American labor is not dead, it has been only sleeping. Kennedy will need much more than a monolithic and servile press. He will need more than admonitions to be calm. And his pleas for sacrifice will not be welcomed by those who lack Kennedy's stake in the system. Not the communists but the capitalist crisis itself is preparing to draw onto the world scene the powerful revolutionary forces of Europe and the United 203 States. The embattled poor in the rest of the world will soon find an ally worthy of their own heroism. Their victory, and all humanity's, will thus be assured. 204-3. 7. Preparing for the next wave of radicalism in the United States. 26, 1963. Political Committee, Socialist Workers' Party. 1. Today the Socialist Workers' Party is in a situation where its prolonged isolation is drawing to a close but is not yet over, and where any breakthrough into the mass movement has barely begun. This stage of transition presents difficult problems of adjustment and activity to our cadres. It demands a clear understanding of the course and aims of our movement from its origins and a firm grasp of its irreplaceable role in re-energizing, educating, and leading the vanguard forces of socialism in the United States. 2. From its inception in the left opposition of the 20s that rebelled against Stalinization of the Communist Party, the SWP has worked to build a revolutionary working class party in this country. We seek to break through all forms of class collaboration and lead the workers in struggle against capitalist rule, with the aim of taking power under the democratic rule of the workers themselves. In domestic policy we advocate nationalization of the means of production under workers' control, as the fundamental starting point from which to assure economic prosperity, social betterment, and equal rights for all. We call for an end to the capitalist war policy intended to perpetuate imperialist exploitation of peoples in other lands. Our country's full power must be mobilized in support of the quickening advance toward an international system of planned economy as the basis for a world socialist society of peace, prosperity, freedom, and equality. We hold that war dangers, economic insecurity, restrictions of democracy, and racial discrimination will continue until the workers of the United States take the socialist road. 3. Throughout our 35-year history, adverse objective conditions have kept us in a minority position within American radicalism. Only today does the situation show promise of a change for the better. Until recent times, both the Stalinist and social democratic tendencies considerably outweighed us in the mass. 26 Socialist Workers' Party Political Committee 1963. 205. Movement. Although politically motivated by subordination to wholly different power centers in Moscow and Washington, both of these tendencies follow reformist policies. The cost to mankind has been great. The resurgent labor movement of the 30s was prevented from passing beyond simple unionism to the formation of an independent working class party. A class collaborationist bureaucracy was able to impose its dictatorial rule over the unions. The workers were kept tied to support of capitalist foreign diplomacy at increasing expense to their own class interests. 4. These reformist policies could predominate for so long because of a combination of objective factors. New Deal concessions served to stem the rise of anti-capitalist sentiment among the masses in the 30s. The stage was thus set to halt labor's upsurge at the union level and keep the workers under capitalist domination through the Labor Democratic Coalition. Only a class struggle policy could have saved the workers from this political trap, but the reformist line of the Stalinists and Social Democrats tipped the scales toward labor subservience to the Democratic Party. These political ties have since been maintained under conditions of relative economic stability thanks to limited capitalist concessions that have given labor the illusion it can prosper under the present social order. To help maintain acceptance of the status quo in the face of deteriorating social conditions, the capitalist rulers resort to witch hunt measures ranging from vicious attacks on opponents of their regime to continuous encroachment on the democratic rights of labor as a whole. Under these conditions, all radical tendencies became seriously isolated from the mass movement and had to fight for their very survival. 5. The prolonged ebb in the class struggle since 1947, combined with the witch hunt, served to whittle down the forces and resources of the SWP. Some individual members dropped out from plain discouragement. Others broke away in groups, seeking a quick and easy way to get around the adverse objective conditions, only to abandon all the sooner their previous principles and any identification with serious revolutionary politics. Tendencies arose to make programmatic compromises in an attempt to reach broader forces. Ideas were cooked up to launch valiant actions by a handful as a substitute for mass struggle. On the opposite side, the SWP had to consciously counteract the danger of adjustment to a sectarian vegetation apart from the real working class movement. Time kept taking its toll on our human material, while few young people were finding their way into our ranks. The party was put to severe trials of its capacity to retain theoretical clarity, programmatic firmness, and realism in action. Our ability to do what was necessary and possible without trying to race ahead of actual political developments was tested, along with our capacity to keep abreast of whatever opportunities opened up in the class struggle. 206-3. 6 years before the worst of our isolation set in, a new revolutionary ascent had begun elsewhere in the world. This period started during World War II with the advent of social revolution in Yugoslavia. Then came extension of the Soviet bloc into Eastern Europe and emergence of the Soviet Union itself as the second greatest world power. The victorious revolution in China was the first of the colonial uprisings to eject and push back the imperialists, and even to checkmate their intervention in the Korean War. One result of these developments was the emergence within the Soviet bloc of a rise in mass opposition to bureaucratic dictatorship and special privilege. The 1953 workers' uprising in East Germany, Khrushchev's attack on Stalin at the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party, and the 1956 struggles for workers' control in Poland and Hungary marked the beginning of a crisis of Stalinism. The repercussions of this crisis inside the US Communist Party gave rise to a general shake-up in the radical movement. Sincere revolutionaries who had long trusted the Kremlin bureaucrats learned they had been betrayed. Some who were already worn thin simply quit radical politics. Others solved their personal crisis by moving toward political adaptation to imperialism. Those who had become case-hardened stuck with the CP. But the sturdiest fighters in the CP ranks began to search for a new revolutionary course. 7. In an energetic search for new allies and recruits, the SWP intervened in the radical shake-up with a regroupment policy. Leaving open the question of organizational forms if a substantial regroupment should become possible, we put our stress on revolutionary principles and genuine democratic centralism in the construction and operation of the Revolutionary Party. Although some new forces were won over to our revolutionary socialist concepts, in the end we had to draw a largely negative balance sheet concerning the potential for allies or adherents within opponent radical tendencies. Experience revealed that significant reinforcements to our ranks can now come only from the mass movement, primarily from the worker, student, and minority youth. It also became clear that a new relationship of forces is developing within the radical movement, giving new advantages to our revolutionary socialist tendency as against the Stalinists and Social Democrats. 8. Generally speaking, the crisis of world communism has acted as a depressant upon many one-time revolutionists. Already wearied and disillusioned, they have reacted by retreat and withdrawal from political life, reducing the effective forces of the radical movement as a whole. The main offset to that trend has come from the impact of the Cuban Revolution within the United States. The Cuban developments have served as an energizing factor, attracting young reinforcements to radical politics. Cuba lays bare the class truth about imperialism. It puts all radical tendencies to the test of revolutionary principles. 207. Exposing the Social Democrats as political hacks for the State Department and the Stalinists as servile agents of the Kremlin bureaucracy. The outbreak of the Moscow-Peking dispute over policy in the struggle against imperialism has still further divided and demoralized the CP circles. With firm adherence to revolutionary principles and the necessary tactical flexibility, the SWP can intervene in these favorable developments to increase its specific weight and attractive power within the radical movement. We can expect our prospects of expansion to be improved still further by the sharpening of social contradictions within this country. G. The impact of the ascending world revolution of our time steadily worsens the situation of capitalism and sends shockwaves into the imperialist strongholds. The overturn of capitalist property relations in the expanding bloc of workers' states has produced a corresponding shrinkage in the number of countries remaining open to imperialist exploitation. Intensification of independence struggles within the exploited countries leads toward curtailment of imperialist profits and nationalization of capitalist holdings. This drives the imperialist powers to stiffen their competition on a contracting world market and look for ways to edge into one another's internal markets. These general trends combine to intensify class contradictions within the imperialist countries and undermine the social equilibrium needed to safeguard capitalist rule. 10. Pushed back toward their own borders by the advance of revolutionary forces abroad and threatened by social unrest internally, the imperialists prepare and keep in reserve the ultimate and catastrophic solution of all-out war. Their immediate aim is to stem the revolutionary tide in the hope of rolling it back and extending capitalist exploitation once again throughout the world. But their strategic aims are blocked by powerful forces. Since the Soviet Union possesses a nuclear arsenal no less deadly than that of the United States, global war would mean the virtual extermination of humanity. Mass consciousness of this grim prospect tends to restrain the imperialists from shaping a direct course toward general war as the central feature of their foreign policy. Instead, they proceed from the initial premise of limited non-nuclear wars, using the pretext of a deterrent against general war as the excuse for continuing to stockpile nuclear weapons. Military interventions occur repeatedly and on an ascending scale in an effort to snuff out anti-capitalist revolts, South Vietnam. These imperialist interventions often run up against one or another form of counteraction by the Soviet bloc. When that happens, the imperialists do not shrink from going right to the brink of nuclear war in the showdown, as did Kennedy, most recently and most recklessly, in the Cuban crisis. N. The basic alternative is clearly posed: either the workers' revolution in the industrially advanced countries will disarm capitalism, or the world will 208.3. Continue to risk nuclear destruction. Above all, American imperialism must be disarmed by the people of the United States. That iron fact must be central to the consciousness of revolutionists in this country. In fighting to replace capitalist rule, the Marxists must proceed from a realistic appraisal of developing class struggle trends in this country. American imperialism has passed the apex of its world power and today stands subject to a process of decline. Compelled to sustain crippled allies in the fight against ever stronger revolutionary forces abroad, its foundations become undermined by all the weaknesses of world capitalism. Its worsening world position tends to become converted into a domestic crisis, which in its further unfolding can arouse the greatest power of all within the United States, the working class. The capitalist rulers confront the following contradiction: they need relative class peace at home in order to carry out their foreign policy. Yet their increasingly severe problems abroad impel them toward austerity measures at home. They must stiffen their resistance to mass demands for social and economic concessions and move toward stronger repressive measures to curb mass opposition to their policies. As a consequence, the equilibrium of class forces is becoming undermined. 12. American imperialism has passed the apex of its world power and today stands subject to a process of decline. Compelled to sustain crippled allies in the fight against ever stronger revolutionary forces abroad, its foundations become undermined by all the weaknesses of world capitalism. Its worsening world position tends to become converted into a domestic crisis, which in its further unfolding can arouse the greatest power of all within the United States, the working class. The capitalist rulers confront the following contradiction: they need relative class peace at home in order to carry out their foreign policy. Yet their increasingly severe problems abroad impel them toward austerity measures at home. They must stiffen their resistance to mass demands for social and economic concessions and move toward stronger repressive measures to curb mass opposition to their policies. As a consequence, the equilibrium of class forces is becoming undermined. 13. During the Cuban crisis, the people of the United States were put through the ringer as never before. Nuclear death seemed imminent unless one man, the same Kennedy who had precipitated the danger, backed off from playing chicken with hydrogen bombs. Most poignant was the plight of the young. Children in grade school asked one another, "What are you going to be if you grow up?" People are told to have faith in a government repeatedly caught lying, a government that cynically asserts it will continue to withhold vital facts, a government that takes witch hunt reprisals against those who openly disagree with its foreign policy. 209. 14. Worsening social conditions blights the lives of millions. Children in the city slums have no place to play, and except for brutal police control they get little attention from the government. The nation's school system has become a disgrace. Decent housing at relatively low rentals is in short supply. Old age pensions fall short of minimum needs, many retired citizens get no pension at all. Millions hunger while the government stockpiles surplus food. Even among those able to eat and live reasonably well there is a growing sense of economic insecurity. 15. A capitalist crisis of overproduction has gradually been developing. At present there is a gap of $50 billion between consumer demand and productive capacity, according to government estimates. There is a serious lag in capital investment for plant and equipment, as indicated by the sluggish annual rate of industrial growth. Loss of boom incentive from this key source portends a new recession. To make matters worse, the United States faces stiffer international competition on a contracting world market. These difficulties, together with related factors, are preparing a critical economic situation. 16. Thus far government intervention has delayed and modified the economic troubles inherent in the capitalist cycle. Massive expenditures for war, hiked to unprecedented billions by Kennedy, have been pumped into the economy with some stimulating effect. Capitalists have received lucrative war orders at a handsome profit, along with subsidies and tax write-offs. The economy has paid a price for this shoring up of the profit system. The national debt has soared, weakening the dollar. Inflation has been further accelerated by the unfavorable balance in international payments and the consequent gold drain. For the people generally, government economic policy has meant stiff taxes and rising prices. Waning consumer purchasing power has been sustained because they have turned to heavier installment buying, mortgaging tomorrow's income in order to acquire comforts today. 17. Government pump priming has not brought uninterrupted prosperity. It has achieved relative economic stability within the framework of a series of boom-recession fluctuations. Now several factors indicate a downturn within the cyclical pattern. Each boom becomes more sluggish, more short-lived. The time gap between recessions narrows. Every oscillation leaves in its wake a larger residue of chronic unemployment. Meanwhile, underemployment and inadequate purchasing power intensifies the search for jobs, giving rise to the national pastime known as moonlighting. Stated generally, the economic trend is one of a tum from relative prosperity, through a process of developing stagnation, to a pattern of more precipitous decline. 18. Concerned about the dangers to capitalist stability and earnings, the Kennedy administration has advanced a program of corporate tax cuts, INTN. 210.3. DED to stimulate capital investment. The masses are promised a slight drop in individual income truces, but for them the main result will be newly inflated prices caused by further government borrowing. Kennedy's basic aim is to counteract the declining rate of profit by inducing capital investment for automation, general technological change and overall cuts in production costs. That means intensified exploitation of labor with the prospect of even fewer jobs at a time when prosperity is already bypassing millions. 19. Nothing more graphically expresses the bankruptcy of our economic system than the rise in chronic unemployment. According to Department of Labor figures, which notoriously understate reality, the average rate of unemployment for 1962 stood at 5.6%. For unskilled and older workers, youth, Negroes, and other minorities the rate was at least double this national average. Government figures show that creation of new jobs through general economic growth has slowed down to about 1/2 million a year. On the other hand, at least 1 million workers are displaced annually through technological change, while another million young people are entering the labor market. The result is a built-in yearly rise of around 1.5 million in chronic unemployment apart from the victims of slumps in production. These cold statistics spell economic catastrophe for the millions of people affected, doubly so when half of them are denied jobless benefits. 20. Hardest hit are the minority peoples who suffer discrimination not only in employment but also in housing, education, medical care, social welfare, and all other spheres of ordinary life. They have no stake in the foreign policy of a government that offers them little more than empty promises and the discipline of a cops club. Nor do they have any reason to subordinate the struggle for their democratic rights to the capitalist-defined national interest. Drawing that conclusion for themselves, the Negro people stand in the vanguard of the battle to win equal rights for all minority peoples. With increasing militancy and on an ever broader scale, they are rejecting policies of gradual reform and fighting for freedom now, not at some vague future time. They are breaking the old patterns of white domination over their movement and asserting their right to have decisive leadership in their struggle for emancipation. 21. This radicalization of the Negro people constitutes the most important single political development within the country. It can be expected to have more profound repercussions throughout the population, generating new militancy among all whose basic interests are violated under capitalist rule. First to be aroused are the youth. The vanguard role of Negro students in the civil rights struggle is paralleled to a certain extent by the increased participation of students in the fight against the war danger. Still to be heard from are the young. 211. Workers, although their worsening situation goads them toward action against the bosses and the capitalist government. 22. Growing campus support to Negro freedom fighters gives evidence of revulsion against the status quo. Student unrest is building around the war issue. Many listen with an open mind to socialist views in the struggle for peace. Currents of sympathy with the Cuban Revolution flow through the schools. Some students are coming to identify themselves with the aims of the socialist movement. Although the bulk of the student body has yet to become politically active, those who are turning rebel show youth's normal impulse to want to do something about a situation they consider intolerable. 23. Student rebels and aroused women who mean business in the fight against war have been entering the peace movement in substantial numbers. They come as critical-minded people looking for a way to achieve their aims. Many are uncommitted to any program or affiliation. Their entry is changing the general features of the peace movement. Not having a class struggle orientation, their outlook has overtones of pacifism and reformism. But they are neither professional pacifists nor typical reformists. Even less are they conscious radicals, though they keep pushing beyond the bounds set by pacifist and reformist leaders. What they want is an effective program of action and the strongest possible force from which nobody who fights against war should be excluded. They don't trust the foreign policy of the capitalist government and they want to do something about it. Seeing no other place to turn, many put their hopes in the United Nations. Young people do not look instinctively to the labor movement for help, because all their lives the trade unions have appeared conservative and ineffective where major social issues are involved. 24. The capitalist-minded bureaucrats who dominate the unions give unqualified support to the imperialist foreign policy. In return they hope to secure voluntary economic and social concessions from the bosses, or at least from the government. Within industry they side with the bosses against union militants. Through support to the Democratic Party, they keep the workers captive to capitalist political rule. Under this bureaucratic control, labor has lost virtually all its capacity to influence national policy. Job conditions have steadily worsened, union growth has failed utterly to keep pace with the expanding labor force. In short, trade unionism has fallen into stagnation through adaptation to the capitalist status quo. 25. Saddled with a conservative union bureaucracy, the workers now face a capitalist drive to solve the economic difficulties at labor's expense. The bosses have launched a three-pronged offensive, on the job, in contact negotiations and through the government. Through technological change and intensified speed up, they are whittling down available jobs. They oppose union demands. 212.3. For reduced hours with no cut in pay. They are determined to hold the line on wages and demand wage cuts if they think there is any chance of getting away with these. To cripple union resistance, capitalist politicians call for stiffer anti-labor laws, including a ban on industry-wide bargaining, further curbs on the right to strike and use of antitrust laws against the unions. Kennedy openly wields his presidential authority on the side of the bosses. The mounting attacks on the unions are revealing to an increased extent the basic conflict of interests between labor and capital. 26. Unemployment has become the major problem confronting labor. As concern for their job security becomes aggravated by boss provocations, more and more workers grow angry and militant. Skilled workers, not being exempt from job attrition and boss attacks, share this changing class mood. Conditions become increasingly favorable for a fighting leadership to forge a high degree of class solidarity, reducing the danger of the bosses using one or another strata of the workers to split their ranks as a class. So strong are the pressures that the bureaucrats find themselves forced to do something. At the lower levels of the bureaucracy, among those closest to the ranks, some capacity is shown to give the bosses a fight. At the summit meeting, Ruther and Co. have asked the government to legislate a shorter work week, and after Kennedy had vetoed the idea, even repeated politely that it still ought to be done. The union ranks are not so timid. In several places they have struck for a shorter work week, and in resistance to the boss attacks on their conditions. Wage demands have usually represented an attempt to offset rising prices rather than an effort to raise living standards. When a strike achieves even a very modest victory on the work week issue, other workers take new courage to do battle in their industry. This trend can rise sharply with contract negotiations coming up this year in several basic industries. 27. Every partial union action poses larger issues confronting the workers. The need for a change in leadership grows more acute. Splits in the bureaucracy, such as occurred when the AFL-CIO threw the Teamsters Union to the Kennedy Wolves, weaken its monolithic control. Teamster officials, fighting for their union lives, have gone so far as to propose a labor march on Washington to protest the union-busting drive, an action unthinkable to Meany, Ruther and Co. Rifts in bureaucratic solidarity can help open the way for the ranks to assert their views on policy issues and fight for more democratic control over union affairs. These changing trends open new possibilities to promote consciousness of the need for a left wing founded on a class struggle program. 28. Labor on corporation farms has little or no union protection. Worst off are the migratory workers, composed mainly of sharecroppers and small farmers uprooted by growth of monopoly on the land, or Latin Americans broad. 213. In temporarily at times of peak employment. Whole families live as nomads, seeking work by moving from region to region according to seasonal variations in agriculture. Parents and children toil in the fields at starvation wages, living from hand to mouth even when there is work. During slack periods they get no jobless pay, nor do they receive other social security benefits. For them daily life is grinding poverty, the future under capitalism a bleak one. Theirs is a burning need to have a labor government. 29. Working farmers are being hard hit by the chronic crisis of overproduction in agriculture. Operating small units and having little investment capital, they are unable to compete successfully with the big corporation farms. Caught between rising production costs and falling prices on farm produce, they are driven toward bankruptcy. Those who go under have little choice but to seek work as agricultural laborers or enter the rat race for jobs in the cities. Excluded by corporate interests from any control over old-line farm organizations, the working farmers are getting together on their own. An outstanding example is the National Farmers Organization, founded in 1955. At the outset, the NFO tried to compete with the corporations in exerting political pressure on the capitalist government. Failing to get anywhere with that policy, it turned to withholding produce from the market in a demand for better prices. In conducting these strikes, the NFO has tended to study union methods of struggle and welcome fraternal relations with the labor movement. Today many working farmers, disenchanted with big business policies, would be ready for an anti-capitalist political alliance with the trade unions. 30. At present only the Negro struggle shows a consistent